allowing the hog to come through once again. And then because of this strange variation of RG that we're using without Hunter, we don't have another great tank killer. You know, Monk does a decent job, but unless you can get that really nice knockback hit onto the hog, it's very difficult to stop that hog from hitting when your Fisherman and Tombstone was used to take out the Mega Knight. So great work from Baton to apply pressure and force out those mistakes, as well as lots of really nice prelogs coming through onto some Tombstones. But Vitor just slight misstep with the sequences on those skeletons spawning from the Tombstone, perhaps.
Yeah, and Baton just having himself a brilliant tournament so far. This is just impressive. On his way to getting 3 set victories. It is so difficult for new guys, for players that aren't making these consistent monthly finals. There's so much added pressure. There's so much on their minds. Very clear that he is just kind of ready for this moment. And it's always exciting to see these players just be able to step up properly. Game number 2 underway. Vitor cycling the bar barrel. Oftentimes we used to expect RG once we saw the bar barrel. Now we kind of expect those Royal Hogs to come and get placed on the map. Baton on the other side. Ice Spirit plus Dark Prince as well. Probably going to be running something similar. And wow, we could just be seeing a straight mirror.
Yep. Seems like it. Straight mirror matchup. We've seen this mirror matchup, I think, definitely once already today. Maybe twice. As we saw in the first match today in this mirror matchup, I think it really comes down to using your Dark Prince well. You need to be able to play the Dark Prince on defense, on those piggies, get the counter push. You need to cycle to your Evo Tesla and your Evo Archers as quick as possible. Wait, I just realized though, but Baton can't have lightning though, because he's already previously played lightning. So I guess he might end up having fireball instead, which I actually think, I don't know, it's a tough situation because, like, yes, fireball is great on defense, but I think you almost rather have the lightning just for a breakthrough effect, especially in a mirror matchup where once you get to double elixir, you know, we're going to see Vitor playing those split piggies plus lightnings on tower.
Yeah, this is going to be a really weird change to have the fireball instead. And we're hoping that he has a fireball. He could have the lightning still in his deck, but we're really hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to see any repeat cards. I guess on the other hand... Wait, Baton just hasn't shown his win condition. I'm not going to lie. I think we've been wrong this whole time.
Yeah,
it's Graveyard.
Yep.
Yeah. It's Graveyard this whole time. It just hit me. It was like, wait, he doesn't have Evo Pigs. He's not playing Pigs. And it's actually not going to be Piggy's Fireball last card. It's going to be Graveyard Poison, which makes a lot more sense. But also at the same time, I think that just makes it even worse for Baton. I've played this Graveyard deck quite a lot, and this is the most difficult matchup to beat. And it's mainly because of the E-Spirit and the Skelly's the quick cycle, but the Piggy's Lightning is just so annoying defensively. I guess the one thing, though, is that Baton does have Dark Prince variation, which is definitely a lot better versus Piggies. So, I don't know. Maybe that actually is just the one card that you need to really put this at a more, at the very least, more 50-50 matchup-wise.
Yeah, the Ice Spirit plus Bar Barrel plus Tesla should be able to defend properly, should be able to defend quite well. Baton trying to win the bridge battle on the left side while also defending the right. E-Spirit should make the jump, should make the leap and get to some of these archers, but still going to stay alive. Full reset for both of these players as we head into the final 2 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, this is going to be intense. Wow, Evo Archer's prediction on the Tesla with the Evo Piggies. He's saving up for lightning. Will we see it on the Evo Archers? Yes, we will. Bar Barrel from Baton to try and clear up the Evo Archers on the other end of things. And then a Tesla from Vitor. Basically, taking out the Dark Prince, preventing the Dark Prince ability, while also having Tesla on the board in case a Graveyard comes down. Really like that play.
So what do you recommend from Baton right here? Do you want to try and go same lane? Do you want to try and swap over to the lane with 2150? Or do you expect him to continue to try and go down this left side?
You know, that's a great question, because as a Graveyard player, you always want to play same lane, defense counter push, which is also why Vitor is playing the opposite lane. He's smart. He knows that's what Baton wants to do. But at the same time, Baton already has so much damage on this left side that he's kind of forced to continue down that side. So I think Baton will continue down this left side, but Vitor, that's why he's attacking the right. That's why he's making these opposite lane pressures. Very smart macro plays from Vitor.
Right here, Dark Prince plus Archer is going to be able to clean it up, but not before he gets the tower down to 18-11. 30 seconds left. Graveyard plus, I believe, the poison as well going to come down on offense for Baton. Not a lot of offense, not a lot of pressure, but he is up over 300 HP with 18 seconds to go.
Wow, and he says,
wow!
Oh my goodness! Pre-Lightning plus Archers takes it out. Evo Piggies makes it to the tower. Baton was over defending the right, so Vitor says, I got one last chance for an attack. We're going in with the Evo Archers.
Wow! Vitor, how do you do it? Goes in with a prediction. All the Hogs stay flying, stay alive. Are you kidding me? Are all of Vitor's games going to be this good? This is too stressful. This is too much.
Man, once again, Vitor in a tough spot. You know, going against the... Yeah, I think he had Hero, Dark Prince, and an Evo Tesla for defense. But he just makes the play. He makes the play to win the game. And I'm not going to lie. I was watching the clock tick down. There was like 15 seconds left in the overtime. Baton was just up a solid like 200-300 damage. And I saw him setting up for defense. I was like, yeah, I think this game's over. I think Vitor's lost. But then Evo Pigs plus Evo Archers left lane on the strong side tower, pre-lightning in the middle of the map, not even hitting the tower, trying to predict the high anti-lightning Tesla placement, gets the prediction with the help of the Archers, and none of the Evo Piggies drop down. None of the Evo Piggies drop down on the Tesla, and they all fly straight to the tower. Everything's connecting all at once. The bulk of the elixir was on the right side, and wow, I mean, what a play. Huge damage left sent, and Vitor stays in it here.
I mean, can you even blame... I mean, because here's the thing, right? If Baton goes Tesla right immediately on top, it explodes all the Royal Hogs. Maybe he can defend with the Dark Prince, but I just can't blame him. I didn't have time to talk about it, but that was something that I was a little bit worried about, the lightning coming down to try and predict. That's just so tough. It's one of those that you kind of... That's a loss that you can share to the clan and say, are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at That's how I'm feeling if I'm Baton.
Okay, looking at the lock cards, we are in game 3 of the best of 3 of this duel. So if you see any of the red ribbon around any of the cards, those are cards Baton cannot play in this next game. If you see a blue ribbon around any of the cards, those are cards that Vitor cannot play in this next game of the final game of this best of 3. So we have Log and Bar Barrel out for both players and Goblin Barrel available for both players. It would not surprise me if we see a Goblin Barrel Hyperbait mirror matchup. I guess Vitor is more likely to play that since he has 2 spirits available. Baton has already used Ice Spirit and Electro Spirit. So if he were to go for a Hyperbait, he would have to probably play... No, he's even played Berserker as well. So it might be difficult for Baton to put together a super quick cycle Hyperbait deck. Instead, he might be trying to counter that. The last big counter for Goblin Barrel left is the Royal Delivery. But even that is more expensive compared to the Log and Bar Barrel.
Yeah, there's a few different sorts of archetypes that can run. Lava is going to be one of them, where they run the Zap plus arrows. Are you thinking that Baton should be a little bit more likely to run the double small spell? What do you recommend that he tries to put together if you think your opponent is going to be running some of those quick cycle, the Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit, double bait kind of decks? Do you go double small spell, or do you go with kind of the tried and true, what you've been practicing with?
Honestly, if you're really worried that Vitor is about to bring like Goblin Barrel, Magic Archer, double Spirit, I think you got to run Roll Delivery with a Fire Spirit maybe even with like a Valkyrie or goblins, and then maybe your win condition is going to be something along the lines of, I don't know, he's used a lot of spells too. Baton's used poison, he's used lightning, he has fireball and rocket available. So the win conditions that compare there would probably be like goblin, drill, or miner. Like maybe we see like a fire spirit, miner, rocket, roll delivery if he's really worried about the bait. But I'm not gonna lie, even with that preparation, it might not be enough to stop Ice Spirit plus Fire Spirit and Goblin Barrel. So we're actually into the game here. We see a bomb tower for Royale Hogs. Baton is not happy to see that. And then an Evo Snowball. So maybe Vitor going to Goblin Drill instead.
Yeah, Vitor definitely looking like Goblin Drill. Baton on the other side. No lightning, no poison, so probably... Okay, we might not even see a big spell. Could be NATO Fireball, could just be NATO. Still got a few more things to worry about. Vitor just going to be running more just of a staple deck, the Drill Archer Queen. Archer Queen not seeing a ton of gameplay this weekend so far, but always going to be just one of the best cards in the meta. Pretty much with a quite a bit of consistency.
Man, the Archer Queen ability almost didn't get down. Does play in time. Giant Skelly going to be losing half of its HP. Berserker last second going to pull back, and Bomb Tower is back in cycle for these piggies. And this is what I love about Clash Royale League. This is what I love about the duel formatting. Look at the mind games here. Baton, like, ready for Hyperbait to the point where he's got Skelly Drags, Mother Witch, and a Bowler. But also covering his bases for something like Drill with the Bowler here. And then Vitor, on the other hand, is like, okay, piggies, best win condition left available for Baton. Very consistent. I think I got to cover my bases with a Bomb Tower. And I'm worried about bridge spam as well, so let's bring a Ronin to help deal with those bridge spam type cards. But Baton, on the other hand, has kind of some, like, he has a couple cards that can actually help deal with the Ronin, like the Zappies, like the Mother Witch, like the Skelly Drags, like the Boulder, non-melee bridge spam cards. And yeah, there's just so many moving parts to every best of 3.
Yeah, and right here, Baton has to figure something out because all of his cards are going to be really solid, and they're going to give him a little bit of pressure on offense, all sorts of potential kind of plays. But Vitor cycles so quick. It is so hard for Baton to actually get past the Evo Snowball, the Bomb Tower, the Fire Spirit, the Poison. I'm not really sure what Baton needs to do. I like the idea of throwing the Giant Skeleton behind the King Tower. Are we thinking we wait till triple elixir if we're Baton, or are we just trying to stack troops? How do you think you win by troops or Royal Hogs making it to the tower?
Honestly, I think that what he's doing right now is his best play. Like, he's kind of just playing his Evos. Like, he's played his Lumberjack and Evo Piggies twice now. So the next push here in overtime is probably going to be the one. Looks like he's playing his Lumberjack early, though. And then to finally answer your question, I do think it comes down to a dual lane pressure. One side with, like, Giant Skelly plus Skelly Drags or Giant Skelly plus Lumberjack, and the other side with maybe some Evo Piggies. I think that's the play he's looking for to try and overwhelm on one of the lanes.
And right here, we're going to see if he figured out that overwhelm. Bomb Tower going to just get back in time. Evo Snowball, King Tower activated. So Vitor all over the place with his defense and defending everything absolutely perfect. Always.
Wait, how do you get King active?
So it was because of the bowler. I believe it must have hit the Archer Queen and then walked up, went to the Archer Queen again, I guess. I don't know, Vitor. Yeah, Vitor just doing whatever he wants. He's making up plays.
That's actually absurd. That's going to be so helpful for defense. Just, I mean, people underestimate how important that King Tower activation is. Like, just right here, we've already seen it. That's probably 1 or 2 piggy shot that did not connect to the tower because of that. So that's just going to make it even more difficult for Baton to break through here.
Yeah, and especially because it feels like a lot of these competitive games kind of end with 2100 HP to 1900 HP. So anytime you can save 150 damage, you save it.
Yeah, 25 seconds. Another Archer Queen on the board. Evo Lumberjack is definitely the main threat here. But look at the Ronin. Drops down, tanks everything for a second, deflects the giant skelly hit, and cleans up the defense easily with help of the Queen. Snowball cycling to get Bomb Tower back in cycle, and Vitor's already celebrating. You can see him. You can see. He said, "Let's go." I don't know what else to say except he said, "Let's go." And there it is, a victory, a reverse sweep for Vitor 75, continuing on in his lower bracket run.
Yeah, Vitor has to feel so good about that. Just 5 minutes of mistake-free Clash Royale. Was able to get the chip damage when he wanted to. And then from there on, I mean, once he got 400 HP worth of damage, I believe that could have technically already been game. He allowed no offensive possessions for Baton, just constantly winning every single situation. And that King Tower activation, neither of us to this day even know how it happened, but just brilliant work to get that King Tower activated and allow himself to get that reverse sweep.
Wow. Yeah, huge shout out to Ismail, Vitor's coach. I think that's really what... I think that the mind games in game 3 is really what put Vitor in this situation, right? It's like all... I mean, we were talking about it's like all like things point to the fact that Vitor should probably play Ice Spirit, Fire Spirit, Evo Goblin Barrel. And Baton was so ready. He had Boulder, he had arrows, he had Skelly Dragons. He had a Bridge Mem, a heavy Bridge Mem deck in order to break through, because that deck usually doesn't run a big spell. And then on the other hand, it's just Vitor's like, okay, this is what he has to be prepared for. I am simply going to run the deck that would be prepared for what I know he has to prepare for. He's got the Ronin, which is just insane tank killer for Bridge Fam decks. He's got a solid Archer Queen, which is very, it's just super resistant to any small spells. And then looking at the other games, Vitor had a tough start with Royal Giant versus this Evo Mega Knight deck. And then game 2, honestly, that was the best game. That was the game win for him. Being able to make that final play at the end towards the strong side tower. And yeah, I mean, looking at the bracket here, he's moving on to the 4th round of the lower bracket. Next up, we are going to see, I believe, Mugi and Jors.
Yeah, Mugi has been dominating this lower bracket, really going 2-0 against Oker, 2-0 against Sub. Mugi playing really well, and that's always going to be fun. Going against Jors, and Jors has shown us a lot this weekend. Definitely another one of those kind of newer players where we know the potential for them can be elite, but we're not really sure if they can put it together. So far, he's putting together a nice little run, but it's a lot easier to do that at the beginning of every single stage. It's hard to continue on. Game number 1, Jors going against Mugi. Ice Spirit cycled from both of our players.
Trying to think. Ice Spirit. Cycle deck. Makes me just think Graveyard, honestly. The reason I think Graveyard is just because Electric Spirit is pretty much a better version of Ice Spirit. Unless you really don't want to activate your opponent's King Tower. Which, the only situation where that's a really big deal to you is Graveyard. So, we might be seeing a Graveyard mirror.
Yeah, still could be Graveyard up top, still could be Royal Hog, still have to kind of wait around. One of the very first Goblin Huts of the weekend, could even really be the first. And that's going to be a poison going out on offense. You called it. Graveyard going to happen, and now you have to wonder, was the poison on offense from Jors a little bit too much, or is it going to be okay?
Okay, like, I'm not trying to toot my horn too much,
Right.
But can we talk about the deck recognition here? I saw an Ice Spirit and said, guys, both of them have Graveyard. Like,
I'll give you that. That was pretty good.
Okay, so Graveyard mirror matchup. Both players have archers. You did point at the Gob Hut, but then the other thing to really point out here is the Evo Tesla. Evo Tesla is, in my opinion, is the best Graveyard counter in Clash Royale right now. You place it behind your tower, and it literally just wave after wave of electricity takes everything out. But even with that, Mugi has a great start to this game. he has the Knight. It's just a little bit cheaper, and you're able to get more graveyards off because of that sometimes.
Evo Tesla in cycle allows Jors to go in with the bar barrel up top, clean up the rest of the Spear Goblins. One Spear Goblin surviving and should get a little bit of chip, but no, Jors going to defend with the Ice Spirit with the help of the Poison and the Archer. That right side Archer still has to get defended, still needs something to protect his tower, and Tesla's going to lock on correctly.
Graveyard Dark Prince. That is the other strength of Dark Prince, though. Knight's a little bit tankier and cheaper for more graveyards out, but the Dark Prince has the ability to jump over the river and be a guaranteed tank for the graveyard. So those are the two differences in the tank here. Evo Snowball comes out. It's like a mini freeze, slows down the tower, and the archers go down to the poison. So much damage. Jors just looked like he drank a cup of coffee or something. Like he's like jolted. He's like, my gosh, I just took so much damage. I need to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, and no amount of locking in can stop Mugi if he's going to continue to play this way. Evo Tesla cycled again, going to be able to protect his tower, but not before the tower gets down to 1200 HP. This Goblin Demolisher is definitely a big difference between these two decks. He's just got so many cards that need to get poisoned. You poison the archers, well, now you worry about the Goblin Demolisher. You poison the Goblin Hut, well, now you got to worry about the archers. There's just so much that you have to pay attention to. And speaking of paying attention to, Snowball going to come out. It's going to protect that tower. Could have been difficult, but Mugi gets the right defense in just in time.
Block at the bridge here. That's going to allow the tower and the archer to work together to clean up these skeletons of the yard. One skeleton comes through and the poison damage is there. Overall, fairly successful defense from Jors, but he's still at a decent damage deficit even after that really solid last attack. Let's see what he can put together on offense here.
Yeah, it's just one of these situations where Jors is going to get a little bit of damage, Mugi's going to get a little bit of damage. And if you get the right timing, you can still make that comeback. You can still get yourself back in the game. But every single time, you need the RNG to go well. You need the archer to get the shot and not have it get confused by the tower as well. There's so many different things that need to happen. And right now, we're seeing a little bit of potential. But no, these archers just clean everything up for Mugi.
Evo Tesla is in cycle this time. 20 seconds to the clock. These skeletons won't reach the tower. Poison gets some chip damage. But Jors going for his really last final attack. We will see the ability as well. Ice Spirit drops down.
Oh, Ice Spirit misses.
Ice Spirit doesn't jump. Poison from Mugi. Isn't enough. Snowball. Bolt Poison's ticking down.
Wow.
But Jors, with the last second comeback, takes down the two-time world champion in game number 1.
I am sick if I am Mugi. It should have been a perfect Ice Spirit right there. I have no idea what happened. If we could see the replay, I don't know if we have enough time. That Ice Spirit just... I don't know if it jumps on nothing. Does it jump on what could have been the bar barrel? I don't know.
I'm with you. I'm kind of speechless. I think it was a great Ice Spirit placement. Maybe, was there a Barb in there? Like Barb somehow got a hit onto it with the poison? Either way, insane that the Rhino connects at the very last seconds in order to get that comeback. And this is why heroes are so strong. It's like, I'm pretty sure that was maybe the first or maybe the second time that ability was placed that entire game. It's just, you know, you have a tank for your graveyard, but you always have that option in your back pocket for if your opponent is overcommitting on offense or if they're not defending correctly to play that ability, and all of a sudden you have a second win condition on the board that is able to make it the tower for damage.
Yeah, I mean it's basically playing with like 8+1 cards in your deck.
Yeah, literally.
And it's so nice to be able to have that 9th card option, use that ability. And it's also just really elite because end game scenarios like this one that we just saw, you just throw it on the map. It doesn't matter. Your elixir doesn't matter. The push is over unless you can come up with something. Definitely one of the biggest reasons why that ability is so strong.
Man, another thing I think about is like, you know, do you just place the Gob Hut at the end there? I think he had his Goblin Hut in cycle. And I think that he felt as though he was up enough damage and I think he felt as though he wanted to conserve as much elixir as possible to maybe get like one last graveyard to poison the tower at the end. But the Ice Spirit not jumping there, just devastating for Mugi, because not only does it connect, but it also gets the charge attack, the Rhino, and just massive damage. Even then, end up being so close to the end with the poisons both taking down at the same time and the snowball coming through. But I wonder if Mugi could just play just slightly safer at the end there with the building. I mean, it's really easy for me to say sitting up here just like looking down and watching. But yeah, I mean, during the game, like when the seconds are clicking down, when your heart is beating at 120 BPM, you know, there's so many things in your mind. There's so much going on that you just have to make the best play you possibly can.
Yeah, I still want those heart rate monitors. I still want to be able to see how high those numbers can go for some of these players. And right there, E-Spirit will jump Baby Dragon to defend the mortar, but not before the mortar gets at least one shot. That's going to be at least two with a possibility of three. So not the start that Mugi was looking for. And he's got this Skelly's E-Spirit quick cycle. Kind of shocking to see that he didn't have any sort of response for that mortar.
Can E-Spirit dropping down. And this is what this mortar deck is all about. You just spam. You just spam on both sides with your mortar, with your skeleton barrel. And you're just getting your evos in cycle while you do it. And then once you have those evos in cycle, you do one more bridge spam on either side. And a lot of the time, your opponent just simply doesn't have the elixir to defend. But once again, talking about how evolutions, their abilities do not cost elixir.
Yeah, definitely one of those important things to look out for. Evos definitely feel a little bit, I don't know, just a little bit way too strong. So I'm definitely excited to see some of these balance changes, get them a little bit weaker, more realistic. But right here, 130 left. Evo or ability getting popped for the bowler. No splash on top of the tower. And so Mugi's going to defend that quite well in that scenario.
Okay, 12 seconds till double elixir. Bowler in the mortar deck is kind of absurd. It's going to be great for defending and counter pushing with these roll hogs. It's kind of hilarious how you can basically add bowler in your deck and kind of have two mortars sometimes, counter push wise.
Yeah, right here, Evo Baby Dragon going to clean up everything super nicely, super easily. And we could be seeing a little bit of a counter attack. Going to go in with the Royal Hogs as well. Fireball going to hit absolutely everything. This is the same thing that we saw yesterday, I believe in Morton's game, where there's a mortar placed over the middle, you have Skellies in cycle, and there's no King Tower activation even attempted. Definitely one of those things to look out for, and we kind of expect our players to be making those kind of plays in every single scenario. But I mean, how good is the King Tower activation in this matchup?
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, it's not as helpful versus, you know, minions and mortar and bowler, but maybe it's, I mean, it's always helpful versus like those one niche situations where it's like, okay, the skeleton barrel isn't going to make it as close and, you know, you want to prevent a couple extra skelly hits. Like, it's always worth it. On the other hand, you know, Mugi is kind of just realizing that maybe his piggies aren't as valuable in this matchup because of the fireball and the bowler, but he's realized how important his baby dragon is. So he's continually trying to take that advantage. That's what Clash Royale is about, is just trying to figure out what advantage you have in each game and then try to take that to the 10th degree.
Yeah, right here, great E-Spirit going to be distracting it, and then a great Berserker in response. It allows the bowler to retarget, take care of those Royal Hogs. Really cool interaction between those two players, and just really solid awareness from both of these guys.
Yeah, and as we head into Triple Elixir, this is what we're going to see time and time again from Mugi. He is simply going to spam dragons whenever he gets a chance. He's going to cycle in the back, try and get multiple of them on the board. Fireball is not great at taking them out. He's going to continually cycle to Evo Piggies and look for lightnings on the board.
Just a little bit of chip. Here we go. Evo Mortar on the right side should be able to defend the first bit quite easily, but it's that second half that becomes so difficult. Fireball going to come down on one of the skeleton or on one of the baby dragons. Some of the skellies, some of the goblins make it to the tower. Evo Mortar will get another shot if he does not defend. Maybe even one more if he doesn't get the lockdown. Oh my goodness.
Wow. 27 seconds. Mugi is now in a huge damage deficit, and the piggies are coming through. Josh, just I don't know what's going on. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Mugi was just trying to defend like his life depended on it, and it just wasn't enough. Jor's just setting himself up for that one offensive pressure, one offensive push that would be unstoppable. And that's exactly what we saw right there.
Oh my goodness. Jor's taking down the two-time world champ, and he's mogging. He says, I don't know, man. This is unbelievable. I want to see a replay on that last offensive sequence, or not the last one, but like at the 1 minute mark of overtime, because I honestly, like you said, I mean, he's just overwhelmed. But I'm just wondering, like, where did it go wrong defensively for Mugi? I think he had a couple maybe a misclick cannon, and maybe the baby dragging the back in the other lane was like risky, but George just finds the moment to attack with Evo Mortar and completely overwhelms.
Yeah, I mean, as talented as you can be, as just like raw ability, as more and more Evos, as more and more champions get introduced, the raw ability doesn't mean as much. You still need to prepare. You still need to be ready for all sorts of situations. End game, I know the cannons lined up, so I'm wondering if that kind of hurt him quite a bit. I think the bowler was able to splash on both cannons. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. All right, let me break this down. So Baby Dragon's playing in the back. He sets up a cannon, but it dies. It dies before the skeleton barrel drops. And Mugi thought the skeleton barrel was going to drop, so he plays the log early. And he plays the Esports distract, but at this point, the mortar's locked. He spends so much elixir trying to deal with that skeleton barrel just to fail. Ends up getting the mortar connection, and like you said, that last mortar shot really felt like it was the final nail in the coffin as the Berserker tanks for the Goblin that's locked into the tower. Mugi desperately tries to attack right lane of the Boulder, play on defense. But at that point, that was all she wrote. Unbelievable pressure from Jors there. And then literally just a slight mistake of the defense there. Just a slight mistake of that cannon. I think that in that situation when there's so many troops, you just have to play the cannon directly on top of the Evo skeleton barrel, so that it just instantly drops and you get the log down. And then from there, you can focus on making sure the mortar is distracted and it always has a target, so it doesn't lock in the tower. But yeah, that's why there's so much synergy between the Evo skeleton barrel and the Evo mortar. They're just applying so much pressure all at once.
Yeah, and same thing with the bowler. That's another one of those cards that provides pressure on just the opposite lane, or the opposite side of the arena. And anytime you have one of those cards, the bowler, the expo, the mortar, just provides that intimidation factor where, okay, is he going to pop the ability? Is he not? Is he going to let this walk through? And right here, we see the updated lower bracket. We saw our last set overall with Vitor advance into the 4th round, and now we have it. Mugi was dominating this lower bracket, but then gets dominated by Jors. And we have made it to our upper bracket finals. I know you were excited about this. I know you were talking about it before the show with me. Clown and Asaf going against Sandbox and Molite. We've got 2 beautiful sets on our way.
I know. I think I'm not sure which one we're doing first, but either way, I think that yeah, both these matches are super important. Asaf has a lot to prove, and he has a lot of points and potentially golden ticket on the line, especially with Sandbox and Mo already having golden ticket. If Clown or Asaf wins this, they put themselves in a really advantageous position to get that ticket. And then once again, I think that, I mean, I definitely think Sub is in the conversation for a best player in the world right now. But I think that Sandbox and Mo are probably the 2 best players in the world. Sandbox has just been grinding recently. I believe they're number 1 and number 2 on the point leaderboard also. So I cannot. Okay, we are doing their match first. So yeah, this is it, man. This is what it's all about. This is why we love Clash Royale League, watching the 2 best players in the world duke it out.
And the two best players in the world duking it out before the championship round. I love that there's no set in stone. It's not, okay, Mo is at number 1, Sandbox is at 2. That's how we're always going to set up these brackets. I love that there's that pressure, that player that gets unlucky. I mean, that's how it is to win any sort of championship, whether it's sports or esports. You have to have that magical run. You have to get lucky. And right here, both these guys unlucky to face each other already. Sandbox, one of the best players in the world, is riding high with all the momentum in the world as well. Muhammad Light on the other side kind of struggled last month. We didn't even see him in the monthly finals, and for what felt like the first time I've ever seen, and already showcasing why that won't happen again. He's probably going to be back for every other monthly finals in the future.
Dude, I'm just going to say it for the content. I think Sandbox is winning this. I think Sandbox is winning this 2-1. I think that we might have a new sheriff in town. Sandbox has been grinding. He's got the confidence. He has a lot to prove in this moment. And I don't know. I just my intuition is telling me that Sandy might just make the impossible possible right now. For the last how many years? Like 4 years, we've been waiting for someone to not even surpass, but reach the level of Muhammad Light. Let's see right here, right now, if Sandbox is the one to make it happen.
Sandbox is going to be running quick cycle plus delivery. Muhammad Light on the other side going to be running, you guessed it, quick cycle and delivery. Both of these players absolutely abusers of the meta. And if you want to learn the meta, learn what decks work in the meta, just go to their battle logs and you can figure it out from there. My recommendation.
Yeah, pretty much. First game, Hyperbait mirror matchup. Really nice play from Mo, getting the double spear combo, allowing the fire spear to jump, and then same exact thing from Sandman with a delivery dropping down. Mo does get the first attack on tower though with the ice spirit jump. You know, I don't know. Those are the type of things in these mirror matchups where it's like any little bit of damage matters.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible micro gameplay from both of these players. A minute and a half, and basically the touch of a feather and the lick of a soft cat is the amount of damage on both of these towers.
Yeah, another fire spirit ice spirit combo. If you guys at home don't know how this works, basically the fire spirit splash radius is not barely enough to hit all 3 goblins when you play on the back goblin. So what you do is you use another card, like another spirit, for example, to push the fire spirit into the goblin, which then pushes that goblin just a millimeter closer to the other 2 goblins, allowing the fire spirit to damage and kill all 3 of them.
So one quick question with that. What's the timing in order to get that down? Is it the fire spirit then the other troop, or is it the troop then the fire spirit?
I think you can technically do it either way, but it's much more consistent if you do the fire spirit first, because it makes it so that the fire spirit is then closer to the goblin.
I see.
And also the fire spirit will jump first, I guess. Yeah, you definitely want to do the fire spirit first.
All right, perfect. Learning with Juicy. Right here, Magic Archer not going to be able to get activated, not going to be able to protect itself. Another Magic Archer on the board. We're going to be seeing that for the next 2 minutes, so get ready for that, everyone. And Magic Archer on the left side actually getting pushed by this Berserker, and it messes up the timing quite a bit, but a really nice Fire Spirit to take that out. A lot happening, and this left side is starting to get weak. 1907 lowest tower for Sandbox, 2215 lowest tower for Mo.
Delivery drops down, cleans up everything. Another barrel in for Mo. Outcycles the roll delivery.
Wow.
And the Berserker even gets a hit. So Mo is continually just extending his damage lead. At this point, I think the only way, I think once we get to like triple elixir especially, we're going to just need to see more Magic Archers. We're going to see more Magic Archers from both players. But that's definitely the way that Sandbox makes his comeback.
Yeah, and right here, brilliant defense. Going to be able to clean up the Goblin Barrel very easily, very nicely. Delivery going to come down on the right side. A lot of chip damage on the
Oh my
left
goodness.
and a healthy Magic Archer. I would have liked to potentially see some sort of lineup, some sort of attempt with that.
He
But
tried.
allows it to lose.
Wow, the Fire Spirit hits
Wow.
tower. Defensive Evo barrel. Mo is in shambles. A minute on the clock, and Sandbox has completely reversed the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like an accident. It felt like kind of a situation that doesn't often occur. Again, does not activate the ability, does not allow the Magic Archer to stay alive. Pretty interesting that he keeps
Wow.
going that route.
I love the patience from Sandy here to just drop a defensive Magic Archer in the back, especially being up damage while continuing to apply pressure with the cycle cards.
Right here, left side down to 1190. Both of Muhammad Light's towers starting to get real weak real quickly. How does he want to be able to protect his Magic Archers, make sure that the opposing Magic Archers aren't getting value?
Wow.
Delivery on defense.
Wait, Mo's Marchers on tower. Mo's Marchers in the tower. That's damage really back for Mo with 10 seconds left.
my.
Goblin Barrel from both players. And Mo's connects. Wall breaker's in, but it's not going to hit. Another barrel from Mo. Or for Sandy. Wait, the Goblin Barrel hits.
Oh my.
And the time runs out. Muhammad Light takes game number 1.
Are you... I mean, here's the thing. We take a look at Sandbox placement at the very end. Does he go... If he goes Goblin Barrel at the beginning or at the front of the Crown Tower to the side of the Crown Tower, that starts to get the second wave of stats from the Goblins. He wins the game if he puts that in the front or the side. Because he went in the back, he was able to get the elixir necessary to get the delivery, is my thought process.
I hear ya. Yeah, play Goblin Barrel front, similar to Miner when you're in like the final moments of game. You want to get that card to the tower as quickly as humanly possible. But really, what it also... I mean, I also just have to talk about the Magic Archer in there.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. Sandbox plays the Magic Archer in the back, right? He's setting up for defense. I said I love the play. Maybe it wasn't right because what ends up happening is it just walks forward and Mo gets a chance for a double Magic Archer to the bridge. There's so much going on, and that Magic Archer is just cleaning up. And I think the other play to really talk about is in the intense pressure at the end there, towards the like the end of the middle there, or I guess the way I'm trying to say is like Mo got a lot of damage coming through towards the end there, took the damage lead back, and forced out a roll delivery on defense in the Goblin Barrel. I think that you have to maybe drop the roll delivery on the double Marcher instead and find a different way of defending. Because like I said, like the Marchers at the end there, once it gets to triple elixir, since there's no way to deal with the Magic Archer on the opposing side of the map, just playing multiple of them and getting that lineup in the tower is so important.
Yeah, something needed to change in those final 20 seconds, absolutely. And I like that. I think the delivery should have been played up top. You can defend. I mean, you've been doing it all game. You have the Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit interaction, but you can also give up 300. It felt like he was up 700 and then gave up 900 damage. It's okay to give up 4 or 5 because you're still going to have that opportunity. And it was just too little too late. I mean, impressive ability from Mo to just stay in that game, to not count himself out. He was down by so much just throughout the match. It was early on, takes the lead for Sandbox. And then I thought it was going to be a never look back situation, but he did look back. Mo was able to do it.
And I also think about that failed Marcher to the bridge on the Berserker from Sandbox towards the middle of that game where he wasn't able to line up on tower correctly. Like, that damage was the difference maker. Like, the Goblin Barrels connecting, that was the difference maker. The fact that the damage lead changed like 3 different times that game between the players. Like, that was one of the best game. I think that was the best game of the day by far. Like, straight mirror matchup, intense plays, Magic Archer lineups, Goblin Barrel placements, the mind games, dueling pressure from the 2 best players in the world right now. Like, that was awesome. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we watched a 5-minute match with 132 placements from each player, and we're talking about 1 or 2 potential mistakes. It's not even 100%. It's not even, okay, had he gone delivery up top, well, maybe he still would have lost because of this. Maybe there is no shot, no opportunity. So yeah, I mean, incredible gameplay from the both of them. And that's just what we expect, absolutely, from these guys.
So now as we head to game 2, the big question is, does Sandbox have what it takes? This is where champions are made right here. Does he have the bounce back potential? Does he have the ability to stay locked in, to work with his coach, to find the correct decks in order to beat the best player in all of Clash Royale history twice in a row and reverse sweep the best of 3? Like, this is a very daunting situation for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's none of the added pressure. He already has the World Finals berth. He already has, so many things going right for him. But for him, it definitely feels like if you want to compete at the highest level, if you want to be one of these best Clash Royale players, everything has to be personal. Everything has to be, all right, well, this guy beat me 2.5 years ago. I remember the 3 decks that he used in the best of 5 to win it. That's the kind of pettiness and mindset you have to have. And I feel like Sandbox, even though his is in a much more positive light, he has that. He remembers his losses. He wants to compete. He wants to be able to get those reverse sweeps. And I feel like he has the right mindset to be able to do this against Muhammad Light.
Yeah. Okay, Cannon Cart Evo Ghost. It is going to be this... I was going to say trendy, but it's actually kind of a mortar deck from a couple metas ago. Maybe like 6 months or a year ago was this Goblin Stein Lightning Mortar deck. Looks like Muhammad Light is playing the same exact thing again as well. So another straight mirror matchup between these players. I mean, let's see it, Sandy. Let's see if you have what it takes.
Yeah, and it might not be a strict mirror. It might be quicker cycle. Right. Yeah, he's going to be running Tesla and Archers. And so he might just...
It's like Gomstein Piggies or something? I haven't seen this.
I could believe that for sure. There's a non-zero chance we could be seeing Balloon with Muhammad Light. But I would... It's pretty close to 0. It's probably going to be Royal Hawks.
Yeah. I actually love this pick from Mo. Because, I mean, we've seen a lot of Dark Prince Piggies, right? But the Dark Prince isn't crazy in this Mortar matchup. And since he's played like Royal Delivery already, and I don't know, maybe he's just expecting this Mortar deck from Sandy. Like, the Gobstein just does great here. It's going to meld the minions. It's going to meld the mortars. It's a great pick.
Yeah, pretty good timing. Cannon Cart on the left side goes in immediately with the Royal Hogs. Royal Ghost will be able to clean up the Royal Hogs, but not before they get the tower down to 2047. And he's got Evo Mortar, and he's got enough elixir for the Goblin Sign. But Lightning is going to clean all of this up easily. And Evo Archer, not Evo Archers, Evo Archer plus Lightning cleans up the left side beautifully.
You know, that's a weird situation because it's like no matter which side you play the Gobstein to apply more pressure, the Lightning's going to drop down on the Mortar plus Gobstein, or it's going to drop down onto the Cannon Cart plus Gobstein. So I like the idea of trying to bait out the Lightning left and get your Evo Mortar to lock, but Mo, I mean, his defense is like no other. The Ghost does get a couple shots, but Mo overall is still up in the damage lead here.
Lock coming down on the field. No Lightning to take out the Cannon Cart or Mortar. Just going to defend this strictly with Archers, with troops. And here we go, getting aggressive with these Goblin Signs.
Yeah. Man, the Sandbox low in elixir. Goes for the Ghost, goes for the Skellies. We see the Gobstein ability. And Evo Ghost drops down late. Wow. But so much damage coming through, and that is Lightning range. My prediction was incorrect. We do not have a new sheriff in town yet. Mo the celebration, Lightning drops down, and that is a 2-0 sweep for our two-time world champ.
Yeah, I mean, I need to take another look at that just deck overall. He dominated right there. Evo Archers in general, plus Quick Cycle, plus Lightning. That just feels like the formula to win in Clash Royale. You have those 4 cards, you have 4 random cards as well, and you just win 85% of the matchups. Talk to us. I mean, game 1 is a straight mirror match. Game 2 is a lot of deck similarities. Talk to us about these games real quick.
Yeah, so first game, it's really awkward because it's like neither of you have a crazy counter to the Goblin Barrel. Like, the Roll Delivery is pretty expensive. You would rather have Log. There's no Electro Spirit. but it all comes down to, especially in the early game, it comes down to who's going to get those Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit combos to defend the barrels effectively, along with their roll delivery. And both players did a fantastic job of that. Sandbox did get a slight damage lead in the early game, if I remember. No, I think it was actually Mo who got a damage lead in the early game because of some good pressure and some outcycle. Sandbox ended up bringing it back with the outcycle of his own with the Goblin Barrel, but in the end, it came down to who got a better Magic Archer lineup, and that was Mo. Game 2, I mean, like you said, this deck is honestly amazing. My guess is tomorrow on ladder, everyone's gonna be playing this Evo Piggies Gobsign deck. Like everyone in the top 50 is gonna be running this. I love it. I think, you know, Skelly's E-Spirit, you got a quick cycle. Evo Archers, so strong for the bonus damage, synergizing with the split of the Evo Piggies, and Gobstein just is the perfect card to completely melt down Sandbox deck. And there you go. That is going to be our first upper bracket semifinal. Next up, Clown versus Soft.
Yeah, Clown versus Soft, our incoming game. And honestly, you know, as great as the matchup between the two players that we just saw was, the stakes and also the skill level, don't get me wrong, but the stakes themselves are so high for this upcoming matchup. Both Clown and Asaf trying to qualify for World Finals by any means necessary, and the points is always going to be the easiest one. If they can win this round, they could be guaranteed. They could be almost guaranteed, but they need to win. They need that one extra round, that second extra round. Muhammad Light and Sandbox both already having that World Finals ticket is also something to look out for. If they win that and they're able to win the next set, bring Muhammad Light down to the lower bracket, he makes that run. All of a sudden, this set was the entire reason why they already won a golden ticket. So a lot on the line for both of these guys.
Yeah, on the other hand, Clown has a ridiculous amount of points. I think he might be guaranteed World Finals from points. Asaf does not have that luxury. So, yeah, I think that Asaf has a little bit more pressure on him here. We'll see. I think that, I don't know, it's kind of different for each person with each player. Sometimes that pressure to win pushes them forward and gives them the motivation in order to make the plays they need to. And sometimes that pressure creates so much nerves that there's too many mistakes that happen. So we'll see what kind of player Asaf is.
Yeah, Clown has been a lot of fun to watch this weekend, putting on a clinic in so many of his sets, going 2-0 consistently. Right here, again, putting on a clinic with his placements. Bar Barrel able to take out all the wall breakers, zero problem whatsoever. And again, we're seeing this, we saw this yesterday as well, but Heal Spirit used in the first couple games of a best of 3. It's not something that we've been seeing whatsoever for what feels like the last couple of years, but players are recognizing just how important it is to cycle, just how important it is to have cards freed up in your hand.
Yeah. This is probably like my favorite Royal Giant deck to watch. I hate playing it because I have no idea. Like, it's just so weird. It's very unique. But yeah, the double spirit, the Electric Spirit for dealing with swarms, along with the Heal Spirit to try and heal up those RGs, is a really fun combo. On the other hand, Asaf with, you know, his favorite card, Wall Breakers. Wall Breakers, I'm pretty sure, is Asaf's most used card, or at least is up there. He's great with drill Wall Breakers, minor Wall Breakers, and different like Wall Breakers spam, bridge spam decks. Matchup wise, it feels like Clown's in a good spot because he's probably gonna have a fireball as well from Marcher. That's why he's going with these RGs in the back. He's just trying to make that dual lane push, and then the Heal Spirit allows the RG to connect also.
Nice Bar Barrel right there, activates the ability, takes out the Magic Archer, and gets a shot on tower. Clown, really interesting to look at right here. He has the Evo Goblin Cage and the Evo Lumberjack and no Evo RG. So electing to go a lot more defensive instead of offensive. And Bar Barrel going to be used, but Magic Archer going to be able to take it out.
Delivery dropping down. I'm trying to think of like what Asaf needs to do to win this. I like the pressure in the opposite lane. I think you have to always apply pressure. You need wall breakers Evo constantly. Wall breaker is connecting for damage, but big pressure from Clown. Ooh, and this barb.
I really like that because it keeps the Barbarian alive. Fireball is going to come down. Nice Berserker to protect the bats, but it's not going to be enough. Should get another shot. Won't get another, but that tower's down to 351. And it's pretty clear that Clown knew Asaf's game plan. He knew going in the Heal Spirit would be good to be able to take out those bats, protect himself. It's felt a little bit too easy in terms of just deck composition and providing yourself a good matchup. And the game's not over. Asaf is obviously one of the best in the world when it comes to these kind of decks. But this felt simple for Clown.
Yeah. It's just the E-Spirit for the bats. It's the RG. It's tough to deal with. And then the defense, like Cage for wall breakers as well. Cage and Barb Barrel. An extra Spirit to keep up with a quick cycle. It's tough. And then the Fireball for the Marcher. Like you said, game plan is it's tough here. He continues to stay alive, but as the Fireball drops down and the E-Spirit for the bats, the RG will get that final shot. And Clown takes the win, and he's immediately on his PC with a little smirk, setting up for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, I love this RG deck, and it just shows the level of confidence you have in yourself and your coach to be able to run a non-Evo RG variation, to feel comfortable with that whatsoever. It just makes me feel a lot more comfortable in thinking that Clown is going to continue to advance and continue to play well. And man, Clown, what a strong year he's had so far. It's just month in, month out. We're kind of waiting for him to have that exquisite month, that spectacular month. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. If you get these top fours, these top eights with a level of consistency that he has, we should, I mean, he already could be locked in. He's getting close. It is pretty awesome to see his success this year.
Yeah. And then just even at the end there, like I was reading one of the chats and someone's like, why isn't he just fireball cycling? He needs 2 fireballs to win. And it's just the patience. And it's the respect for the other player on the other side of the screen to not go for the fireball cycle, because he knows that Asaf is one of the best players at bridge spam, at applying pressure, at taking advantage of situations when your opponent's down elixir. So he just sets up defense. He makes sure he's in control of the match. He finds an opportunity to get the RG the bridge, forcing Asaf to defend. You know, like if you put Asaf in a situation where he can just continually spam an attack, especially with those marchers and those wall breakers, you know, that you run some risks. But, you know, Clown, he just plays it completely safe, and he just makes sure he locks down that game, which is exactly what we want to see from these pros.
Yeah, I mean, I just love that final possession. Yes, you gave up 900 damage, but your tower's at 1800. It's okay. And he goes in perfectly. RG at the bridge, fireball on the bomb tower, quick little E-Spirit, quick little heal spirit. It was so practiced and so well done as an endgame scenario that also is another reason to give me confidence if I'm rooting for Clown, if I want to predict that he's going to go well.
Yeah.
Definitely has to be feeling good about himself, and definitely it feels a little bit too easy to predict the decks that Asaf is running. Just minor wall breakers felt pretty obvious as a game number 1, and you know Clown and his coach are going to be looking into his battle log. I need to see Asaf come in with something that he hasn't used this weekend. I think it's going to be way too easy for Clown to win this set if he continues to repeat from before.
Speaking on predictions, guys, make sure you guys go to event.supercell.com, get your predictions in for CRL, and yeah, win some rewards. Other thing, if you guys want to be on the stage, if you want Josh and I to be commentating your matches, the first step is getting top 1500 in Ultimate Champion. Keep grinding, keep putting the work, push up that ladder, and maybe you'll make it to a Clash Royale League monthly finals as we prepare for this game too. Lot of deck picking, lot of strategizing. You know, we have to have patience. Let these players get the perfect deck. There's $50,000 on the line, so I don't mind waiting a couple of minutes to make sure that these players have the perfect deck set up for this match.
Yeah, every time I want to get upset at these kind of things, and it's like, all right, man, I would have, when I used to be a pro and I used to play in these $20 tournaments, I would have my decks ready immediately. And then
I would never. I always took like so much time. It was terrible, actually.
I think for the first 3 years of competing, every single deck I used was from TV Royale, probably.
Bro, what?
And yeah, I didn't want to take the time.
Bro.
Right here, we have game number 2 on its way. Clown currently up 1-0. Definitely a little bit of potential for him to have seen the deck that Muhammad Light ran just in the previous set. Trying to go in with this quick cycle. Goblinstein going to be a little bit different just off the bat. And a minute in, both players not really doing any damage to the tower, just trying to figure each other out.
Fireball dropping down. Asaf with a camera mishap. I think that's... Okay, it's back. Never mind. I'm not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on the fact that Clown is running the Gobstein Evo Piggies deck. Dude, Mo doing Mo things. Runs a deck, and now everyone's going to start copying it. I already called it for ladder, and we're already seeing it in the same CRL month.
Yeah, I'm starting to think this Mo guy might be a genius. Right here. Yeah. Right here, defending really well. Bomb Tower locking onto the correct troops, taking out the Mother Witch, taking out the rest of the Skellies. Goblinstein not really going to do all that much, but should clog up the arena and allow both of these players to make it to double elixir with no real pressure either way. Goblin's going to survive, get close to the tower, and we are going to see him activate the ability, so Fire Spirit needed in response.
So, Mortar Evo at the bridge, instantly lightning. Clown's like, nah, I ain't doing that. But that's why it synergized so well with Evo Skelly Barrel. Do you have enough elixir for the Evo Skelly Barrel now after making that play? And I think the answer is not really. A lot of skeletons making the tower, especially with the Fire Spirit log used on the right. Clown nods his head. He's like, yeah, I understood why that one happened. I'm going to fix it in this next defense.
Yeah, Clown just a little bit too worried that he messed up the interaction, and I can't blame him. The Fire Spirit jumping onto the Goblins felt a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, agreed.
And so kind of panicked with the archers, but again, cannot blame him, but here we are. He's going to have to clean up the rest of his gameplay considerably if he wants to provide himself a chance. A little bit of pressure on the right side forces out the Fire Spirit on top of the Mother Witch. That's going to be chip on chip. And his lowest tower now down to 2043.
Bomb tower set up for defense. Lightning did drop on the tower as well. I just don't know if lightning cycling mortars and cannon cards and stuff is going to be enough to win. It feels like he needs to get some piggies through at some point, but it's tough against the fireball.
Yeah, definitely something to look at with the fireball out of cycle. Law going to come down. Fire Spirit staying alive, needs to respond with a little bit more, and here we go. Bomb Tower going to clean everything up nicely. Should be one away from the fireball, and because of that, it is going to force out the Evo Mortar on defense. So even though Evo Pigs get wasted, at least the Evo Mortar gets wasted. And I mean, Asaf going to do everything he can to hold on for this final minute.
Yeah. Man, this is interesting. You just need lightnings, right? You just need piggies plus lightning. And in the last Evo piggies, he just didn't have enough elixir to go for lightning. He doesn't have enough elixir to go for this time either. Part of that is just... Wait, what is this cannon car? Isn't he just going to save it for lightning here? Yep, there's the lightning. 40 seconds left. And all of a sudden, you know, this game's actually pretty close. And he missed the fireball, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing. Bomb Tower in response on the right side. Cannon cart to snipe. It's going to be a really nice snipe, but it's also not going to be nearly enough. Fire Spirit as well. Mother Witch will take out the archers, so he might have to defend a little bit on that right side. Maybe a defensive log. No, offensive log forces out the defensive Bomb Tower.
Oh, this is pressure. 10 seconds left. Fire Spirit gets taken out. He's desperately trying to cycle back to log. But can you cycle back to log while getting lightning down on the offense? Lightning goes down, and the Rascal Girls connect. Asaf, just a look of defeat. But he can go home knowing that he did the very best he could in this game. The intense pressure at the end was exactly what he needed. But wow, Clown, stone cold, gets the lightning out first and then defends. That was the big difference maker that we saw a loss happen earlier. I think it was Adriel, I believe, where he played a mortar first and then tried to get the lightning, but didn't have enough elixir. Going for the lightning first, very principled, getting that spell damage down first, knowing you need that in order to win, and then defending the split second after, and he makes it happen.
Yeah, I mean, incredible job of bringing himself back into it, but Asaf maybe a little too much focus on getting split lane pressure for the entire match. Maybe he could have had the final 30 seconds focus on a singular lane. Maybe he would have been able to bring it back and get that victory overall, but not the case. Let's take a look at the decks real quick. Clown takes game number 1 with RG. Evo Cage, Evo Lumberjack. Didn't want to go Evo RG. Wanted the defensive presence of both of those cards, turning into counterattacks, being able to survive, take out those magic archers after the death of the Lumberjack with that Evo LJ, and that's the reason why he didn't run Evo RG. Game number 2, taking a page out of Muhammad Light's book. Always a good player to read from. And the archers plus lightning quick cycle Royal Hogs, just so dominant. We are seeing it time and time again. Lightning feels like the strongest spell in the game right now.
Yeah.
And it's just impressive to watch Clown play today.
I'm trying to think. I am not 100% sure, but I'm like 95% sure Soft missed a fireball on the Archer,
Yes.
Gobstein, and Tower.
Yep.
I think that, I don't know, that I just realized, like, if he hits that, he probably has the win there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that. That's, 170 damage. That would have added up. He only lost by 50.
Yeah. So we do have our upper bracket final, Muhammad Light versus Clown. I believe we're going to be going and seeing the next rounds of the lower bracket first, though. So we have Sandbox and Jors and Asaf and Vitor coming up next. My guess is we'll see Sandbox versus Jors here. Give Asaf a quick break as he just got sent down. But yeah, looking at these matchups, I think Asaf and Vitor is going to be a big one. I think Sandbox cannot underestimate Jors. He just took down Mugi in his previous best of 3. So yeah, it's probably like the most important thing is don't underestimate, play your game. But man, if Jors can get another upset versus Sandman, that'd be sick.
It would be sick indeed. And let's actually learn a little bit more about Jors real quick with a fast little interview from him.
A ver, la verdad es que el primer día se me complicó un poco porque no me salió como esperaba, 6-3 y clasifiqué pues, por nada. Y el segundo día yo creo que como me fue medianamente bien, siento que el mayor desafío, por así decirlo, fue el primer día. Mis nervios, un poco la presión, y yo creo que eso. El segundo día fue un poco más controlado y más preparado todo. A ver, yo empecé más o menos en 2024, cuando ya cumplí 16 años, entonces ahí vicié un poco ladder, empecé a entrar un poco más en la comunidad y ahí fue cuando me di cuenta, cuando iba consiguiendo buenos tops y iba conociendo a nueva gente, iba intentando jugar algunos torneos, que podía hacer algo, podía pues llegar a hacer algo si seguía trabajando y seguía intentándolo. Así que ahí fue cuando me di más o menos cuenta que podía hacer algo en el juego. Yo los últimos años, desde que empecé básicamente, siempre he creído que podría llegar muy lejos, incluso clasificar a los mundiales. Y este año siento que podría haber clasificado mucho antes, pero por una cosa o por la otra, pues este ha sido el primer mes. Así que bueno, yo creo que esto solo es el comienzo y puedo llegar a hacer muchas más cosas y incluso clasificar, si no es este año, pues alguno de los siguientes. Pues yo creo que depende un poco, pero tanto agresivo como a la vez defensivo, o sea, un poco un mix de ambas, dependiendo un poquito del mazo que juegue. Pero yo siento que no tengo nada así muy diferente a los otros jugadores, pero yo creo que si trabajo mucho, puedo llegar a pues ya sea gameplay o otras cosas, o llegar un poco a destacar más que otros. Yo desde que empecé, desde con el mortero, ya sea en mis redes sociales o el ladder en sí, siempre he jugado mortero, la mayoría de la gente me conoce por mortero, así que pues diría que ese es el mazo que tanto por el que la gente me conoce como el que mejor se me da y el que más cómodo me siento. Tampoco tengo mucha ilusión por ninguno, pero me gustaría enfrentarme a alguno de los grandes, ya sea pues, Pedro, Mohamed. Hay muchos buenos, Adriel, Pedro, Mohamed, Sandbox, que lo llevan haciendo muy bien, Sub. Entonces me gustaría enfrentarme a cualquiera o sea, a alguno de ellos y si Dios quiere, pues poder ganarles y pues me llevo la alegría, ¿no? A ver, evitar como tal, yo creo que ninguno, porque siento que pues en este juego cualquier cosa puede pasar, entonces tampoco le tengo miedo a ninguno. Pero bueno, ya que estamos, a ver, Mohamed obviamente es el que todo el mundo intenta evitar, ¿no? Pero yo diría que ninguno. En este juego, como he dicho, cualquier cosa puede pasar y se puede robar a cualquiera.
Really nice to hop in there, learn a little bit more about Jorzy, and not a huge fan of the fact that he's a mortar guy, but it does make sense when looking at his gameplay. Very calm, very collected, very cool in a lot of these heated moments, and it really shows what decks can translate to the pro scene and what decks don't. Sometimes those heavy archetype decks with the golems, with the lava, you're not used to playing so many cards at the very end, and you can't always play lava, you can't always play golem.
Yeah.
You saw it in the previous set where Asaf got sniped because he's always running the minor wall breakers. You have to be able to protect yourself, and Mortar just translates to so many different decks.
So why are you dissing Mortar? Like, why is Mortar catching a stray? I'm just curious.
You know, he could have said any sort of quick cycle. I want to see more guys that I don't really know. It's kind of the haterism behind Clash Royale, and all your opponents kind of just brought it out, I guess.
He could have said anything and I would have hated on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was ready.
I was ready. I was ready to spam the crying emote. So looking at game one, Jors versus Sandbox. A lot of proof, and he's bringing the lava. Sandbox with the Graveyard Poison variation. Let's see. Let's see who's got it.
Yeah, Sandbox likely going to have another air targeting unit or a building, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Tesla plus Archers, both of them the Evos. So as much air targeting control as he can possibly fit inside the deck.
Yeah.
The Spirit Empress, we're seeing it pretty often this tournament. Overall, Spirit Empress seems to be one of those really strong cards that if you can fit it in the deck, you pretty much do, but it's hard to utilize it pretty often.
Oh, that's so true, actually. I think you're so right. It's very expensive, but also you have the ground version. It's very unique, and I think you're right. I think it's very good in very specific situations. We already saw a Lava Spirit Empress have a successful showing, a successful win earlier today. But like you said, Sandbox has the Evo Archers and the Evo Tesla, as well as a Poison. I think he's definitely in a great spot to control this Lava deck.
And right here, Valk to protect, allow the Skeleton Dragons to go ham on top of the graveyard, gives up a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. And even on Elixir, plus some Skeleton Dragons, plus a Fireball coming down, a little bit of chip damage, and a 2 Elixir advantage. So Jors has to feel incredible about making it to double Elixir with Lava and a lead.
I don't like this play from Sandbox. Seems like he's playing really passively. Feels like you should pressure and get some more Graveyards down. He does go for it now, which makes sense. And this is going to be a fat poison value as well. Question is, will Jors have enough to drop a lava in front of this Empress? And I think he will. Ooh,
wow.
Okay. I respect that.
Yeah, elects to reset. Tesla not going to wake up in this moment. No shots on tower with the Spirit Empress. So brilliant micro gameplay from Sandbox. And just a nice overall feeling of the match. allows his opponent to cycle the tombstone on the right side and not get any value whatsoever by doing so.
Evo Tesla dropping down, retargeting that Lava Hound. Poison on the Skelly Drags plus Tower. And hitting the Tombstone Skellies, allowing the Dark Prince to get its ability off. It does get one shot. And Sandbox is in a solid spot. He predicts even the Lava in the back, going with another Dark Prince in the right-hand lane. This time, Jor's kind of letting some damage come through, though, because he knows he needs to conserve his elixir to make this push happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with these lava decks is you can defend properly over a long period of time, and eventually it just won't matter. Eventually, they'll just get that chip damage that you can't apply. So needs to figure out the best method in order to get through, forces out the defensive poison. Skeleton Dragons are going to come down.
The Ground Empress!
Alive. Wow, the Ground Empress getting a ridiculous amount of chip.
Man, I was not expecting that. It wasn't the Lava, it wasn't the Air Empress, it wasn't Skelly Drags making the tower. But instead an Evo Valkyrie Ground Empress combo working together to get that mini P.E.K.K.A like Empress to the tower for pretty massive damage. Now Sandbox in the situation where he needs some damage back, but he gets some. Rhino in the tower for a charge and an extra hit. Now it's Jor's turn to attack.
Goes in with the bridge. Lava Hound Spirit Empress wants to get placed over the middle. Probably didn't even have it in cycle just yet. Dark Prince over the middle to protect the Tesla from these Skelly Dragons. Spirit Empress will be fully alive, needs to respond with quite a bit of troops. 30 seconds left. Bomber cycled another Lava at the bridge coming in from Jors.
Hi, Tesla gonna pull the Lava Hound. And we do see Evo Archers drop as well. High Archers. Dark Prince gets a charge hit and a fantastic defensive poison. Ground Empress will not make it. But the question is, will this Graveyard do any damage to secure this win?
Poison coming out. Poison plus ticks should be enough. 517, 5 HP difference. Sandbox gets it off just in time.
5 HP difference. Sandbox with a celebration. A perfect game of Clash Royale, just barely edging out at the end there with the Graveyard poison. One skeleton hit, one poison tick was the difference maker. Man, this is Clash Royale League, Josh. Oh my gosh.
I mean, Sandbox doing such a great job of switching up his offenses. You recognized it in the moment, getting that prediction Dark Prince as soon as the Lava gets placed. It felt like there was a moment, and you called it out perfectly, where it's like, all right, well, you're supposed to apply pressure if you're trying to build these pushes. Why is he not doing that? And then it felt like he heard you. It felt like in that moment, something changed. He started to get aggressive. He started to get offensive pressure, not allowing all these big pushes. And the micro was just incredible. If there was one scenario that gets flipped, one time where the skeletons don't get placed down in time, the game flips. The game ends with Sandbox losing, but perfection throughout allowed him to escape with that victory.
And we are straight into game number 2. Dang! They're just like Josh. They're just going to TV out, copying a deck and saying, let me at it. I want game 2. I want it now.
All right, maybe mortar players are okay, huh?
Okay, so we're so we have Jors with the Magic Archer Hyperbait. Sandbox is like jamming the music right now, and he is ready to rumble for this deck. He's got Log, he's got Evo Cannon, which is gonna be great, and then also Skelly Drag, seemingly a very strong card for dealing with the Magic Archers.
Yeah, good solid defense right there. Your E-Spirit plus Monk only going to allow one shot. You know, I'm pretty sure Diego B was one of those guys that would play with music and all sorts of those competitions. Did you ever get to try that out? You ever think about doing
never thought
any
about
of that?
it. No. That's crazy to me.
Your
like,
game sounds on?
Yeah, I'm a game sounds on guy for sure. Like, I don't know. I feel like it just locks me in. I feel like there's a couple interactions where it's like, oh, I can hear the roll delivery before I can see it. Or sometimes the Goblin Barrel. Like if I'm focusing on something on the board, but I hear the Goblin Barrel, then I know it's coming type of thing.
Okay. I could get behind that right there. Speaking of getting behind, the Magic Archer stays protected, gets a couple shots on top of the tower. Left side down to 24-68. And we're going to see some offensive pressure. Monk going to reflect, going to try and protect where he can. and that's going to be quite a bit of chip damage. 2 of the Hogs make it to the tower, getting it real low, 2190 to 2468. Sandbox retakes that lead.
So are you a music kind of guy?
Yeah, I'm actually a silent kind of guy for the most part.
What? No.
Yeah.
You
no
listen
game
to
sounds.
nothing?
Yeah, listen to nothing. I'm sorry.
Tell me why.
I don't know. I feel like it helps me focus the most.
I can see
Sometimes I just want it to be my own thoughts, and I'll get distracted by game sounds. I'll get distracted by music. It just feels easiest to just vibe myself straight up.
Heard that. Big pressure bridge from Sandy. Monk ability, not actually deflecting tower, and that's going to give George the opportunity to go in for an attack. Setting up defense cheaply, cycling back to roll delivery. Wow, 2 roll deliveries on that last defense. That's the power of the double spirit.
Yeah, didn't want to give up all the shots in the world to that Berserker, but still had to protect himself. I like that Tesla placement. It's okay to give up a little bit of damage, but you need to protect it in time. Royal Delivery going to come down, take care of all of these Royal Hogs with the help of the Tesla. And George's doing a great job defending, but as the game goes on, we'll probably need a little bit more offense. These quick cycles are great, but can struggle in triple elixir when your opponent has all the elixir, has the correct setup for those double barrels, for those wall breakers at the bridge.
Evo,
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, Piggy's in the back, trying to get the Evo and cycle quickly. Roll delivery, fire spirit, and then cycling back to Tesla. Monk is getting that chip damage though, and I think you're right. I think Jorz needs to find a magic archer connection if he's gonna win this, because the log, the E spirit, the Evo cannon, so good at defending these barrels. He attempts the magic archer at the bridge here, doesn't line up, and then Sandbox on the other hand. Now that it's triple elixir, we're gonna start seeing the Monk plus ability plus Evo pigs plus pre-lightning plays to break through. It's going to apply a lot of pressure. See if George has what it takes to defend as well.
Wow, and there's the off chance that he thinks he can win with just spell cycling right now. So definitely going to want to look at that, see how the game gets affected, maybe try and get himself down to only needing 1 lightning at the very end. 1572 to 1520. Protects himself in the Marcher, and we'll see the activated Monk ability right now. Second shot gets through, though.
That's unbelievable. He predicts the Marcher, but it still gets 2 shots. Lightning cycle from Sandbox. Big pressure from Jors. Fake Barrel is going to get taken by E-Spirit, but Fake Barrel does get 1 hit, and another Barrel instantly as the Iceberg connects, out-cycling the log. Absurd pressure. In 15 seconds left, I don't think Sandbox is coming back.
Yeah, he doesn't have it in him. 518 needs to get a log down. Not going to do so in time. Jor's incredible pressure as that game went along. Never gave him the opportunity, and it felt like a mistake. It felt way too early to try and go lightning cycle. It felt like he needed more chip damage from those Royal Hogs.
I'm trying to remember what matchup we saw earlier that was very similar to that. I think there was a slight difference where bomb tower is actually used instead of Tesla for the bait player, which you think would be better versus Piggies, but it actually did get deflected by the Monk, whereas Tesla doesn't get deflected by Monk. And it's also more readily available as an anti-lightning card, being able to play it super high since there's a smaller hitbox. But in general, I think the same thing applies, where I actually would have liked to see Sandbox pressure more with a Monk plus pre-lightnings. Like we saw Vitor earlier even go for a pre-lightning, not even hitting tower, going straight on the Tesla to try and get those piggies through. It's definitely tough when you're going up against that roll delivery, but I think just going for lightning cycle and Monk deflection chip gives George too many opportunities to outside of the log, to spam with the marchers, to apply absurd pressure. And yes, the best players in the world can sometimes control that pressure and have perfect defenses, but it's very difficult, especially when you have the Evo Barrel and the Hero Magic Archer as part of that equation.
Yeah, ridiculous job of getting himself back in that game and just him controlling the arena instead of it being Sandbox. So well done to Jors. And we are headed to game number 3. Every single card wrapped in that wow. every card wrapped in the red ribbon is Jors. Every card with the blue ribbon is going to be Sandbox. If it's set up that way, they cannot repeat those cards. So Sandbox can no longer run Royal Hogs, no longer run Graveyard. We do see a lot of RG. We do see a lot of Mortar for him. So those are two archetypes that we could be seeing. Jors on the other side. Definitely known for his quick cycle. And I was taking a look at his battle log, his day 2 performance from last week. I believe it was last Sunday. He would throw Golem out there every once in a while. And I don't think I've seen him do it this weekend, but that isn't something that is impossible for him. And especially against somebody like Sandbox, where when they're at the top of their game, when they are just completely dominated, sometimes you need that free win. Sometimes you need that 80-20 in order to secure a set, in order to get yourself moving to the next round. So I would watch out for Golem coming in from Jors in this final game.
It's a great call. Sandbox, on the other hand, has yet to use his best deck, Roll Giant. Something you always have to be prepared for. Looking at... It's funny. I feel like the Spirit nerf has brought attention to the Spirits more to me. And it's made me realize how broken they really are. Whereas before, it felt like I wasn't really paying attention to that. It's like, yeah, this is just part of the game. But I mean, look how many Spirits have been used once again by both of these players. And then on the other hand, I think the important thing to look on this screen, guys, is just the spells. Like, what spells have been used? What other opportunities do we have? And yeah, I think Sandbox also has the opportunity to potentially play some sort of... I was going to say bait, but actually I think that Jors has like both log and barb barrel available. So looks like Jors is actually going to be the one going for another bait deck, as Sandbox has used the log and the barb barrel already.
So Sandbox going to be running Mother Witch arrows. Could be one of those MK bridge spam, 5 elixir spam kind of decks. Still waiting it out right now. Ability potentially activated, not going to do so, and instead again running his win conditions behind the crown tower, this time for more of an easily understandable reason, getting that king tower activated.
Yeah, I love this play. Hog at the back, get the king active, force out the mortar. Jors is cycling to his evo, so he doesn't mind it too much. Poison on the Mother Witch, but piggies will still spawn in. And this king tower activation is going to be really nice. I think Sandbox is in a great spot. He's got arrows. He's got zap. He's got Mother Witch for all this bait stuff. And he's a Mega Knight that he can put a Hog Rider behind. And on top of all that, he's got his king active already. I think that Jors is in a tough spot, but he is using his best deck. As we saw in the interview, this is what he's known for. And he does have a Ronin, wow, which should be able to do great versus all these ground cards.
Yeah, it should be able to do solid work. Needed the Empress to walk over, get the correct amount of damage quickly on. Not going to be the case, but this is a solid counter push. Arrows not yet. Does not have the elixir for it just yet. But that is a lot of chip damage. I believe 3 shots coming in from the Hog, and all of a sudden, Sandbox feeling fantastic about this scenario. He has arrows, he has zap, he has Hog, he has MK.
He has the Golden Knight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Jors, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to win off Skeleton Barrel or Mortar or trying to overwhelm? Because Sandbox has answer after answer right now.
I do think the Mortar is a good call. I think that's your path to victory. You know, Sandbox has pretty much a great card for everything else. Maybe the Mortar is the way that you, like, the Evil Mortar is the way that you are able to break through and even defend. And in fact, he's going to take a bunch of hog damage and try to make this Mortar play, but Sandbox is on top of it right away with the Mega Knight.
Needs the zap to come down, will do so. Tower down to 1188 for Sandbox on the left side. Rascal's at the bridge. He's okay with taking that chip damage from that MK. He needs to apply pressure, though, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Both towers low for Jors, but 1 tower low for Sandbox, and sometimes that's enough.
Skelly Barrel in. Jors' pressure here is amazing. I can see why he's known for this deck. Mother Witch, though, cleaning up. Rascals forced on defense. And then a bowler at the bridge to deal with the Rascals, and he doesn't have the elixir to stop it either. What a play from Sandman, just literally turning his bowler into a magic archer.
Wow. That's 3 shots on top of the tower, getting it down to 113. Arrows plus zap. Sandbox figuring out ways to get it done when nobody else would have made the play. Sandbox has an easy time doing so. What a way to finish it off. It's not very often that we see the bowler line up more than just once or twice. Getting 3 to finish off the game. Quick recognition of spell damage. Not worried about that whatsoever. Just, it's so clear how many games Sandbox puts up each month. I mean, it is just so clear.
Yeah. And on the other hand, if you're Jors, you have to be happy with this performance. You got very far into day 2 of the July monthly finals. You're going up against the guy who won the golden ticket last month. And I don't even blame you for going with your comfort deck to try to make it happen. But looking at this game number 3 decks, I mean, just Sandbox is just ready. He's just ready for everything here. He has Spirit Empress. He has the arrows and zap. He has the Mother Witch. And the poison just doesn't take off the Mother Witch off the board quickly enough. Game 2 is the game that Jors got. He had some fantastic pressure with this log bait deck. Sandbox is not quite able to hold on. But then game 1, Sandman. I mean, great air defense for this lava deck. Just great air defense, great pressure. Barely winning it, though, by 5 HP. Jors really showed up and proved that he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something to be proud of this weekend. George did a wonderful job of making Sandbox work for it. But Sandbox, I mean, it's just his level of consistency.
Yep.
There's so many great things about his gameplay. I mean, first of all, the macro, micro, but you also take a look at the deck composition of his first and second games of each best in 3. But taking a look at his game 3 deck, the one where it's all on the line, the one where there's so many different possibilities, to come out with that deck, that level of dominance just before the match shows that Sandbox is ready to give himself an opportunity. Let's take a look at the rest of the lower bracket. Now that Sandbox has qualified for that 5th round, we should be moving on to best of 5s either next round or the round after. We're starting to get close. Upper bracket, Muhammad Light versus Clown. Still waiting to see who is going to be making it and continuing that upper bracket round, and who's going to be sent down to the lower, sent down to, I mean, all these players, now that we're making it to the top 5, top 6 area, are just so talented. So you want that extra chance. You want to stay in the upper bracket. I mean, obviously, you want to just keep winning. Who wants to lose, right?
It's true. But once again, I have to just mention, like, Asaf has so much more on the line, as Vitor has much more points than him here. Yeah, I don't know. I think he also has something to prove, like, after this, how last best of 3 went for him. It was definitely a tough one. Going with the Hog Rider rather than the Wall Breakers game 1 here. Let's see what Vitor has ready for this.
Yeah, this is something I'm completely fine with from Asaf. It plays similarly enough.
Wow.
The Hog and the Wall Breakers.
I didn't know you could kite like that ever since the buff. That's insane.
Yeah, Asaf coming out with plays that haven't been seen before himself. And Asaf should be running MK Lightning Hog. On the flip side, Vitor going to be running what looks to be RG. So both players, Asaf not really running his true bread and butter, but definitely one of those decks that he's really solid with. And then Vitor running his best deck.
Wow, this is so interesting. The Muskie ability early. I don't even know. That was weird.
No way he did that on purpose, right?
Right? I don't know. Mega Knight the bag, instantly pressure other lane. Very common idea with RG to just send it and then rely on your Fisherman for defense. Decides to play a Mother Witch though instead. This is just a straight tower trade. I'd be worried if I was Vitor though, because this Mega Knight push is threatening.
Yeah, I mean, the Mega Knight's going to be able to take out the Mother Witch, and he's still got a lot more pressure to go.
Is that the
We're just
tombstone?
we're trying to see if the turret isn't on top of the tower. The Musketeer's ability, I think it's awful. I don't think it's strong whatsoever. But that's not going to matter. Still going to force out the Fireball. Still up 4.5 elixir. Asaf has the opportunity to go for the king, and that's exactly the route he's going to take.
Man, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just thinking about what just went down. I think it was me. I would not play the Mother Witch. I think I would actually pull the hog to my king tower. Yes, you're still losing the tower because of like the Mega Knight, but at least you get your king tower activated early to help DPS. Now he's just in this tough situation where, very rare situation in CRL, where your king tower is almost below 1,000 HP. It's going to take a lot to hold on, and he misses the fireball as well. That's just not it.
Yeah, cannot afford to be making these kind of plays. Hog not able to make it to the tower, so one good thing happening for Asaf. And right here, turret is going to lock onto the monk. Monk is going to reflect properly. And all of a sudden, Asaf does not have this game wrapped up. There is still a lot more action to go.
Yeah, great fisherman. Skelly Drag's on tower. Log did a nice job pushing the RG back. But you're right, this game, there's still a lot of game left to be played in this overtime. Let's see. Tombstone's just going to get logged, though. I guess, yeah, do you just have to pressure? Is this going to end up in like a 3-crown race?
Yeah, there's a very real chance that happens. Skeletons locking onto the monk. Mother Witch going to be able to spawn a couple. And now it's just who can get it done. MK going to make his life quite a bit easier, pushing back the RG. No pressure on top of the king tower. And Vitor has to worry about his at 813. Asaf worried about his king tower at 1753.
Hog inbound. Monk on defense. Will he get the push back? Will this hog get the hit? No log in cycle. Hog gets one. And it almost gets two, but not quite. Lightning doesn't do enough. And this is Vitor's final chance to make something happen. Cannon pre-placed from Asaf. Fireball down. Mega Knight pre-placed. Will the RG come down?
RG comes down, needs the offensive pressure.
Otherwise,
Mega Knight on the right side. 127. RG not going to do enough. Mega Knight coming down on the right side. Forget the king tower. Going to take the crown tower instead. Asaf takes game number 1, applying pressure everywhere so that Vitor had no clue of what to do. And just great job of not overextending, not pushing too hard. I would have liked to see him protect those hog riders that were going to the king tower a little bit better. I thought he was late on the skellies, late on the Easter to protect a couple times, but it didn't matter. Knew what to do in those final moments.
Man, I'm just thinking about what just went down. That was one of the weirdest games of CRL I've seen in a while. It was like Mega Knight in the back. Vitor said, okay, I'm pressuring. Asaf said, all right, I'm not defending. We're going for a 3-crown race. Mother Witch dropped on that hog. And then Vitor's just down a lot of damage. But then he kind of gets, he regains control of the game for a little bit. He had some great defenses on the hogs. He started applying pressure. But then at the end there, he decides to go fireball and cannon, which seems like a waste. Like, it seems like you, at the end there, you have to focus your elixir on playing troops and not spells. Like, you need things on the board. And then he also ended up going for the Princess Tower as well after working on the King Tower for the last 2 pushes. So, very awkward, very difficult, very unique scenario. But that was game 1. Fascinating stuff. Great plays from Asaf, great deck pick too. We'll see what these players will bring for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, a wonderful and exciting game number 1. Something that we don't really get to see all that often. And Asaf, I don't care what deck he uses game 1 as long as it's not that minor wall breakers. if he doesn't use minor wall breakers, we're good. We're seeing Asaf start off with victories. I like that he was willing to switch it up, and it was. I would argue that it's a fairly good matchup. I just think it's one of those matchups where the better player wins. And Asaf is easily, in terms of raw talent, he's another kind of one of those guys where it's like, all right, against anybody in the world, he has a shot. He has that 40% shot. Can he put it together? That's a different story. But on an individual basis where it's just set by set, he can take on anybody.
So let's see. Roll Giant played from Vitor. Trying to snipe the minor wall breakers deck pretty much. Like, he has the Mother Witch for the bats. He has great defense. He has great offense. But once again, the hero tombstone ability is not being played. It just seems like you'd rather have another Evo in there somewhere. This RG deck has failed like time and time again today. We've seen the other RG decks have some success with the cage version, with the ghost version, but I'm not a huge fan of this double hero version. I don't love it. I mean, and then go ahead.
We take a look at Vitor's battle log. Last set, game number 1, RG Tombstone going against. Actually, is this the exact same matchup that he lost in this set as well? Wow, it looks like Asaf took a lesson from Baton, and I believe it was the exact same matchup that he lost game number 1 of last set.
Yeah.
So that makes it even more impressive for Asaf, and even less impressive for Vitor. If you know your opponent was able to get you good on the previous set, it makes sense. It makes sense that people are going to be watching. They're going to be preparing the same way as the other guys that beat you. So it makes me even a little bit more upset that he chose to run this RG deck in game number 1.
All right, we're into game 2. See if Vitor can bounce back. Bringing out the double spirit of hyper bait. Asaf with probably a drill deck. Evo Snowball. You see Evo Snowball, it's most likely just a drill deck. And there it is.
Drill going to come down. Fire Spirit on the right side to take care of these wall breakers. Fire Spirit on the left side for Vitor to take care of all of those goblins. And almost a minute into the gameplay, Vitor up by just 300 HP. And both players kind of just using either the staple or the meta for this tournament.
Literally. Asaf up a little bit of elixir here. A lot of elixir at this Tesla. I don't understand the Tesla there. What's... Okay, well, Asaf's going to take full advantage of it. That's what he's known for. Delivery does drop down. Goblin gets 1 hit. Will we see a Marcher Bridge? Oh, there's no Marcher maybe in this variation. Gob Demolisher instead.
Yeah, so final card should be Poison for Asaf. Could be a little bit different. Could switch it up. But I seriously doubt that. Asaf loves the control aspect of these kind of decks. And just trying to look at all the responses that he could have. We've seen it in a couple of those previous matches where you have that Fire Spirit plus Troop in order to take care of those Goblin Barrels. Asaf not really one of those players to take those risks, take those chances. Feels like he's going to try and defend with the Golden Knight and Snowballs most chances for Vitor.
Golden Knight in the back. Golden Knight is definitely something to watch out for Vitor. But that's like the fascinating thing about these hyper bait decks and why they're so strong is that they're not really bait decks. They're simply Goblin Barrel Evo cycle decks. So the Golden Knight actually doesn't have that many targets where it can lock onto. But I guess the Goblin Demolisher does.
Yeah, right there. Fortunate interaction. Goblin Demolisher going to curl up into a little ball and make it to the tower. Snowball on defense on the right side. Almost gets hit by both wall breakers on the left. But Tower able to take out the second wall breaker right there. A lot of back and forth between these two players. And that's going to be a Golden Knight dash on the tower.
Okay. Golden Knight going from Tesla to Berserker to Tower. Great damage coming through. Does he have the defense? Snowball Tesla, perfect defense. No Marcher Bridge from Vitor. Fire Spirit just in case there is. Tesla set up for defense, and here comes another drill. Getting one step closer to another Evo drill. That will be in cycle for the next attack. We'll see if Asaf can capitalize on that.
Yeah, kind of an awkward scenario for Asaf. Made the defense kind of awkward at times. Right there, uses the dash and needs Evo Snowball in cycle. Got really fortunate that he had the Evo Snowball and not just the random regular version, because that Magic Archer would have gone to town had it been that way.
Evo Drill does come through. Defense is decent, but the Goblin gets 2 shots with the late Fire Spirit. Just barely keeping Asaf into the equation here. But as we head into Triple Elixir, I think that these drill poisons are going to start to be more and more effective.
And this is going to be something to watch out for. Can these Demolishers make it to the tower? Forces out a Tesla in response. So 50 seconds left, 1355 to 1373. We finally see Asaf take some sort of lead, and Vitor is going to have to figure it out. This triple elixir section of the game makes it so difficult for him to get to tower with some of these pushes.
Evo Snow comes through, doesn't hit the Fire Spirit. Gold Knight will clean up this Magic Archer. Poison for Asaf. On the other hand, Vitor once again is looking for one more solid Magic Archer lineup. And this Marcher straight the Tesla is not what you want to see if that's your goal.
Yeah, and he's going to have to get the Tesla out. Will do so in time, protects his tower completely. I mean, there's just no spells for Vitor. If Asaf continues this pressure, we're looking at game. We see Vitor get frustrated. Goblins on top of the tower. Asaf takes it 2-0, clean victory. Game number 1 gets the hard counter. Brilliance on there. Game number 2 just wins the game with solid gameplay, figuring out different ways to attack, figure out the weaknesses from Vitor 75, and that's going to be a 2-0 set victory for Asaf.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's brutal, but Vitor, just with a few mistakes there, just kind of falling apart at the end there. Looking at the decks, game 1, I just hate this RG deck. I'm not going to lie. I don't know. Like, I'm not a pro anymore. I'm just a content creator. I'm just a caster. But we have not seen this deck win today. I don't understand, like, this version of the deck at all. It just struggles, especially in this matchup, though. Like, the Mega Knight knocks the RGs away. The Musketeer, lots of value. Game number 2, honestly, the Gold Knight did great defensively versus Goblin Burrows and Wall Breakers. Fire Spirit's a great way to deal with stuff. Snowball's awesome. And the Drill Poison's simply consistent. But also Vitor with a couple mistakes. One time with a late Fire Spirit getting taken out by the Goblins for Goblin damage. And then at the end there, we saw an early Fire Spirit drop, not taking out the Goblins, but instead jumping on the Drill. Pair that along with one misclicked Magic Archer, wasting a Magic Archer into the face of a Tesla. I mean, that's literally all it takes to lose a game at this level. You make a couple mistakes and everything falls apart.
Yeah, just 4 elixir wasted. Honestly, half the time it feels like just 1.2 elixir wasted can be the difference between winning and losing a match. Overall, just great set, though, from Asaf. Really nice to see him put this together, but also really sad to see Vitor leave. Always fun to see him compete. Let's take a look at the brackets overall. Just 5 players remaining, I want to say. It might actually be down to 4. We are in our final 4 players. Sandbox versus Asaf in the lower bracket. That's going to be the next match. And as we take a look at the upper bracket as well, we still have Muhammad Light up top. We still have Clown. Muhammad Light took a month off, was ready to go, and no lower bracket run for him so far, just staying up top. And that's always a very scary sight to see when you're one of those guys going up against him.
And let's have a look at the point leaderboard. Now we have some more eliminations. Some more of the final points are getting added to the players. We do see Sub at number 4 spot, not quite taking over Pedro. Vitor, after that loss, is cemented still at number 6 with 1,035 points. And we do have Morton getting very close. Morton's very, very close, if not potentially qualified for via the point leaderboard. And but yeah, still a lot more points available to be gained for Clown, as he is still in the upper bracket. Once those points come through after he loses or wins, I'm sure he's going to be boosted up there as well. But yeah, great look at the point leaderboard. A lot of qualifications possible from the points, but also, you know, you make it to the last chance qualifier as well if you have enough points. So it's very important. You need every single win. Not only does every single win in this bracket get you more points, but also more cash, working your way towards that $14,000 grand prize. And next up, we have our last lower bracket match, our last best of 3 of the day before we head into the best of 5s. Sandbox versus Soft. I'm going to put you on the hot seat, Josh. Who you taking? Who you taking here?
I mean, I'm just such a big fan of Sandbox. He could go on a 10-game losing streak, and I would still say there's a 100% chance he wins the next battle. I think he's so disciplined. I think his mindset is a little bit nerve-wracking as a fan of his game, as a fan of his gameplay, because at times it feels like he takes things a little bit too hard. It can take him a while to reset. If he loses one set, does he bounce back consistently? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But at the end of the day, he's putting in, you know, when I was at my peak of practicing and grinding CR, I'm putting in 1,000 matches a week. And it's quite a bit, do not get me wrong. But we're taking a look at Sandbox, and this is 6 years later, 6 years of pro gameplay, 6 years of grinding, and he's still doing 1,200 battles every single week. He's still getting those friendly battles that don't get unlocked, that don't show up on your account. And that's the kind of player Sandbox is. So as good as Asaf is, I'm always leaning towards Sandbox. It's Sandbox over everyone, except maybe Mo.
Yeah. First game starting soon, ladies and gentlemen. Get your predictions in if you haven't already. Go to event.supercell.com. It might be too late to predict, though. I'm not gonna lie. You might have. It might be too late, but hopefully you get that emote. Drop in the chat. What have you guys got? You got any good lucky drops? You got any good? Anyone got enough points for the emote yet? Honestly, quite a few upsets today. So I've been seeing a lot of people struggling with some of the predictions based on that.
Yeah, I didn't actually do my day 2 predictions. I got pretty upset from my final results of my first day. So it's tough to get everything right, and I don't see it happening anytime soon. Right now, here we go. Game number 1 between Sandbox and Asaf, trying to qualify and trying to move on, get that money. Sandbox is going to come in with a fireball on top of the Magic Archer. And we have Asaf running double quick bait, running the Goblin Barrel and the Evo Wall Breakers. Sandbox on the other side, ignoring the commentator's advice, using that RG Tombstone.
Hey, man, if anyone's going to win with this RG Tombstone deck, it's going to be Sandman. Arguably best RG player in the world. I mean, there's a lot of good ones. There's Moogie, there's Pedro, there's Vitor75. But Sandman's known for RG, and he's known for Graveyard. So let's see it. RG Bridge after the Inferno Tower wasted. Is that just game over?
Yeah, I mean, the E-Spirit plus Fire Spirit plus Delivery can take out these Skeleton Dragons. But the Skelly Drags not taking out the Wall Breakers in time, allowing them to survive. And all of a sudden, Sandbox up 2.5 Elixir and 2,000 HP worth of damage.
He must have just misclicked, right?
I mean, it's got to be that. You have so many different opportunities to defend easily if you're running a soft stack.
I think he straight up probably... Like, something I do a lot is, like, 2 cards that look similar in my peripheral. I'll just misclick. Yep. Like, my guess is he tried to play a Fire Spirit, and he played Inferno on accident. And now he's lost 2/3 of his entire tower. Yeah, the game. Yeah. Maybe the game. Maybe the whole game.
Yeah, Sandbox, very disciplined, and we don't often see him making too many mistakes.
Oh my gosh!
Right there.
Josh, he clicked the ability! He clicked it!
All right, Sandbox figuring out the one way to lose this game.
He said, all right, this guy's freaking out. Oh my goodness, look at this play. Monk at the bridge plus ability, turning your own Magic Archer into your your opponent's win condition. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's 550 HP worth of damage. Another Magic Archer placed at the bridge. This time we're responding with the Fisherman, not the Monk. And this Magic Archer will stay alive, so definitely still game not over, but game certainly close. RG at the bridge for Sandbox has to be the next play. Instead, not going to, just gonna reset. Interesting that he chose to go Skeleton Dragons.
Yeah. Honestly, great defense from Asaf. And he continues to do that. We've seen a very similar situation, actually, when Clown was playing against Asaf in the upper bracket, where Sandbox is respecting Asaf's pressure. He's not going for the Fireball cycle. Instead, pressuring with troops at the bridge, getting some monk chip, and then setting up for defense. Let's see if he has what it takes here. Big double Evo push, but the tombstone helps out quite a lot.
Yeah, 243 HP left. Skelly Dragons over the left side to stop this Magic Archer. All Sandbox needs is one more monk to cross the bridge. Good timing. Good job of protecting himself for Asaf. But it just feels like Sandbox is in that situation where you can't defend. It will be impossible. Sandbox will win this game. And that's exactly what we see. Sandbox, all this match comes down to is early mistake from Asaf. No chance after that.
Yeah, you pretty much said all the words that needed to be said there.
Yeah.
And you just can't help but feel bad for him. That's just not how you want to lose. Wasting an Inferno Tower there. Roll Giant, Skelly Drags other lane. Sandbox, Prof. Sam, he took full advantage of it. Honestly, shout out to Sandbox as well. He also clicked the button. He clicked the ability for the Hero Tombstone. That was exciting to see it get killed by an Inferno Tower. I think that other than that, I would say I still don't count that as a win for this RG deck. I never want to see it be played again. Just because you won versus the misclick doesn't mean the deck is good, you know? That's okay. Right. That's all I have to say about that one.
Scoreboard.
Scoreboard. All right.
But yes, I would agree.
Game 2, Josh. RG bait played. Soft's already used his favorite card, Wall Breakers. He's definitely also very good at bridge spam decks. Like, he's very good at any sort of like high pressure deck. I just don't know. It seems like Sandbox is such a dominant position. Seems like he has all the momentum. It even seems like he has some great splash cards still available to help deal with those swarm decks as well. If you're a soft, like, what do you even try to accomplish here? Maybe he goes back to some Hog. We've seen him have some Hog Mega Knight success today, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I try not to overthink things. I was pretty serious when I was talking about using a lot of TV Royale, and I feel like obviously that's not the best method, but it was because I was so skilled with such a wide array of cards, and I feel like maybe you just need to take that same approach. Try and use one of these new decks that are making opponents struggle. I loved this Muhammad Light Royal Hogs Goblinstein Lightning deck. I think you try and use something like that. You try and bring something out that's new, that gives yourself a fresh deck. When you're going against one of these top 3 players in the world, you need that free win. You need that 75-25, and that might have to be the route you take in this set.
I actually love that. I think that's a great call. Bring out the Goblinstein Piggy Cycle, make some outplays. That's what CRL is about, man. I think that there's a reason why, like, there's definitely been some times where Beatdown has taken the stage, but there's a reason why these cycle decks, these control decks have always succeeded. And looks like Sandman's gone to it, soft instead with Mortar. But, we've seen this matchup before. We've seen how this is going to end up, especially if Sandman has the Gobstein for these swarm cards.
Indeed, Sandbox could have a pretty big advantage, but still a lot in the air. Sandbox could have been the one to use the Muhammad Light deck, use that Goblinstein Quick Cycle Royal Hogs Lightning. Tesla still gives him that opportunity. And I'm just getting word, if Sandbox wins, Clown wins the golden ticket.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even think about that. If Sandbox win this game, then the only players left are 3 golden ticket winners and Clown. So Clown is mega rooting for Sandy here.
Wow. Yeah, I would be too. Sandbox, perfect Royal Delivery, going to be able to take out the rest of the Minion Horde. And that's a really rough card for Asaf to see. The Minion Horde Evo, not one of the strongest, but definitely can get the right matchups. And right there with Sandbox having the Royal Delivery, that could make it a little bit more difficult to see these minions get a lot of value.
Evo Pigs at the bridge. You know you're cycling fast when you get your 2-cycle win condition Evo in cycle before double elixir.
Yeah.
Pretty great defense though from Asaf overall. And then Evo Archers on defense. So not with the Gauss sign, but yes with the roll delivery. The other big question is, does Sandbox have the lightning? I would assume so. But if it is an earthquake, like, this game is just done.
Yeah, still waiting. Probably going to be lightning, but definitely all sorts of variants running on the loose. Sandbox still waiting to use that final card. And so Asaf running Mortar, Miner, Cannon Cart.
Wow.
Lightning.
Sorry. I was interrupting you with my noises. But pre-arrows onto the skellies, and then the mortar shoots the skellies that are not there anyways, but then retargets for one hit. So that's a soft damage lead.
Yeah, I think that's worth some noises. I'll allow it.
Bro, I can't.
Mortar again on offense. Dark Prince in response. Mother Witch going to provide a decent chunk of value, so we might see a defensive lightning. Instead, allows the Mother Witch to take care of this, and we've got a ton of troops on the left, ton of troops on the right, and Royal Delivery out of cycles. So now E-Spirit has to come down on top of this minion horde, and now this minion horde will get a little bit of extra value as well.
Okay, minions on tower, goblins on tower, decent defense from Sandman, but this is where Asaf shines. Like, all the odds stacked against him, he still is able to apply enough pressure to make a breakthrough. Sandbox has finally got a reset here. There's a minute 30 left. He's down about 1,000 damage. We're gonna need to start seeing some Evo Piggies plus lightning if he wants a chance here. There's a push. Wow.
There is a push, but right here, it's just so awkward for him. The minion horde can always get placed down, always defend properly. Only having Royal Delivery and Lightning means Asaf is just in love with this matchup. This is such a beautiful situation for Asaf.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely it's hard for Asaf to break through, but now that he has broke through, at this point, you just need to spam all his cards on defense. And there is no log, like you said, there's no log, there's no arrows, there's no... And then lightning, you know, there's no earthquake even. There's no way to actually take out these swarms on the opposing side of the map. And then a misclick Tesla as well.
Yeah, I mean, just too much of a response for Asaf. I will say, Dark Prince able to take out a couple different troops. Royal Delivery not going to come down, cannot reach those minions. Another mortar, 1248 to 1652.
Bad Mother Witch, though.
Could go lightning cycle, and that is exactly what we're going to be seeing right here. Needs to defend, needs to save it up, so that way he can win just off of one more lightning.
Will we see the Dark Prince ability? No. Piggy's Evo inbound. Dark Prince still alive. Minion horde on defense. Lightning drops down. Arrows defensive. Piggy gets one extra hit on tower, but it's not enough. Asaf winning the game by 2 HP. Gonna make it and force this best of 3 to the final game.
Oh my goodness, 2 HP separating the two players, keeping his dreams alive, keeping his road to the World Finals open. Asaf doing what he can, doing what he needs to win this game. Sandbox, I thought this was a much better job of recognizing when to spell cycle, when to apply pressure. He had a couple opportunities, but it was just to give himself a chance. Asaf cleaned it up so nicely in the end.
All I'm thinking about right now is when I said bad Mother Witch at the bridge and the delivery dropped down, but oh yes, I get a replay. Okay, let me break this down. All right, so there's 30 seconds left. The Evo Minion Horde is just slaying. That one piggy locks on tower and the mortar's doing its best. So here comes the roll delivery, right? I said bad roll delivery, but it spawns one piggy. The archer gets turned into that piggy, and that one piggy does a solid amount of damage. Meyer comes through for chip, and the skellies are late as well because Sandbox is focused on offense. And another thing is, like, not enough elixir to go for lightning plus a Dark Prince ability. The lightning does drop down. The piggy gets the last shot in, but with the miner chip, with the one Mother Witch piggy that spawned in towards the end, it's just barely enough. The margins are just razor thin for these games. It's so fun.
Yeah, I cannot believe I just watched a replay, and I was so happy you were talking, because during that replay, I immediately just locked in and was like, all right, so what did happen? And then I just went silent. Not a single thought in the world. It's just what happened in this exact moment. So much craziness. And the fact that Asaf stays alive, keeps his dreams alive in that moment, in that 2 HP win, just makes it all the more sweet to witness that and to see him stay alive in that moment. So brilliant job from Asaf to bring it back to a game 3. In our upcoming sets, we'll be at best of 5. This is our final one of the best of 3 section. Asaf just trying to make it, trying to give himself that chance. Let's take a look at the cards that have been used as far as win conditions go. Wall breakers, miner, barrel, all used for Asaf. And so he'll have to get heavier. He'll have to go drill. He'll have to go hog, MK, lightning, one of these kind of decks. And so that's definitely what Sandbox is going to be preparing for. Sandbox, RG, Royal Hogs, both out. But all of these quick cycle decks still in for him. He could easily run double bait plus Ice Spirit, Fire Spirit. So Asaf definitely going to have to prepare for the quick cycle type decks that we should be seeing from Sandbox.
Man, this is exciting because, well, once again, yes, if Sandbox wins this, then Clown automatically gets the golden ticket because of how many players are left with golden tickets already. But if Asaf wins this, all of a sudden, you know, we have a crazy story where Asaf is finishing out this lower bracket run with a chance for his World Finals dreams to come to fruition. So a lot of pressure here for Asaf. Not as much for Sandy already having a golden ticket. Once again, it's about, like, is this pressure going to make you nervous and make mistakes, or is this pressure going to turn you into a diamond? You know, are you going to really shine right now and show up in a big way to prove yourself as a world finalist?
Yeah, so much pressure on the line for both of these guys. Both guys trying to hop into this game, but they need to make sure that they have the right decks set up. So here's a question. Do you want something fresh from either of these players? Do you want something tried and true? Do you want to lean towards meta? Do you want to lean towards off meta? You don't have to give me an exact archetype or anything, but what do you think the thought process should be for these two players?
So honestly, what I'm worried about is Asaf's just going to play Drill, Evo, Snowball, Poison. And because that's what he's comfortable with, and that's what's pretty strong. He's won with it before. But I'm worried because I'm sure that Sandman is going to come with some sort of like a Mega Knight, a Bridge Spam, or Mega Knight Hog deck here.
Yeah, and it feels like this could be Furnace, Hog, Quick Cycle, Lightning. Asaf on the other side, running Drill, running Graveyard, one of those two.
Might be Graveyards from Sandy as well. Might just be end up being a Graveyard mirror. But I don't know. Asaf might just have the Drill like I mentioned.
And it definitely feels like something Sandbox would be prepping for.
Yep.
Really makes sense to be seeing the Valk. Still could easily be Graveyard like you were saying. And the only substitute being Valk for the for some sort of Knight potentially. So could just be recognizing the exact moment that we're in. And we're seeing it. Drill versus Graveyard. Game number 3.
Yeah. I just think this is a mistake from Asaf. It's just too predictable. Like, you have to come with something different. Like, you cannot play Drill here. It's so obvious. Like, Sandbox is gonna have the Valkyrie. He's gonna have the Barb Barrel. This Drill's never getting damage. And then on the other end of things, like, yeah, sure, you have Poison for Graveyard, but it's not gonna be enough. Like, you can't poison the Graveyard and the Evo Furnace.
Yeah, and right here, Archer Queen cycled at the exact time of the Graveyard, so cannot poison defensively, but will not matter. Archer Queen plus Barbell responding nicely, and will get the invisibility out in time, but that's just going to be a very simple Barbell, and a nice Barbell as well, taking out the Archer Queen and forcing the defensive Tesla.
Man, that's a lot of elixir to deal with a barbarian there. Double elixir is going to come through. Sandbox. Fern is back. Probably going to play a Valkyrie on defense and then go for a Graveyard. Most likely on the right side, but he has the opportunity for either.
So Ronan going to try and defend this right side. Poison on defense, I believe, to take care of these skeletons, and that is going to be what's happening. Ronan plus Archer Queen locks up the right lane real nicely.
And Evo Valkyrie is perfectly in cycle to deal with Evo Drill. Evo Snowball does come through and actually clears the way for an Archer Queen connection. Surprising. And also solid damage for Soft. The question is, can Sandbox actually counter push? The Ronan's actually kind of doing a great job, though, of locking down this lane.
Yeah, Ronan has been really impressive. Takes care of the Valk with ease. And Valk is going to get taken out once again. This Ronan just getting so much value.
For real. 2 Valkyries down, one of them Evo. Graveyard does drop a poison for both players. And that's the placement that I'm talking about. 1 tile up and 1 edge on tower. So you get 2 edges on tower. Guaranteed 2 different skeletons that can lock on. So that's going to be very consistent damage. All Sandbox needs to do now is make sure these drills stop doing damage as well.
Yeah, and that's always a tough task to ask from some of these players like Asaf. Drill going to get a little bit of value. Archer Queen locking onto the barb, keeping that Valk alive. But that Valk is going to get destroyed from this Ronan. Ronan showing everybody why it is classified as a legendary right here.
Yeah. He might even get a hit. He's so fast, and the Ice Spirit does not come down in time. Big connection. Will we see another Evo Snowball here? Barbro is ready to go, and a Ronan at the bridge with the Archer Queen ability. And Sandbox is scrambling to make sure the Ronan Queen combo does not connect.
Man. I mean, this is a 40% Ronan that just keeps destroying these Valkyries, providing so much value. 45 seconds left, 300 HP separating these two players. A couple skelly shots here and there is going to bring the game closer. But right now, Asaf going to force out a lot of elixir, force out a defensive response from Sandbox.
Oh, man. Evo Snowball, Evo Drill. Ronan's on the board with the Archer Queen ability. Another drill before the first one's even done. Barbarrel's doing its best, but honestly, so much damage comes through here, and it's not over. Another Archer Queen. Will this Graveyard get any damage?
15 seconds left.
Oh, is it enough?
This is not going to be enough. Needs Skellies to lock on. Needs the double hit. Needs the third. Gets a couple Skelly shots. Not going to be enough. Asaf takes it. Keeps his dreams alive. Forces Sandbox out of the bracket. And all of a sudden, what looked to be Sandbox's second straight monthly finals run, it's slowed down. It's stopped completely. Asaf has a lot to say about it. And that's a 2-1 reverse sweep for Asaf. When everybody was counting him out, by everybody, I mean me and you. Yeah. He delivered like crazy right there.
I know. Honestly, I got to take back everything I said. Asaf, I was unfamiliar with your game, sir. Yeah, just play the drill deck. Who cares about the Valk? Who cares about the Bar Barrel? I don't know. He just ran with the drill. He ran with the poison. He ran with the snowballs. He got the goblin hits where he needed them. And then if there's anything to be said about this last game from Sandbox side, is like, yes, the furnaces in the back were good to try to bait out poison off the lane, but Asaf didn't really fall for it. And then I think he also just unsupported his furnaces. Like a lot of the time he would go Valkyrie Berserker on one side with Graveyard. I would have liked to see just a Berserker played in front of the furnace. I think over time that would have applied a lot more pressure and forced that more than just a Bar Barrel, for example, to deal with the furnace. And the other game that Asaf was able to win here was game number 2. Once again, just against all odds, Minion Horde against Royal Delivery, E-Spirits here. I mean, it's definitely difficult for Sandbox to break through, like the Goblins and the Rascals, don't get me wrong. But still, like defensively, Sandbox should be able to control, but Asaf's dual lane pressure was able to strike and win that game by 2 HP to take the set.
Yeah, I completely forgot that we still had that 2 HP game.
It was absurd.
Just in the previous one. That game 3 was phenomenal. And I like what you're talking about with the Furnace. I think there was even potential for you to Furnace same lane, force out the defense or force out the offensive poison, and then maybe you Graveyard. Just felt way too easy for Asaf to control that Furnace, not allow
True.
it to get any value whatsoever.
True.
And a lot of that comes down to just how effective he is with these decks, his complete mastery and knowledge of drill overall, and the really good substitution for Ronin instead of whatever card it used to be. The Ronin provided value time and time again. And Ronin versus Valk, Ronin versus P.E.K.K.A, Ronin versus MK, Ronin just wins those matchups.
I know. Yeah, that Valkyrie. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, Ronin's like perhaps the best way to block a tank for a Graveyard, because you're just deflecting. Like that Knight, that Valkyrie is not making through that Ronin. You're winning that bridge battle. Yes, it's expensive, but still being able to block the bridge and defend those Graveyards effectively, it really helped him out a lot. But enough about the big upset, or it's not even that big of an upset, but enough about Asaf. Next up, we have our upper bracket final, our first best of 5 of the day. This is going to be a best of 5 duel. So we've been watching best of 3 duels all day, guys, but now this is a best of 5 where you cannot repeat a single cards. This is where it gets fun on the commentator desk to kind of, you know, once it gets to those game 4, games 5s, we're going to look at that board of cards that have been used up, and we really get to start speculating, you know, like what's left for these players. But before we get to that point, we have a game 1. Let's see who's going to take it between Mo and Clown.
Yeah, I mean, Asaf just begging for Clown to lose this. If Clown wins, he's going to be in the upper bracket section of the final, which would allow him to lose the first best of 5 and then still have an opportunity to win again. Asaf just hoping for an even and fair fight. And Muhammad Light, obviously, probably rooting for that as well. So a lot of people rooting against Clown. We're going to have to see how he wants to prepare for that. But Clown has been playing incredible this weekend, last weekend as well. It just feels like everything's coming together. And it feels like everybody knew it was about time. There was going to be that month where he wins it all, where he puts himself in that top 3. And it just feels like it's about time for that man.
Yeah. That's what I said it when Sandbox was playing against Mo too, and I couldn't have been more wrong. Mo continues to show up and just dominate. But honestly, I'm not complaining. I was talking with Sweep. I went to Canada to visit Sweep recently. Like, I love watching players, whether it's Clash Royale in Mo, or whether it's Magnus Carlsen in chess, or if it's Max Verstappen in F1. Like, someone who's so good where when you watch them, you feel as though they have almost nearly a guaranteed win ahead of them. There's something absurd about that. Muhammad Light is, I don't know, he's just built different.
Yeah, only way to say it, basically. Muhammad Light, like, who else would have defended the Fire Spirit with? No, okay, that's a little too much. I'm sure other players could have thought of that as well. Mother Witch going to be able to spawn multiple pigs, get himself on top of that tower. Ronin in response for Clown. And we have to assume that this month might be the final month where nobody's kind of spamming Ronin. It feels like we should be seeing it more often than we are right now.
Bomber with a Spirit. Ronin's still alive. Should get cleaned up. It's pretty easy to clean up with swarms. Goblin ability not necessary, but not bad, because force mode to do something if he doesn't want to take one goblin hit, and he will play a bandit.
Perfectly placed bandit. Not going to allow that much value, and wow, what an interaction.
Yeah, I think Clown's actually in a pretty good situation here. Simply Ronin, it just looks like, if you look at Mo's deck, Ronin's going to get good value versus Golden Knight, versus the opposing Ronin, and versus Bandit. And then he has a cycle deck. On the other hand, I guess this Mother Witch, though, might be the card to watch out for if you're Clown.
Yeah, but only 4 elixir right here. Drill going in on the right side. And Ronin is going to win this battle as well. So that's going to be 2 shots for the Ronin. We've still got the Drill. We've still got the activated ability. All of a sudden, 3 Goblins, 1 Bomber, 1 Tower, all the way down to 1136. And the left side also down to 1980. So you were able to recognize it early on. And that is the truth. Clown with the favorable matchup and playing brilliantly so far.
Now we made the double elixir, though. Mo is in a situation where he's going to start being able to get these Mega Knights and Evo Mega Knights down on the board. I also think the Mega Knight plus Gold Knight combo is something you have to watch out for if you are Clown. But once again, if he can continually cycle these Ronins to deal with the Mega Knights, the Golden Knights, the Bandits, he's going to be in a pretty decent spot. Mo's going to eat this Fire Spear, knowing that he can't play something in front of the Mega Knight. He needs to make the biggest push possible right now.
So push coming down, trying to get a lot of offensive pressure. Golden Knight going to get finished off by that Fire Spirit, and a great defensive poison right there. Clown not worried whatsoever.
Man, this Ronin, dude. The other interesting thing is, like, Clown is good to just play ultra defensive with this Ronin. Like, because whenever you play your Ronin second, it will actually get the first deflection, because whichever card is placed first in Clash Royale will always hit the other when crossing the river, which is usually a good thing, like versus Fisherman, but in a Ronin matchup, it's not what you want.
Yeah, usually it's perfect. Right here, though, speaking of perfect, Ronin perfectly destroys that right side push.
And there's
Bomber. And here's another one just getting spammed. Mega Knight in response is what Muhammad Light would usually do, but does not have the elixir, forces out the Ronin and the Golden Knight. Snowball will get a lot of value, though, and forces out the dash coming in from Muhammad Light.
Maybe, just maybe in triple elixir, there's a play with Mega Knight, Golden Knight, everything down a lane. But even then, a poison's going to drop down, and Evo Snowball will be in cycle for that defense. As long as Clown plays well here and doesn't waste his Evo Snowball, I think he has a victory versus the best player of all time in the books here. Let's see what kind of magic Mo can bring to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, interesting interaction right there. It looked like the first Ronin was able to survive. Still not 100% sure about what goes on with those interactions. Always kind of confusing. Ronin on defense to stop this MK. 51 HP, 29 HP, 28 seconds left. Seconds away from Clown taking game number 1 with ease. Muhammad Light stroking his chin, trying to figure out what went wrong. And let me tell you, Mo, just about everything.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're right. A lot went wrong, and mainly because of that Ronin. Earlier today, you asked me a question of why aren't we seeing as much Mega Knight as we have in the last 2-3 months of CRL? And I think part of that equation is simply the Ronin. The Ronin existing in the game, the threat of that being there, I mean, we're seeing it right here. Like these Mega Knight bridge spam decks, these heavy Mega Knight decks, or even Mega Knight cycle decks are being controlled completely by the Ronin. So it's a high risk, high reward situation because, you know, if Clown has that drill deck without a Ronin, that's a fantastic matchup for Mo. Like he's in such a great situation with the Evo Mega Knight. But that one card, it just by itself is completely shutting down almost half of Mo's entire deck.
Yeah, Mo cannot be pleased with that opening set, but he didn't really do anything wrong. Definitely felt like he had an understanding on how to give himself opportunities. It just so happened that not only did his opponent have the matchup advantage, but his opponent also played really well. So it should be relatively simple enough to bounce back. He used a lot of cards that are not going to overlap with other sorts of meta decks, so that's going to be really nice. And you know that your opponent won't be able to run Drill, won't be able to run Poison. There's a lot taken off the board for Clown, so not the end of the world for Mo, and we expect great things for him, so I expect to bounce back game number 2.
Yeah, it is the best of 5 too, so that just leaves even more room for a bounce back. In a best of 3, you go down a game. Sometimes that's tough. Like, it's very possible.
Yep.
It's not always, it doesn't always happen, but it's very possible just to lose 2 unlucky games of Clash Royale in a row to a couple bad matchups. But in a best of 5, almost always the best player wins, because there's just so much room for just being able to come back from a bad matchup, especially as the deck creation strategies continue to just change over time as well. Like, you have to be able to use the cards that you have left available to the utmost of their ability.
And right here, Clown trying to abuse the meta some more. Archers plus Dark Prince and Muhammad Light. Forgot who ran this earlier, but RG plus Heal plus Phoenix. Definitely a pretty strong variation of this RG deck. But Dark Prince getting a ton of value. Beautiful location, beautiful placement. And it takes out all the offensive troops on Muhammad Light's side.
Evo Cage yoinking the heck out of that Dark Prince. One of the strongest Evos. It's just the only 4 elixir Evo left in the game that has a 1 cycle Evo, which is why in the next balance changes, it's proposed to put it to 2 cycles, which would definitely be a big nerf. But while it's still here, Mo is going to be looking to abuse that as much as possible in this game.
Right here, good skellies to bring over the Lumberjack. So we have Royal Hogs, Lightning, Dark Prince Cannon against RG, what I believe should be Fireball, plus Heal Spirit. So trying to figure out where both of these players need to find the route of victory. And Lightning could be really good, especially late game, trying to get the Cage plus Brawler plus Lumberjack potentially. A lot of potential offensive pushes for him. Muhammad Light. What does Muhammad Light need to focus on more? Is it offense or defense for this game?
I would say in this game, you'll definitely see Mo play a lot more defensively. He either needs like a really good defense with counter push, but even more than that, we'll probably see him go for defense and then drop an RG in the back to try and make some sort of dual lane pressure. We'll also probably see that only happen when those Evo Archers are not in cycle, because those can be difficult to break through if you're going to drop that RG in the back.
So goes in with the Dark Prince, going to target this Cage. So Lightning going to come down, exactly what I was kind of waiting for. And now we're going to see the Rhino make it to the tower, get 1 bite on top, and get the tower down to 2503.
Well, this is the perfect situation that we were just talking about. Mo did take a little damage, but he got a nice positive elixir trade. So we see the RG in the back, especially since the Evo Archers aren't currently in cycle. And he goes for the Phoenix to support Heal Spirit, E-Spirit, cycling his cheap cards to get back to another RG. Lumberjack Barb Barrel back to Heal Spirit, re-healing the RG. A great defense. We did not see another RG drop from Mo in the other lane. Maybe a slight mistake. I don't know. I think that going all into the same lane is never going to lead to success.
And again, going in with these offensive Lightnings, not trying to hit the tower, focusing on what matters most in this moment. Cannon plus Evo Archer is going to take out this Lumberjack before he gets too much value.
Yeah, really aggressive Lightning, leading to a really solid counter push. RG gets a couple shots. Clown still in the damage lead. I'm sure he's not super happy with how that went. But overall, 5 seconds to triple elixir. We'll see if Clown's going to be able to keep on to this damage lead. And maybe he will with Archer getting 2 shots.
Yeah, the Archer getting 2 shots, very valuable for him in this moment. The question is, what does Clown want to do? Does he want to try and go same lane, opposite lane, split lane? So many opportunities for him to set up these pushes. And just so many difficult questions that need to get answered. Right here, all about defense in this moment. Double cannons, Archers doing a little bit of work, Heal Spirit doing a lot of work, and a big push to worry about.
Yeah, another fireball. That's 3 fireballs in the last 30 seconds on these archers and towers. A pretty good defense, but Clown's just big damage deficit now after those fireballs. Wouldn't surprise me to see a lightning drop on to that lumberjack. Decides to go pigs instead. I don't know if that's the play. I would have preferred... Wait, I'm a liar. Piggies are making the tower. 5 seconds left, Josh.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. Fireball not going to be enough. He needs to get the RG shot just coming down. Lightning almost does not matter, though. And Clown will take game number 2. Just never had a chance for Mom.
Unbelievable. This is insane. 2-0. 2-0 for Clown. Pushing through. I thought he should go for the lightning cycle, but it doesn't work because then the RG comes through. It's a lot of pressure. Fireballs on the archers. Instead goes for the pigs at the right time. Somehow, the pigs go into a lumberjack. He gets the lightning down, and they're still making the tower despite the cage, despite the lumberjack, everything there. And the RG, just not quite enough time after the defense. Even Clown cycle back to another lightning then. Doesn't quite make it to the tower, but I don't know. It's always absurd to me. It's something that I've actually learned to do more recently with piggies that I've seen like Mo and Ian and now Clown do. Where like, sometimes if you're going same lane with pigs, you can just do that. You can just shove the pigs like straight into their offense. And there's just, I don't know, they just have a sneaky amount of HP since there's just so many of them. It seems like there's always 1 or 2 piggies that make it at half HP to the tower. And they just do such solid damage. One of the most consistent win conditions in Clash Royale.
Yeah, and I mean, they do a great job of bringing all the troops back as well.
Yeah.
Especially the troops that aren't, fast or very fast, where they kind of waddle behind, and all of a sudden you've wasted 15 seconds. And now you have another set of Royal Hogs where you can go in again, and all of a sudden you've wasted 30 and the game's over. So,
For real.
Yeah, Royal Hogs definitely one of those just crazy strong cards that you have to worry about. And speaking of things you got to worry about, Clown now 2-0, needs 1 more in the next 3 games. Otherwise, Asaf has to be so worried. He's going to have to beat Muhammad Light in a best of 5, beat Clown in a best of 5, look Clown in the eyes, and then beat him again. That is just too much to ask of anybody going against Clown right now.
Oh, man. Someone in my chat said, so Mo is not immune. He bleeds. Oh. But I don't know. I'm just witnessing a future where Mo reverse sweeps and he chuckles and says all that for a drop of blood. But yeah, we'll see. So looking at the cards that are locked, we're in our potentially the last game coming up here. Clown 2-0 in this best of 5. What cards does he have left, though? Honestly, he has a decent amount of options. He's used quite a lot of spirits, but he still has ice spirits and even skeletons. Sorry, he does not have skeletons, actually, as an option. And then Mo probably going to start going towards more cycle, more comfort. We'll see if Clown has what it takes to take 1 more game off our 2-time world champ.
Yeah, so one of those questions that at this point, which is just shocking to even ask it, but at this point, if you're Muhammad Light and you're down 0-2, is there, how do you approach it? Do you say, all right, I'm still the best player in the world, I'm going to win game 3, win game 4, win game 5? Or do you say, man, I might struggle against this guy if I have to win 3 straight. Let me try and win the first game. Let me try and get a good matchup game number 2. Let me try and win game 3. Do you think he goes all...
Sorry, I'm not going to lie. Thoughts? I spaced out because I just realized this whole time I've been saying 2-time world champ. I forgot Mo is now our 3-time world champion. You should have corrected me. You should correct me. You're too nice. You're too nice to me. You're too nice to me. Anyways, what was your question? Please give me
one once.
This guy.
My question is, do you think Muhammad Light has the talent to be able to approach the rest of this best of 5 and think, all right, I'm better than this guy, I can win 3 straight? Or should he try and win 2 or even just 1 and try and get matchup advantage for the other couple games?
Oh man, that's tough. Honestly, I think you're a Clown. You need to go for the kill shot right here. You just need I think you just need to try and take this win. The longer this best of 5 goes on, the more Like, just the more likely the Mo makes his magic happen and makes this comeback possible. So I think you go all out, which looks like that's what he's going for here. He wants the bait deck. He wants the meta. But the problem is, I think Mo might just have the same deck, that except a slightly better variation.
Although right here, Muhammad Light looking a little stressed in this moment. We could be seeing the difference between log quick cycle and royal delivery quick cycle. So that could be one thing to focus on, seeing the difference between the log and the royal delivery. Muhammad Light, I don't know, just the guards plus Ice Spirit, just a lot of different routes to defend, and that is a nice amount of damage for Clown.
And then a nice amount of damage for Mo as well. Takes the damage lead. I think that's a great call, though. I think the log is just better than royal delivery here. I think that the Gold Knight's also very strong. But you just can't count Mo out, especially with his magic archer. Like, you already know. Like, I'm envisioning it right now. He's going to go in for, like, a Goblin Barrel Wall Breakers. Clown is going to play Log on one side of the Evo Barrel. And Golden Knight plus Dash on the other side with the Wall Breakers side of the barrel. And then Mo's going to play a Magic Archer to the bridge and do, like, 1,000 damage and win the game. That's my prediction.
All right, what's the point of even watching, then? Ice Spirit almost makes the jump right there. Evo Dark Goblin to defend. One of the wall breakers is still going to make it to the tower. And here we go. Clown finally applying pressure. Royal Delivery going to miss one of the goblins up top. And defensive Evo wall breaker is going to happen. Going to stop that offensive pressure on the right side for Clown.
Marcher Bridge. Great block from Clown. Dark Gob going to win the interaction. No ability. Saving the elixir for defense. Gold Knight dashes and a deliveries on defense with a perfect Ice Spirit. The micro is insane. Guards do get some damage, but should be Mo's turn to attack. Here comes the Evo Barrel.
Still definitely want to watch out for the fact Clown has not shown his last card.
Oh
It's
my
either-
goodness, that Marcher. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of damage right there for the Magic Archer. Great placement. My thought process is that I think Clown is probably going to be running Rockets, something that he absolutely has to be prepared for if you are Mo Light. Might not matter. Magic Archer again locking onto the tower, shot after shot, getting the tower down to 401.
I was pretty much right with my prediction. It just, there wasn't wall breakers over there, okay? But yes, 1,000 damage comes through. And, I mean, this is just what happens. Like, you get out-cycled. There's no log. You want to play a Golden Knight. But then Magic Archer Bridge, if you're not ready for it, it's just so much damage. And that's what this deck is all about. You're just applying so much absurd pressure that you're just not ready for when that Magic Archer hero is placed at the bridge. And instead of the rocket, it's the fireball, which... Wait, why didn't he just fireball the Marcher? Now I'm just confused.
Yeah, he had so many opportunities.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
This is the Mo Light effect, man. Barrel inbound. Clown is making a couple mistakes here. It's not over though. Mo Light does not have a big spell. We'll see what he has in store pressure-wise.
Yeah, a lot coming down at the bridge. Multiple Dark Goblins. Royal Delivery going to go get placed on top. Offensive Goblin Barrel coming in from Clown, but just not a lot of pressure coming from that. Doesn't actually matter all that much. One of the Goblins staying alive behind. 30 seconds left, still alive, but who are we kidding? This is going to be real tough to come back.
Gold Knight dashes. Evo Barrel delivery on the left, though. Fake Barrel non-threat. Gold Knight Bridge. Berserker instantly blocks dash and takes out that Dark Goblin. Only 10 seconds left. And Mo's turn to pressure. This is going to be a best of 5 that continues on. Mo Light barely staying alive.
The old 2 crowns at the same time with 1 second left in overtime.
Wait, did he do that?
Yeah.
Yo, that's sick. I looked away on the last second. Bro, did he go for the Evo Barrel?
Evo Barrel. Yep. All the goblins stabbed at the same time.
That's sick. Dude, I swear I've tried to do that like a million times, and it's so difficult. I guess the Evo Barrel's the way to go, though. I think that's plus 100 aura right there. I can't lie.
I can't lie either. You know, I would have to agree. Absolutely. Mo did a phenomenal job in that game number 3. Did not panic. Just prepared like normal, really. And that's just another one of those reasons why we have so much respect for Mo in the competitive scene. Faced with an unbelievably daunting task of trying to get this reverse sweep. But here we are, making it to a game number 4. Wins not the mirror match, but relatively close. And this is when it really starts to be difficult. We look at all these locked cards, and we're starting to see a lot of them. I mean, we're starting to see 10 to 20 of these cards where both of them are locked out for both players. Especially if we reach game 5, that's when it starts to get really, really crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, there's so much that could happen even at this point. This is like already further than these players are normally used to playing. But like you said, there's definitely a lot of opportunities still. There's still arrows. There's still Evo snowballs, an opportunity for Mo. I'm sure we might even see Rocket or just like a Hog or Piggy's EQ at some point. Get those spells involved. Spells are definitely very important. Cycle cards, they're running out. All of the best spirits have been used. Only Clown has an option for running a heal spirit at this point. And then Mo has an option for skeletons. Other than that, almost all 1 elixir cards used up at this point. So gonna have to start getting pretty creative as this best of 5 continues on.
Yeah, and the question is how... I mean, it's funny. The more restrictive it gets, at times it can be easier to be more creative, but at times it can be even more difficult. Sometimes you need those staples. Sometimes you need those regular cards that fit into any deck. So, given these players quite a bit of time and for good reason, it starts to get really difficult once we head into game 3, game 4, game 5. Hog still available for both players. Royal Hog still available for Molite. And so you have to look at the buildings. Clown has the opportunity to run Lava Tombstone, maybe Lava Goblin Cage. I really wouldn't mind seeing Lava happen, but maybe it would be too difficult. Maybe I like Lava in game number 5. It's just tough. There's so many different avenues for both of these players to walk down.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, it's almost impossible to truly speculate, which is like why Rich always says, you know, I do not envy, or no, it's Andrew. Andrew is the one who always says, I do not envy the job of these analysts. And I think it's so true. There's just so many little things that you have to keep in mind. And as the best of 5 goes on, there's so little cards to utilize in order to keep those things in mind. I guess like one example, like the easiest example is probably at this point, since Goblin Barrel's been used, it'd be like Goblin Drill. It's like if your opponent has a Goblin Drill and you don't have a good counter to it, like Mega Knight or Valkyrie or Dark Prince or Ghost or Log, then you're cooked. But as you know, the game goes on, like for example, both players have used Barbarian Barrel, you know, that one card is no longer an option for that. So yeah, very difficult. A lot of moving parts. But I'm just going to randomly say that we're going to see a boss man in the next game.
You know what? That's the exact card that was getting pointed out to me myself. I saw it occur maybe 1 or 2 games for yesterday's action, but I feel like Boss Bandit is not getting abused enough whatsoever. I still consider it a top 10, top 15 card, and maybe that's crazy considering we haven't seen it at all, but it just feels like there have been opportunities to use it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Boss Man is very good. It's very strong. It's very annoying. Seems like even the Goblin Sign, though, might have taken like the spot of the Boss Man recently for whatever reason. It's better crowd control, a lot of spam. Looking at the matchup, we are finally in. We do have a Goblin Sign Evo Piggies. And then Clown bringing the deck that I hate most in this game. not because it's good and I hate playing against it, but because I think it's lost every game except for 2 of them today. But yeah, maybe we'll see another loss from this deck today. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm just a little.
You got the hater bug?
I'm distracted by my hatred. I don't even think Cloud's not even playing RG. Wait, he is playing RG. Okay, you start talking. I'm done.
Okay, Clown doing his best with this matchup. RG placed at the bridge and going Rage instead of any other troop. So far, both activated abilities for the Doctor with the Goblinstein have provided so much value. Opening push got the tower down to 1659 on the left. And then the second push, getting the tower all the way down to 2060. Bomber plus Doctor working together real well. And Clown, all of a sudden, 1 minute left in this game for Muhammad Light doing what he can to provide himself a chance at getting this B05 reverse sweep. Still a lot of action to go in this Mother Witch plus Tombstone. Going to clean this up quite nicely.
RG bridge. Monk's just getting straight up kited other lane. Originally played at the bridge to try to break through the RG and deflect some Skelly Drag's bomb tower. Instead gets kited to the other lane by Gobstein while also melting not only the Monk but the Mother Witch as well. Insane play for Mo with the Gobstein kite. Continues to be up a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, it feels like it was a good play, but it feels like Clown just more so made a poor play. We saw the Skeletons bringing the Monk over, and we still saw the Evo RG, not even just the regular RG. It's not like he's trying to cycle. Using the Evo RG in that manner, I felt like it was a complete overextension. But we're going to have to see. Bomb tower placed right on top, trying not to give a lot of value to this Mother Witch. And Mother Witch getting placed in front is going to allow the RG to get targeted properly.
Man. Wow. I mean, it's just Gobstein connecting. Skelly Drags are annoying. I mean, great pick, honestly, especially with Fireball not being an option for Clown anymore. And then, on the other hand, Clown, I mean, he can't really play RG in the back. I mean, maybe he can. Maybe he just needs the RG in back more often. And then try to defend, counter push, get the double RG push. But even that's not super easy versus these Skelly Drags and especially the Gobsteins. Mo's just continually cycling these Gobsteins.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Clown needs to figure out some sort of way to provide pressure. Nothing is happening as of this moment, but a lot of that isn't even his fault. This matchup is difficult. You have the Rage, you have the arrows, but your opponent has Skeleton Dragons and Doc. The 2 cards you need to take out are possible for him to do so. Lightning going to come down, get the tower down to 63 HP. Only Lightning, only Snowball. So no real way to take this out just yet. We should see a defensive bomb tower come down soon. And you don't have to worry about spreading out your troops. The Rage, the arrows can come down. Both are still going to provide value. And right here, beautiful job. Oh my word.
The Evo Snowball Goblinstein ability melts Clown's entire deck. And all of a sudden, we're 2-2 in the best of 5. And Mo is making, once again, another Mo moment. The Mo magic, a Mo miracle happen. He is one step away from this reverse sweep. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is insane. And it almost, I can't tell if it makes the story better or worse or both or everything. Because then Asaf will be waiting down in the lower bracket for Clown. The lower bracket will almost be the true championship, even though all the money is still in the upper bracket final. Just a lot going on. And Clown, how are you supposed to be able to come back from this? You're up 2-0, all the momentum in the world. Everybody's screaming your name, and all of a sudden you hear it in the background. Mo, 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 Mo. How do you how do you lock in? How do you win this game number 5? Juicy, what would you tell him if you were his coach?
If I'm Clown's coach right now, I'm saying, all right, Clown, you got a best of 1 ahead of you against the best player to ever play this game. If you win this, people will remember you for years to come. Here's the deck that I don't know what deck I would give him, but I would probably give him a deck that he was pretty decent at. Something with a heal spirit. It's the only one elixir card left on the table. And say, here you go, son. Good luck. I believe in you. That's what I would say if I was his coach.
And if I was him, I would say, yeah, I like that. I like that for sure. Yeah, definitely definitely think Clown should try and utilize that heal spirit. You want those quick cycle decks. You don't want to be pigeonholed into only using the 3 and 4 elixir cards. Still a couple things available to him. Bats available, Ice Golem available, Spear Gobs, Gob Gang. Mortar could definitely be potentially usable for Clown. And the cool thing about Mortar is that, does he have, where's the Skeleton Barrel? Yeah. So Mortar, Skeleton Barrel, actually available for both of these players. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a lot of Baby Dragons and Wizards, all these cards that match up well against those kind of spam decks.
Oh, man. The tough part of that for Clown is he doesn't have, like, Mo has Poison and Earthquake available. Clown does not have Poison, does not have arrows available. So it seems like, I don't know, it just seems like Mo has a better option. Like, Mo's definitely going to play a Poison deck, I would say. Either Drill Poison or Graveyard Poison, for sure. Or Minor Poison. It's going to be one of those, right? So if you're Clown, can you afford to play a Mortar spam deck versus that? It might be difficult. But on the other hand, like, what is the other option? I don't know. This is tough because if Earthquake is the only spell, the only big spell, if Earthquake or Rocket is the only big spell that Clown has left, he either has to play Minor Rocket or Hog EQ. Those are his two options. And I feel like if Mo just runs Graveyard, he beats both of those.
So how do you think Graveyard would deal with Ram Rider Vines? Because we saw some of that on Saturday with a couple of these options not available to them. I don't know, Ram Rider Vines is always one of those weird cards, weird decks overall, where it's hard to figure out matchups. A lot of it comes down to you lose if your opponent plays perfect, but it's hard to play perfect. I don't know, there's so much on the line for this game number 5. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, Clown does have the hero Marcher. So maybe like a Minor Marcher. And your question was, how would Graveyard do versus Ram Rider Vines? I think I'm trying to find the Mother Witch on the board. Does Clown? I feel like Mother Witch was already used by Clown. Yeah, it's grayed out for both. So I don't know. I just think Mo's gonna play Graveyard and win. Like, I don't really know how you stop him.
Yeah, but the thing that worries me is that there's still a decent amount of spam cards to be used with the Mortar Skeleton Barrel. So there isn't that 100% he can do this.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Mortar Skeleton Barrel is actually pretty good versus Graveyard too. Yeah. Like, Graveyard Poison struggles versus that because, yeah, Clown does have the minions available, like you said. And then the other thing, I guess the other thing on the other end of the Graveyard is, like, it could be difficult to have another spell there because there's no Barb Barrel Snowball available. But I don't know, like, I wouldn't even be super surprised to see a Curse Zap from Mo. Let's see, Ice Golem Hero, and then correct assessment with a Skeleton Barrel from Clown. And then we see the 3 Musketeers. Unbelievable.
So you've got these 3 Musketeers going against the Skeleton Barrel Mortar deck that shouldn't have Fireball. And you've got Hog as well. And you've got the Freeze coming in on that 3rd and final wave. Hog getting another shot, getting the tower all the way down to 2097. And Clown looks sick to his stomach. He
does.
Just a tough start, knowing you got to go against Ice Golem, 3 Musk, Hog, and you've got nothing.
You defended pretty well, though. You know, like, that could have been worse. I like the bowler ability to help versus both sides. I like the minion horde. The ice golem hero is definitely going to be a menace. But if he can get his mortars down in the future, that should help him quite a lot versus the ice golem hog pushes. It's really going to come down to these 3 muskies. Because, like, I think Mo just realized, like, okay, all Clown has for our big spell options is, once again, I think I mentioned, what I said before is Earthquake and Rocket. And I think he's literally just saying, okay, yeah, he has to play Earthquake or Rocket. I'll just play 3M and a Monk to deflect Rocket just in case he takes it. So, what a pick, honestly.
Yeah, but right here, there is a lot on the board. The Berserker plus the Miner plus the Minion Horde. Zappies are going to come down.
And the Vines
do come down. And all of a sudden, we're saying all these great things, all the potential in the world does not mean a thing if you've got all this coming down the lane. Clown somehow, some way, takes care of that left tower. And Muhammad Light shocked and upset about the situation.
No poison. He had the poison available. He decided not to go for it. Brings this Monk Ice Golem deck instead. And he has one last attack here, Josh. Monk, 3 Musketeers on the board with the Hog. Is it enough?
Great timing right there with
Ooh.
the Monk. Poor timing with the Log, and all of a sudden another easy defense. Clown, 25 seconds. You see him start to sit up in his seat. He thinks it might be game, and it just might be.
15 seconds. Defensive mortar. 3M, all same lane. Ice Golem. And there's not a Monk down here. This Hero Bowler is going to shred these Musketeers. And there you have it. It took some doing. Mo made it difficult for him, but Clown going to hit the upset, beat the 3-time world champion, and take a bite of a banana.
You earned it, Clown. You earned it. Almost gets reverse swept, says no thank you. I'm trying to move on, stay in the upper bracket. Brilliant job of keeping your cool, keeping your collection about you. Clown with the 3-2 set victory overall. And was dominant, then was weak, and finished dominant. And all that really matters at the end of the day. You need to win that last game. You need to win those last couple, and that's what Clown was able to do. It doesn't matter at the end of the day if you lose badly in games 3 and 4. If you're going to win game 5, all is okay. 5 sets of decks. Juicy, take us through what showed the most to you.
Yeah, quickly. First game, Ronin won. Clown cooked with the Ronin. Not gonna lie. Game 2. RG versus Evo Piggies. Clown just played a great game. More consistent win condition. Solid defense. Made it happen. Game 3. Here, not gonna lie, felt like Mo just played a better game. Got a great Marcher. Clown too scared to play the Fireball in the Marcher. I think you just gotta Fireball that Marcher insta when it places the bridge. I'm not sure why he decided not to go for it. Maybe some nerves. Game 4. This RG deck, guys, please just stop playing it. It's just not working. It's just not.
It's not working.
It's just not working. And Mo, the pig cycle, just great match there. And then game 3, it gets weird. Not many cards available. Mo is like, okay, he doesn't have many big spells. Let's play a game with some 3 muskies. Clown said, okay, delivery arrows. You know, there's poison, but, you know, with that information, with all the spirits being used, maybe my minion horde can shred, and it did. He had a tough defense, but once that Evo minion horde was in cycle, he just played at the bridge, took the whole tower, and there you go. That is going to be the upper bracket final. Clown moving on to the grand finals here. And as we go down the lower bracket, we can see where Mo has ended up, and it's versus Saf. That is going to be our next best of 5, the lower bracket final. Whoever wins this will be making it to the grand finals. Will Mo be Asaf and have another shot to beat Clown? Or will Asaf keep his dream alive to get that golden ticket? Mo already has a golden ticket, but Clown and Asaf do not. So I'm not going to lie, hoping to see an Asaf versus Clown finals to see a true golden ticket winner be won instead of a golden ticket be given from Mo.
Yeah, always much more fun seeing the players truly earn it. But at the end of the day, it's so funny from a viewer, from the viewer's POV, from the commentator's POV. It's like, oh man, he was giving it. And then if you were to talk to any of those players, it's like, yes, it was given to me. Let's go. I don't have to worry about this anymore. All the players want to do is just qualify. They don't care how it's done. So you know Clown is hoping and praying that Molite is able to reset, bounce back, get the win versus Asaf. And so it begs the question, what does Asaf need to do to prepare? Not only does he have to win this best of 5, but then he has to worry about the implications of the next one. And you never want the player to worry about the next set. It's always focused on what's happening now. But there's just so much on the line for him. What do you want to see change from his gameplay from earlier for him to bounce back? What do you want to see stay the same? Is there anything you'd be telling him? What are your thoughts?
I want to say, I don't know. This is going to be hard. This is going to be really hard for Asaf. I think that, as we saw in his previous best of 3s, he has like a solid, like he has a couple, like 2-3 decks that he's a solid repertoire with. Where it's like, even if he gets a tough matchup, sometimes he just wins anyways because he's very good at that. That doesn't really work in a best of 5 duel, especially against Muhammad Light. There's just so much. There's just so much that can happen, and there's so many more options that you need to be able to play. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think that Asaf's going to have to get out of his comfort zone, and he's going to have to do well out of the comfort zone versus Mo if he's going to make this happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a ridiculously tough. On the other side, we have Mo. He's had himself quite the run. He went 2-0 against Morton, 2-1 against Adriel, 2-0 against Sandbox, and then 2-3 against Clown. So he's playing beautifully this tournament overall. Just ran into to Clown, who's obviously having himself a monthly finals for sure. So Molite looking to get back in the groove as well. What do we need to tell Muhammad Light? Pretty much nothing. When it comes to resetting, when it comes to his coaches, he's got the best coaches in the world, got the best team, got the best support system. Everything he does is elevated compared to the other players in this esports scene. And so it's hard to even talk about him. It's hard to pretend to talk to him, pretend to see his POV, because you just know he's still going to have the mindset where he thinks he's better than all his opponents. He's still going to have the mindset where it doesn't matter if the matchup's all that bad. It's just going to be fully dependent on whether or not he's ready. If he can beat Asaf, here we go. Lower bracket finals. Who's going to get the chance to go up against Clown? Take away that golden ticket from him. Molite on the bottom, Asaf on the top. Asaf, game 1, already running drill. I love to see it.
All right. Drill versus Piggies. I want to say it's crazy, but I think I'd rather be the drill player. I feels like the drill is a little bit more consistent to making the tower. Okay, Mo does have the Gov sign though. That is going to make things a little bit different. All of a sudden you have 2 building targeting cards running down the lanes that you have to be ready for.
Wow, and Muhammad Light has like truly fallen in love with this Goblinstein quick cycle deck. Trying to use both 1 elixir cards, just it feels like a lot. I mean, Asaf is also running the 1 elixir cards like crazy, so we're gonna see in game 3 and 4 how that'll affect the decks that get set up.
True. Last card for Asaf is either Poison or Rocket. It is Poison. I was kind of hoping that he would be running a Rocket to, like you said, save the Poison for later in this best of 5. Will this Gobstein monster get a hit? Wow, yes it does, but Asaf takes the opportunity to activate King. So a little give and take there on both sides of the map.
Yeah, really solid defense, really solid offense. Bomber almost makes it to the tower, but not quite. Fire Spirit at the bridge. And it makes sense to block it with the Royal Hogs, but I don't know. It kind of always hurts to see the Royal Hogs lose their wings just right off the bat.
So true, but that's just such a Muhammad Light style of play. Of like, I'm up 500 damage, I'm going to stay up 500 damage. And he just defends, not caring about the Evo Piggies to make through.
Yeah, and brilliant bomb tower placement. Was not aware of how solid that would be in that scenario right there. Evo snowball to reset, try and get that offensive poison. Fire Spirit plus Bomber going to easily take out this left side.
Man, what a play. Yeah, the Evo snowball drill again, then kiting the Gobside monster back, just resulting in massive poison value. Drill on defense now. Such a solid play just to play the drill on defense when necessary in order to get that Evo drill and cycle while you're defending. And then King Tower's doing great. The pushovers to the cannon, perfect. And then even the mitigation of damage on the other lane, very solid. But at this point, Mo has some solid damage left side. So Asaf's going to have to start thinking about how he wants to defend. He can't really let damage on either side at this point.
And crazy Evo, Evo Royal Hogs getting placed in the back. Multiple Goblin Signs, multiple Doctors up on the board. Bomber can only do so much. No offensive lightning just yet. Forces out the Evo Goblin Drill, and that's a great situation for Mo.
Yeah, that's never what you want to do. It's kind of ineffective, but also you just want that on offense. But you got to do what you got to do defensively, similar to Mo using the Evo Pigs defensively previously. As we head into Triple Elixir, it's all about who can apply the most pressure and who can get the more poisons or lightnings on towers as the time continues to tick down.
Great prediction with the archers over the middle. Cannon gets taken out expeditiously. One of the Royal Hawks makes it to the tower, getting it down to 2017. Already another cannon, but already nervous if you're a fan of Asaf. Left side down to 1726. Right side, all sorts of action. No cannon in cycle, so Goblinstein at the bridge on the left side.
He's just better. He's just better. Gobstein's in both lanes. The piggies are cycling quickly. The archers are pressuring the bridge. And Asaf's been defending for the last 40 seconds. He has not been able to get a drill down. He finally goes for it now, but the archers continue to be a threat. And the bomb tower plus barb barrel is making this drill. It makes it look easy. The defense looks easy. Goblins do get one hit, but after the lightning goes down, it's just a clean victory for Mo in game one.
Yeah, and just one more reason as to why that bomb tower placement is so good. Asaf wants to throw the knight at the bridge, throw the drill behind, and then activate that ability. Have every card, have every troop, look to the knight instead of the goblins. But because the bomb tower is placed so low, it's not going to get distracted, never have to worry about that. And a clean defense. Mo up 1-0. Asaf's best deck out of commission. Cannot be used once again. A great start for Mo. Rough start for Asaf. And Asaf is going to have to bounce back in this game number 2.
Wow. I think that the only big mistake I saw from Asaf was that one Evo snowball where he trying to push everything over to the river to give himself some more time. Missed a couple piggies though, and then all of a sudden from there, Mo just is able to continue to apply pressure with Gobsigns and piggies to the bridge. That's the thing about Gobsign, why it's so strong, is it's kind of a secondary win condition. It's just another card that targets buildings. Yes, it's great on defense in certain scenarios against certain decks, but at the same time, in this scenario where you're not really focusing on defense, your main defense is just making sure goblins don't hit your tower by using your cycle cards and your barb barrel. You can then instead use that at the bridge on the offense, bait out poisons, force out defense. And like I said, once Triple Elixir hits, it's okay, whoever can just play more win conditions and more spells is going to win. And Mo just had the complete advantage. And it was just like a snowball that continued to get bigger and bigger as he continued to just fully attack Asaf's tower and force him to defend.
Yeah, it was all those goblin signs at the bridge. Specifically in that Triple Elixir, in that final minute, you need that offensive pressure. You don't want to allow your opponent to do it themselves. So, yeah, I loved it. I thought Mo did such a great job of recognizing how to approach that moment, how to get aggressive without overextending. And yeah, it just felt like he was ready for it in an unbelievable fashion. Mo trying to get back on the winning side, up 1-0, and a decent amount of momentum too. Not only is it a 1-0, but you know you just beat your opponent when they're running their best deck. You know you played well yourself. It's a rough situation for Asaf. Asaf just wants that one more shot, one more opportunity to lock it in. And Asaf is definitely one of those players where he's kind of on that teetering on the edge of getting that qualification, not getting that qualification. And that's pretty important for him. It's not just he's trying to beat Muhammad Light, but he's trying to get one more round in where he's getting himself that auto qualification.
It's true. Yeah, I guess the only other thing I'm thinking about in that match specifically is the building choice. I think that to use cannon in a best of 5 duel when you're not using the Evo doesn't make all that much sense. And I think, like, I've tried this drill variation with Evo drill and Evo snow, and it seems like you're putting too many eggs in the offense basket and not enough eggs in the defense basket. If you're going to run these double Evos that are for offense, I wouldn't even mind seeing like a bomb tower or something a little bit more expensive on the building side, just a little bit more solid. But even just using the Evo cannon instead of the Evo drill there, I think is another great option.
Great job of not getting a little bit too nervous on Muhammad Light's side. Throws down the knight, uses the ability. None of the goblins get any stabs. And Asaf going to be running mega quick cycle bait with the Ronin to help out with all those strong win conditions. Muhammad Light trying to run that drill, trying to get that victory with drill that Asaf couldn't manage.
Wow. Ronin deflecting one of the goblins while taking the drill out. Does a great job. Another barrel from Asaf. Ready with the Ronin, but Mo's learned his lesson with these heavier decks in the early game. Now that the Ronin's out for the future best of 5, Mo's probably thinking already about after winning this game, he's going to play a Mega Knight deck. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. He's probably thinking more about this game.
I wonder what deck to use. That would be hilarious to see if that was the case.
Matchup wise here, I'm honestly unsure. It's very close. It's very 50-50, but I would say like it's difficult from this drill side when you don't have a log or bar barrel for the goblin barrels. They can apply a lot of pressure. But at the same time, you know, there's still opportunities for great defense with the fire spirit, with the bomber, with the snowball, and your offense is very consistent. So if there's anyone that can make this happen, it's definitely him.
Ooh, right there, Ronin does not go to the knight. Instead, tries to take out the goblins, then activates its reflection to take it out. So brilliant job right there, and a really nice interaction on Muhammad Light's side, taking out all the goblins from the barrel.
Yeah, and then he gets a berserker to counter push as well. Goes in for the drill, plays the snowball to push back. We do see a nice early log for the first goblin and then goblins for the next. We do not see the push, but we do see bomber. We almost a triple drop if you count the cannon there helping out. And then another pressure. But once again, these goblin barrels are not easy to defend. The goblin barrel damage in the right lane for Asaf is pretty consistent.
Yeah, right here, little bridge push going in with Ronin plus Dark Gob, trying to defend where he can. King Tower gets activated somehow, some way. Didn't even get to see it. And Molite pops the ability, but nothing should come of it.
That was absurd. Yeah, getting the cannon. Oh man, and then the bomber sniping the Dark Gob over the rivers is also crazy. He does get the defense of the knight late, but he's hoping to get even more damage on offense. He is slightly up, and Mo with another drill pressuring the bridge.
Yeah, and Asaf is playing that zero elixir constantly. Log's going to come down. He should be able to defend this properly. But all of a sudden, Molite brings himself back into this game, and it's clear that Asaf continues to be on his back foot. Nothing easy for Asaf.
I love this idea to just drop the cannon. I should do this more often. Dark Gob can't snipe over the river, It's annoying to take out. It helps versus the goblins. And he's back to another one to help out versus this Ronin. Barrel comes through. Cannon doesn't help out versus the goblins though, so a little bit of damage. But really the King Tower activation might end up being the game-winning play for Mo. Just that King Tower helping out versus those barrels is just so important.
So this is what Mo does in the final minute of gameplay. Consistently loves to get the damage just using drill plus poison with no worry about his own safety, no worry about his health. And here we go. Evo drill plus poison. Gonna get basically no chip, but the bomber makes it through.
Bomber makes it through. Now is soft. He has to put everything in getting the damage back. He's shaking his head already. Snowball's dropping down. King Tower's activated. The Ronin is not breaking through the night. 3 seconds left. And Mo is big smiles. He's laughing a little bit. He's feeling it. And that's 2-0 in this first best of 5 in the iconic juice box. We finally get to see it today. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know he's feeling himself when the juice box comes out, and that's exactly what we're seeing. 2-0 right now. Mo Light playing beautifully. It felt like Asaf had control, but it was one of those moments. It's like one of those anime moments where the main character thinks they're taking on the antagonist, and they're like, actually, just kidding. I was only using 10% of my power. That's how it felt. Asaf was winning. Hey, wait, what just happened? And Mo was able to take game 2.
Yeah. Honestly, if there's a lot of time in between the game, if we're waiting for the players, we could check the replay on how he got that king activation. I saw the very end of it. The E-Spirit went through a fire spirit, I believe, and went to the King Tower. I don't know if it was a cannon or like skeletons or another spirit that's placed, but I love how Mo put so much emphasis on getting the king activation. Even while the Goblin Barrel Evo was coming at him, he's like, as long as I get this king activation, I will win this game. And that's exactly what happened. Yeah, go ahead.
The King Tower activation is just, I don't think there's it's probably like top 5 most important King Tower activations, because when you're going up against that Evo Goblin Barrel and you have to worry about the goblins that are going to be protected by the Knight, protected by the Berserker, you need that King Tower to help you out, because with no log, with no delivery, otherwise they go crazy. And so I love that was his main focus. It's very obvious that he was really ready for that matchup and just knew that matchup inside and out.
Absolutely. So potentially 1 game left if Asaf can't take a game off of Mo here. Looking at the lock cards. Drill used from both players. Snowball used from both players. The spells available. Fireball for both players available. Lightning available for Asaf. I think if you're Asaf here, you need to get a win. Like, I think you go all out for the win. I don't know. Actually, what do you think? Do you go all out and just try to get a win under your belt and use all the resources available to you? Or do you actually have to start thinking about like how you're going to win this set and save some cards for potentially later?
I never mind when one of the players is down 0-2 and they take game 3 as the I'm not even trying kind of mentality, where it's like, yeah, I'll just use Golem 3 Musketeers and see what happens. Yeah, I wasn't really trying. I think that's kind of the mindset you have to have against Muhammad Light. You need to have that fake win, that win when everybody kind of counts you out, when even you yourself are like, I don't know if I can do this. So I really don't mind game 3. Get crazy, run Giant Loon, run any sort of crazy variation that won't make it difficult for game 4 and game 5. I'm sure you can think of Recruits Expo even. There's a lot available to us.
Recruits Expo, is that a thing?
It could be.
It could be. All right. I want to see it. Recruits Expo pump this next game. That's the match I want to see.
Let me go hit up both of them, see if they respond.
Yeah, I like that idea, and I think it's true. I think that you got to save some of your stronger cards for later in the set. If you can sneak a win with something ridiculous and save those cards, it makes sense. On the other hand, with Ronin out, like I said, I think Mo has a great chance to just run like Mega Knight and really lock down a lot of Asaf's favorite cards. So maybe if he really plays his cards right, maybe some weird P.E.K.K.A deck from Asaf. He's great at bridge spam. Maybe that's like the one chance he has to make something happen here. Okay. Tombstone Hero, dropping down. And then a gang as well from Asaf. Fireball, pretty decent value. Play the ability. Play the ability. Oh, man. I'm not going to lie. I really wanted Mo to play the ability there. Especially, like, kind of, like, up some elixir. But it's probably too early to say. You know, can you really go for a 5 elixir ability, send in a win condition so early? It's kind of risky. So, I respect it. It makes sense. Monk ability does deflect the tower, the Ice Wiz, and the Gobstein to finish that out. And then Skelly Drives drop down with the Gobstein ability no longer available. Makes a lot of sense. No Gobstein damage. Do we see RG here? We do. Minion Horde at the bridge, though, kind of ready for the RG. Cleaning up the Skelly Drags while they're distracted. But still, the RG breaks through. 2? Was that 3? Was that 3 shots? And then Mortar counter push from Asaf. Asaf knows that he's in a tough situation. What is this Tombstone placement? This Tombstone placement is low-key goated. Oh my goodness. What is this Tombstone placement? Is it gonna mortar? Okay, the mortar doesn't lock on the Tombstone. I thought I was learning some new interactions today. Still a decent play, but definitely Asaf is getting some damage back here, Josh.
Yeah, that's a funny thing to hear and listen in, and then I just see the mortar lock, and it's like, are you sure it's that good? Right here, 21-73 to 18-24. Mo Light still in some sort of control. Gonna get some help from the log, and we're gonna see Goblin Gang immediately get placed up top. We know the ability is coming in, and the fireball will be the response.
Makes sense, but I don't think Mo's super happy with how that went. Skelly Drags bridge. Oh man, the Gobstein's blocking though. Wait, the Gobstein is actually getting splashed down by one of the Skelly Drags. It's completely gone. Log not even necessary. But, oh, sorry. I thought the mortar got a hit on tower there, but I must be seeing things.
Yeah, kind of a weird situation, though. He had an opportunity to use the monk, try and get the reflection up, try and get the cannon cart and the mortar to attack themselves, and elected not to do it, using it only as a troop. Mo Light going to set up with another monk, and it feels like every time monk gets in his hand, he should be placing it down.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of deflection opportunities here. Bar Barrel, Cannon Cart, Mortar, Minion Horde, Ice Wizard, Spear Goblins, and Gobstein Monster. But even with all that deflection potential, Gobstein abilities seemingly just melting it through, and Asaf with the damage once again.
And we should see another monk ability gets placed down just in time.
No
fireball can be placed because the Minion Horde is going to wake up. But here's where the Mother Witch starts to go to town, go to work. No RG shots, but that's going to be hog, 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 hog. Another one, another one. All sorts of spam coming down. Asaf has to come up with something. And the Doctor will get the activated ability, take out all these cards, but not before his tower gets down to 1071.
Yeah. Feels like that fireball onto the just feels like the fireball into the RG there was a little bit of a mistake, not going and hitting that Mother Witch. That Mother Witch, like you said, really put in work. Here we see the monk ability drop down a little bit late, but I also like it. He's trying to protect the Mother Witch from a bar barrel or something. But bar barrel comes through now. Great patience from Asaf.
Wow. And able to keep the Mother Witch alive. Brilliant timing on the log. Another Mother Witch placed down on the map. No Evo Minion Horde in cycle. One more. Why not?
Yeah. Great Ice Wiz slowing and protecting. Evo Minion Horde will keep a couple of the minions alive. And then also Evo Mortar forced out. And the Fisherman to distract. Fireball comes through from Asaf yet again, trying to get the damage back that he's lost in this last minute.
Yeah, 25 seconds left. Monk at the bridge trying to get the reflection, using the crown tower to do so. Instead, going to Fireball, needs the tombstone to come down in time. Will happen. 969 down to 797. 10 seconds left for Asaf to come up with something crazy.
And I just don't think there's anything to come up with. The Fireball comes in from Mo. Even if Saf saved up for one more elixir and got his own Fireball out, it wouldn't be enough. Mo Light, once again, just showing why. I mean, he's the best. He's the best. He's built different. 3-time world champion. The accolades on this man in Clash Royale are never ending. Over $1 million in prize winnings for this guy. And it's just a 3-0 sweep against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and the only person who wants to celebrate Mo more than you in this moment is gonna be Clown. Clown now is a golden ticket winner. Congratulations. We see the graphic right here. Not the May monthly final, the July monthly final. It is true. It is what is happening. Clown going to World Finals. Finally. We love to see it. We've been waiting so long. It was bound to happen. And this is the year it does. 2026, Clown is a world finalist.
Yeah, world finalist, golden ticket winner, which means better seeding for world finals as well. Lot of prize pool to be worked for then. But right now, we have one last battle, one last duke out between these players for $14,000. There's still a lot of money on the line. There's still thousands of dollars on the line right here and right now. And Clown doesn't want to be given the ticket for Mo. He wants to win this best of 5. He wants to win the ticket for himself and really cement himself at World Finals.
And so now the crazy question comes up. Mo Light needs to win the first best of 5 in order to send it to a bracket reset, send it to a second best of 5. What do you have? Do you have Mo being able to pull off the what should be unimaginable? Or do you have Clown not going to say, will Clown win this set? Will Clown win either of the 2 sets? Who do you have between those 2 players?
Man, that's tough. I mean, we saw one best of 5 between these players earlier. We saw Clown go up 2-0. And we saw Mo hit a crazy reverse sweep in the best of 5. And if I'm being honest, I feel like if Clown's not careful, you're just going to hit an adrenaline dump right now. Like, you just got your golden ticket. You're qualified for Worlds. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. I mean, I guess to be fair, like, he should have already been qualified for Worlds based on points anyways. So maybe that's not affecting him too much. Maybe he was already ready to make it to Worlds. But as we go into this grand finals, I think I'm just going to say it, man. I think Mo is going to win 2 best of 5s here. I think he's going to. He seems unstoppable right now after that 3-0 sweep. And after the 3-2 reverse sweep versus Clown too.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Muhammad Light, winner of 5 of the last 6 matches right now. We've seen him do it before. We saw him do it in the World Finals against Sub, going 6-0 overall to win 2 straight best of 5s. At the end of the day, Mo Light is the best player. He is the guy to beat. Even in these scenarios, you're saying it. I'm sure a lot of the chat is saying it as well. Me personally, I have Clown winning it. I have Clown either winning this set or the next one. I think he's proven a lot today. I think overall, we've seen a lot of 2-0 victories. 2-0. Let's take a look at the overall bracket because he went 2-1 against Franco Medina, 2-0 against Jors, 2-0 against Asaf. And I don't care if it's 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, 4-3. If you're beating Muhammad Light, that counts as a 3-0. So technically, basically, he is just winning and winning and winning. And I expect to see him beat Muhammad Light in this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very possible. I think it's something that very well could happen. But I gotta stick with my choice. I think that he just has so much momentum right now. He seems unstoppable. It's like, I don't know. It's just crazy how good this guy is. Now, Clown will be the type of guy to make it happen, though. I think that he has great mental fortitude. I think that he has a great deck selection. And we've already seen him win 2 games in a row versus Mo. If he can make that pattern happen again and finish out that best of 3, not playing the RG Monk deck, then he's going to be good.
Yeah, and how do you feel about this minion horde? Because we've seen it consistently in these last couple sets to varied success, a couple victories, 1 or 2 losses. What are your thoughts on Fireball out? I use minion horde Evo.
Well, I think it's a great pick. I think you have to watch out a little bit for roll delivery as well. But even then, you know, roll delivery with Evo Minion Horde, defensively, it's super strong because roll delivery can't cross that middle mark, right? So I think you have a good point. I think Mortar Minion Horde, definitely very strong. And I'm sure we'll see it at some point in this game, especially when we get past the game 3s.
So if you are talking to actually both of these players, you know you have to win 1 set. You know you have to win, 1 of 2 if you're Clown, 2 of 2 if you're Molite. Do you want Clown to maybe get a little bit cuter, a little bit crazier with his decks in one of these sets? Or do you want to see him just use what's got him here so far?
Man, that's a great question. I think that if you're Clown, not only does your playstyle support switching it up, but I think it's worth it. I think it's better. I'm sure that Clown is going to continue to innovate and use different decks, and looks like he's going to be doing that now with a Gobstein Mortar deck here.
Wow. And pretty aggressive lightning coming in from Clown. Empress going to be able to take out the cannon cart before it locks onto the tower. And this is going to be a pretty scary push. 8 elixir, but this Spirit Empress is going to put in a ton of value. Ability should get pushed soon, but no, instead going to go Bar Barrel, resets the Empress, and the Doctor will stay alive. Pretty good defense right there.
Yeah, really solid defense. In my head, I was like, okay, Gobstein plus ability, but Clown, very principled, focuses on playing more troops rather than the spell-like ability of the Gobstein, which doesn't have counter push value. But then Mo, knowing that Clown's gonna make the best play, goes prediction Spear Gobs, plays the Zap when there's enough, forcing out a great Bar Barrel from Clown. And then immediate pressure from Clown as well. I don't know, this seems really aggressive though. And the ability does not hit the Spirit Empress. Did he just lose?
Certainly getting close to that. Clown really going to be struggling against this, but we are in double elixir. It's kind of okay to get aggressive in those kind of moments. And you're right, it is just lava. Don't have to worry about that counter push that will appear immediately. Instead, still a little bit of time before he has to worry like that. And that's a mortar lock. That is huge for Clown.
The skeleton didn't distract. Mortar lock. Evo Zap onto the bats, but another Evo Mortar shot. Will the tower? Yes, the tower is being tanked, forcing out Valve. And then the Godsend ability actually hits the Spirit Empress this time. And then what I thought was a mistake in being over aggressive actually turns into another attack despite being down elixir. But Mo with a big push, still daunting here. Can Clown figure out a way to prevent this damage?
Fireball going to come down. Ghost not appearing. So 2 skeleton dragons on top of the tower. Mo starting to celebrate, and for good reason. Clown shaking his head. Fireball plus Zap should be enough. Might need multiple Zaps though. We see the first one come down. Fireball should be all she wrote. And it is Molite taking game number 1 with relative ease. Clown overextending himself multiple times throughout that match, it felt like.
Yeah, like, I guess the way I want to say this is from the uneducated point of view. Maybe it seemed like Clown was about to win that game, and even I was like, oh my goodness, it seemed like Clown's about to win. The mortar's connecting, the Evo goes, the pressure. But after the first attack of Mortar Gobstein Bridge, with the ability only hitting the Valkyrie, Mo, super principled. He's like, I'm not going to support this Spear Empress at all. I'm not going to play Zap. I'm just going to play Lava in the back. And he's simply up like 7 or 8 elixir when he plays a Lava in the back. Yes, double elixir comes in, which can be helpful for Clown. But instead of focusing on defense, he just goes all in attack. Which, yes, he gets 2,000 damage. But at that point, you're literally pressuring when you're down 5, 6, 7 elixir. And the lava push is just too much to deal with at that point. Especially when you don't have like an arrows or fireball to deal with these lava pups. Lightning being the spell there, it's just not going to work out.
Yeah, and I have to wonder about that last couple interactions. Using the cannon card on defense just cannot be correct in that moment. You have to have a different card that you can cycle properly. He uses the cannon card, uses the ghost. It doesn't even wake up, does not distract, and it was game over just like that. I'm assuming he was one away from the Goblinstein, and maybe he would have been able to get the ghost out in time. Just if he gets Goblinstein out on the arena, he has a chance. It swings back to 75-25, but because he couldn't get it out, Mo Light takes game number 1. So a strong start for Mo in this first best of 5, potential 2 of them. And we see the number 9 ranking next to Clown. He can forget all that. He is top 4 guaranteed. So still not a great start for Clown overall, but has to feel confident in his abilities and has to complete the reset. It's crazy. Everybody else, you'll see them lose a full set or 2 of the 3 games in a best of 5. Against Mo Light, it feels like every time you lose, you have to reset. You have to get it out of the back of your head because it's so much more intimidating when he wins versus anybody else.
It's true. So going to game 2, players are preparing their decks. Clown already has the golden ticket, but I think what's the difference? Is there a $6,000 difference? Is it first place 14,000, second place 8,000? Maybe production, while we're waiting, we could just throw up the prize pool, see what we're fighting for here.
Whoa.
Here we go. $14,000 versus $8,000. So yeah, $6,000 difference on the line for this best of 5. Yeah, even though the golden ticket is going to Clown no matter what, as Mo already has one, it is a lot of money. That is a lot of money for a best of 5 in a mobile game. So let's see how Clown is able to bounce back, or if he's able to see what Mo Light is bringing as well in game 2.
Yeah, Mo Light going to be running the double bait, wall breakers, magic archers, goblin barrel deck. Oh wait, no, this is probably the minor poison, I guess.
Yeah, I think Mo's got the hyper bait with the goblin barrel, but I think Clown has minor, probably not poison. Well, it could technically be poison, but usually this minor wall breakers deck is just focused on sheer quick cycle spam, very similar actually to this goblin barrel deck, but and then you have the magic archer for like a heavier damage dealer instead of a spell, which is interesting actually, how we see more of this super quick cycle minor deck as spells like poison, rocket, and even fireball and lightning now have been tower damage nerfed over time.
Yeah, and right here, already recognizing no big spell in Muhammad Light's deck. Perfectly reasonable to go Magic Archer in the back. Nothing to protect these bats, and nothing to protect this Magic Archer until he places the Berserker down on the field.
Don't love the Berserker placement. I think you go one or like further to the right there, you can actually kite the opposing Berserker towards the tower to get that lineup. Small missed opportunity, but still pretty solid damage from the minor chip. But now Evo Barrel coming through.
That's placed on top, almost perfectly placed, not quite. Fire Spirit to take out most of the bats, and with the help of the Crown Tower, take out all of the bats. Double Elixir underway, 2471 lowest tower for Muhammad Light, 2350 for Clown. So slight damage advantage for Mo Light.
Honestly, I'm not huge on playing either of these decks, so I'm not sure who has the matchup advantage, but I want to say I'd rather be Clown just because of the fact that he has the log for the barrel. Minor might be a little bit more consistent, but I think what it really comes down to is who gets that big Magic Archer connection in the late game. And I actually think that it's more likely for Mo to make that happen. Tesla's the best anti-Magic Archer card to be placed at the bridge since it stays underground. Bomb Tower is not quite as useful for that scenario.
Yeah, definitely kind of a weird matchup to talk about right here, though. Speaking of weird how Molite was giving up that damage. 2350, lowest, left tower all the way down to 1992. But look at the right tower for Molite. Miner on top, delivery coming down, Miner in the back. And that is a lot of pressure. No troops getting locked onto the miners. So that's going to be chipping away, getting it down to just about 800 HP.
Man, I just get done talking about how the Tesla's good for blocking Marcher, but with it out of cycle, big connection, great protection from Clown. And there you go. All of a sudden, Mo's in a tough situation. It's definitely not insurmountable. Mo has the ability to make the same Marcher connection possible. In fact, he'll go for it here, but looks like Clown's going to say, your Magic Archer is now the target for mine, getting yet another big connection.
Yeah, towers both roughly at 2K. Molite electing to just give up. Game 2 going the way of Clown. Really good job of resetting, finding the way to dominate the matchup. And I think it was relatively even. And I really think it came down to Clown just played better in that moment.
Yeah, I would agree. He played fantastic. Better Marcher lineups, better Marcher protection. I think that the log definitely helps him a little bit, just because log is able to actually influence and help win those bridge battles, whereas Royal Delivery can only be played on your side of the map, so it's hard to actually influence and affect the other side of the map when it comes to trying to actually win that Magic Archer bridge battle. But at the same time, you do want to save the log for those wall breakers, for those goblin barrels. So it's not like Mo didn't have opportunities to bait that log out and make different plays.
Yeah, there were definitely opportunities for Mo to just give himself chances. And then Clown just kind of snapped them all away. Really well done in that moment. Really good job of going down 0-1, not giving up on the set, not getting yourself into an 0-2 situation. And it's now 1-1. It becomes a best of 3 again. But one thing to notice is that Muhammad Light's decks, even in game number 1, we saw it. Lava, Tombstone, Spear Goblins, and now still a bunch of spells available to him. He's really prepping for the future. He's one of those players that can be afforded those options of using the slightly worse deck overall, where he knows if it gets to game 3, game 4, he's going to be fine. So I even though it's 1-1, Molite definitely still does have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw. I like that you call out like how Mo almost gets better the later it goes on. And a quick look at the Magic Archer heat maps of the last game. For Clown's point of view, I believe. A lot of time placed in the back, which honestly, like you called out, makes a lot of sense. You a lot of time want to place your marchers in the back if your opponent doesn't have a big spell to deal with it. And then other than that, place at the bridge in certain moments. A lot of the time, you place a Magic Archer to the back first, abuse the fact your opponent doesn't have a big spell, protect that marcher, and then the second Magic Archer you play at the bridge after you've won the bridge battle is usually the one to line up on tower. So always cool to check out these heat maps for the Magic Archer specifically is probably my favorite one.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what happened in that moment when Clown kind of turned the game around entirely, got multiple Magic Archers up at the bridge, and went to work. So game number 3 on its way. Game number 1, Clown lost to Muhammad Light. Clown running Goblinstein Mortar Lightning. Muhammad Light running the Lava No Loon Empress. Game number 2, Magic Archer Wallbreakers Miner for Clown. That was a victory going against Wallbreakers No Miner Double Bait. So a lot of things available to both players. And look at the difference between, it feels like any previous set in terms of spell usage and this one. The log's been used by Clown. The delivery has been used by Muhammad Light, and everything else available. That is unreal to see in this game 3.
Yeah. I mean, some people are, sorry, I was just thinking about how some people are asking when the next game is going to start. Guys, there's $6,000 on the line. We got to give these players a little bit of time for this best of 5 to figure out what decks they're going to play. But yeah, like you're saying, Josh, I think there's a lot of options right now.
I will say that Fireball and Lightning, I believe, were used in game number 1. So not as many as it looks, but definitely still a lot available.
That makes a lot of sense. I was just looking at the spells area. I was like, man, is log and delivery really the only things that have been used? But looks like we need a quick update to the heat, or not the heat map, but the log cards at some point. But yeah, a lot going on, a lot of moving parts to the broadcast. Super excited for this next game. Guys, just drop in the chat. Type 1 if you think Mo's going to win. Type 2 if you think Clown's going to win. Who you think's going to win? Who you rooting for as we hop into game number 3?
Type 3 if we're all winners for getting to be here on a Sunday afternoon. Or just 1 or 2.
Sorry. It's 2 p.m. and I haven't ate anything today, so my brain's starting to get a little bit slow. But sure. I'm just gonna talk now about what I'm seeing on the screen currently. And yeah, pretty good defense from Clown with the Bomber Snowball there.
Yeah, really solid snowball. Not only getting the goblins away from the tower, but having them kind of walk over to the bomber instead. Just a very safe placement. And Bomber will die valiantly on this arena map because it got a lot of value in that earlier possession. 2 minutes left, a minute underway. And we finally see a little bit of damage for Clown. Poison going to take the Demolisher all the way down. And then with the help of the delivery and, I mean, just everything, forces out so much elixir to stop these drills. Molite just figures out so many different things that other players just don't really accomplish, it feels like.
True. Golden Knight tries to dash, but great skeletons from Mo to make sure it's going away from the tower, not towards. Really nice guard surround, but ability is going to drop down. Snowball ready from Clown, though. Great defenses here. Mo is up a slight amount of elixir. Wouldn't surprise me if we see another drill coming out very soon.
Yeah, really nice guards. And the guards are going to be one of those cards that you really have to watch throughout this match. If he can surround properly on the Dark Prince at all times, keep it alive, make sure that the Dark Prince isn't a huge presence in this game. Should be looking good right there. Nice little King Tower activation. Been waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, huge.
And here, almost gets the Demolisher to the tower. Not quite. Golden-haired golden boy. Putting in a lot of work so far.
Bomb tower and defense. Poison will drop down. Goblins are not connecting. Man, once again, like you're saying, I mean, it seems like Mo knows how to defend a drill better than Clown right now. No goblins connecting whatsoever. Clown also had no goblins connect. I don't know. Maybe Mo just has like damage hacks or something. Like maybe his drill spawn damage is like 2 more HP than Clown's for some reason.
I think so. I think you're right.
I'm losing the plot. All right. Drill's coming through. We have a Golden Knight. Let's talk about matchup. Let's talk about what Clown needs to win this. Clown's down damage. Dark Prince is better at defending drill than the Golden Knight, but that doesn't mean that the Golden Knight doesn't have a promising chance of making it to the tower. I think that's pretty much what Clown needs. There's no Marcher in this deck. There's no Rocket ready to go. He needs his Golden Knight to connect the tower. The question is can he make it happen versus the 3-time world champ?
Yeah, it's just so tough for him. These Dark Princes get cycled so easily for Muhammad Light. I mean, it's just quick cycle with Skelly's E-Spirit. It's Dark Prince to protect. The Bomber's great, don't get me wrong, but you're still giving up a ton of damage.
Wow.
Rhino almost makes it to the tower, but based off the damage, you think, you know, it was a P.E.K.K.A getting a shot. Tower down to 7-12, and Molite just dominating.
Evo Snowball does come through. Poison's pretty dang valuable. Maybe, I don't know, why is he waiting so long to play this Dark Prince? And the Golden Knight doesn't make the tower. That was low-key a scam, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, kind of shocking that it wasn't able to get that done.
But now this ability. Does he have the snowball? He gets it down, but not in time. That little poke from the Rhino. Big damage. Can the Golden Knight go to tower here? I don't think so. And not only will it maybe not make it, but also the drill snowball is there. And Mo, he smiles. He's happy. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident. This is literally just another day in the office for this guy. How many times have we seen Mo make a lower bracket run, make it to the grand finals, and hit us with a ridiculous, what's the word? Bracket reset, double best of 3, or I guess in this case, double best of 5 win.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it too many times to count. And it's a good thing I've stopped trying to count, because it certainly looks like we're well on our way to another situation like that. Clown now in a spot where he needs to win the next 2 or get prepared, get ready for that second BO5 in a row. And I mean, that wasn't the worst matchup, but it feels like so far, it feels like in that last game it was probably closer to 40-60. Game 2, pretty even. Game 3, maybe another 60-40. So it just feels like not only is Muhammad Light playing well, but he's also getting solid matchups. And that is not a good combination to face when you're trying to confirm your golden ticket, when you're trying to accomplish everything on your own.
All right, looking at the locked cards. These are all the cards. Blue Ribbon, it's a card that Clown has played previously in this best of 5. Mo, Red Ribbon, cannot repeat any cards. $6,000 on the line. First place for this monthly final in July. Who's going to take it? If you guys are just tuning the stream, you're here at the right time. This is a big match. Clown needs to win this next best of 5 if he wants to keep it rolling. If Mo wins this next game, we're going to a bracket reset for another best of 5. So Clown definitely has ample chances here. But if I'm him, I do not want to get in that situation where I have to play another best of 5 versus Mo. He's already lost one of them previously in the upper bracket. So looking at this deck, knowing this information, you know, what does Clown have available for him? He has the Fireball available, and then win condition wise, to go with the Fireball, it's got to be either RG or potentially a Roll Hogs deck. But I don't know. Once again, do you really do the obvious? Can you ever do the obvious pick, or do you have to play mind games when you're going up against Mo?
Oh, it's crazy, but it's just easier to do mind games, it feels like. But yeah. I think with Clown, at the end of the day, you need to have the confidence that when you make it to the World Finals, you can win. You need to be disrespectful to opponents in your thought process. You need to think you're the greatest, even though any sort of evidence that was used would show that you're not. That's the way you have to think when you're going up against Mo, when you're going up against these legends of the game. And I feel like Clown can pull that off. I think he can have the correct thought process. I think he can win 2 games in a row. So I don't want to see him get tricky. I don't want to see him get cute. I want to see him use real decks, real opportunities, because I think he still can outplay 2 games in a row. And I know it's crazy to think about when you're going up against Mo Light, but I think that's the way he has to think.
I love that you mentioned that. And it is fascinating when you look at the best players in not just Clash Royale, but when it comes to anyone's craft, whether it be, you know, Michael Jordan or Mo, or, you know, I mean, we talked about Magnus Carlsen today. It's fascinating how usually it has to start with a delusion. Like, if you truly are going to be the best at something, you have to not only have confidence, but even to the point of being delusional in the fact that you are the best. So let's see if Clown has that mentality to go up against Mo in this situation.
And so right here, Mo starting it off using the Hero Musketeer. Very well could be my least favorite hero in the game.
Really?
Yeah, I think the turret. Okay, so I mean, it's just got to be you have more opportunities to use the turret. that I'm thinking, because that's the reason why I don't like it. I feel like its range
true.
is just so weak.
It is very weak. Also very I just realized that Mo is using Gobstein and so he's using a champion and a hero, and one of those is the Musketeer. That's very odd to have double range units. I definitely would agree with you though that like it is definitely on the weaker side to heroes if you compare it to, you know, this Magic Archer or the Dark Prince. But like they kind of secretly buffed it. Like I don't know, like 3 months ago or something. So that even if it's at 1 HP and it's walking over the river, the ability is actually a threat to lock on your tower. So that's the biggest thing of like why it's actually pretty decent, because I know it's why any hero is decent. The fact that there's always a threat of that ability dropping down and being played. Yeah, you always have to be ready.
Yeah, and right here, didn't think he would use it, but he did. Crown Tower gets down to 25-15 because of the Rhino chomping away. Clown doing a great job so far in these first opening 2 minutes. Tesla going to retarget onto these Royal Hogs, but Tower will finish off the Doctor. So Archers plus Tesla plus Tower plus Dark Prince will stop Royal Hogs before they get a shot, if you guys did not know.
Yeah. Gobstein plus ability deals decent with Evil Pigs, but man, that's damage. And it seems like Mo's just struggling to find an opportunity to break through. A little bit of a clunky deck with the Musketeer and Gobstein in here. Muskie ability, but a Rhino ability to take out that turret and counter push. Another Muskie on the board will clean up.
Yeah, solid Musketeer in response for Muhammad Light. Uses its range to take out the Rhino and get a little bit of offensive value. One of the Archers gets a shot, but Mo Light down both towers. Wow. And here we go. We saw it earlier with Sandbox's gameplay, using the Royal Hogs in the back behind the Crown Tower, trying to build those pushes where you get multiple going. And we should see the activated ability from the Doctor anytime. But no, just going to completely reset. I think there would have been an opportunity for Mo Light to activate his ability.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you said, instead deciding to reset. Down damage, though. This is not a situation that Mo is comfortable being in. Usually he is in the damage lead at this point and going for full defense. Instead, in this situation, trying to apply pressure. Heal Spear does heal up some of the piggies. Musketeer turret, though, cleaning up everything, keeping that Muskie alive, forcing another defense. But the piggies do help out to attack while defending the same time.
Royal Hogs go to the left lane, get in the left tower down to 1962. E-Spirit will need another troop, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Goblins and a full reset from Clown as Muhammad Light starts another push.
The pre-lightning actually hits the Tesla. Big mistake from Clown. One more tile to the right was necessary to be in the anti-lightning placement. On the other hand, Eve Archers are doing the best they can to clean up, but with 30 seconds left, Mo's in the damage lead, and it's all on Clown to make this happen. But a prediction Goblin Stein for the Evo Piggies in the right-hand lane, plus a bar barrel, absolutely eviscerates that push.
Yeah, I mean, Clown not doing a good enough job of protecting against these Royal Hogs pushes. 1665 needs to get something crazy, needs the prediction Earthquake, needs the arrows. We're going to see the arrows. We're going to see the
Will the lightning get down in time? Can he lightning block? Oh my goodness, the lightning block is not there. Not enough elixir for the Royal Hogs. Instead plays the Dark Prince to try to absorb that first shot to buy just a second of time, but it's not enough. Muhammad Light is going to be taking the first best of 5, forcing a bracket reset. Oh my goodness.
I mean, as soon as Muhammad Light reaches these finals in the lower bracket, I'm just already preparing myself for 10 more games to talk about, for 11, 12 more games. I mean, he just does it so easily. It's never a doubt.
All right, looking at the decks, game 1. Honestly, this just came down to a big overcommitment from a Clown, but Mo did a pretty good job as well of just finding the right opportunity to make that lava push. And it's not like Clown has a crazy amount of air defense, you know, but I think it could have gone a different way in that game 1 if he was a little bit more conservative. Number 2, we saw Bait versus Miner. I think it makes sense for Clown to win this game with the log versus roll delivery in this kind of mirror-ish matchup. I think it's a little bit stronger. Game 3, Mo strikes back with another win in a drill mirror matchup. I think it simply just comes down to the fact that Mo has a quicker cycle and a better drill defense in the Dark Prince. I think this was a really tough, daunting task for Clown to win in this scenario. And then we finally make it to this 4th match where overall, like, I think Clown made a pretty solid deck, but there's a reason why Mo brought the Musketeer here. And that's because Clown used the Lightning and the Poison already. So even though it looks weird that he has Gobsine and Musketeer, 2 range units, 2 glass cannons, it actually makes a lot of sense when you look at the fact that now Earthquake Arrows, even in combination, Earthquake Arrows cannot take out a Musketeer or a Gobsine Scientist. So he really, really locked down that defense, getting absurd value from the Musketeer, even if he wasn't using that hero ability when given the chance.
And so here we are. Mo Light versus Clown, game 1. Previous set didn't happen. If you're Clown, you need to have the mentality that this is the only best of 5 they've played all day. Muhammad Light is allowed to ride high on those emotions of making it the full bracket reset. But I don't know. I don't really know how he feels, how he approaches things. When he wins a best of 5, does he get overwhelmed? It's something that I really should start to ask him and start to see. There's got to be something in his mentality that just puts him at the top over everything else. But really, the gameplay itself, that'll do it at the end of the day for most things. His gameplay is so solid. We saw it in this previous best of 5, and we saw it with his decks as well. Really impressed with everything. That game 3 matchup with Drill versus Drill, but Muhammad Light had Dark Prince, Goblin Destroyer, and Bomb Tower. I mean, it's just he's levels ahead in every single area.
Yes, I agree. I think Mo Light, not only is he playing better, but he's actually doing a better job of saving cards, like important cards, for later in sets as well. I mean, that's why we saw that situation where it was a drill mirror matchup, except Mo Light has better options. He has the Dark Prince for the drill. He has a quicker cycle. Like, you have to be not only like super aware of what your opponent's playing in any given game. Not only you have to do that, but you have to bring your best gameplay. But at the same time, you also have to be working with your coach to give yourself the best possible shot for winning the later games, later sets. Because even if you go 3-0 in like this best of 5, it's still like a decent amount of cards being used. It's still like the same amount of cards it would use for a regular duel. So it's just a much different game here, much different strategy. And I know for a fact that both of these players do practice best of 5s, but I would say that Mo Light probably has more experience actually playing best of 5s on the big stages.
That's a really great point, and something that I haven't thought about all too much. But I'm wondering if more of these pros should be focused solely on best of 5s, and they'll have the awareness and you know, they've practiced over the years to win these best of 3s. So I'm not really too worried about that. But I would assume best of 5s are kind of that missing link. It's kind of that opportunity to figure out a way to have something you're better at than Muhammad Light. I would like to see a lot more pros, either the information behind how many best of 5s they practice, or just in general, I want more of these pros to be practicing it.
Yeah, I think that's a great call. All right, game 1, like you said, for Clown, you have to forget not only the last best of 5 happened, but even the one before that. This is now the 3rd best of 5 we've seen between these players here today. First, Mo reverse sweeping, going 3-2 in the upper bracket final. Then we see a
Clown
up?
won that one. He won the game 5 for that.
Nah.
Didn't he?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. Okay, so you're
So
absolutely
he
right.
can remember that one.
So
All
he
out.
can remember the first
Yeah.
one. He just can't remember the last one. So it honestly, that's even better situation. We are now 1-1 in best of 5s. You can think about it that way. This is the third best of 5 of the day.
Yeah, the truest best of 5 of them all.
Okay. Looking at the matchup, we got double spirits on both sides. Someone with the RG, Mo, and Clown with the Goblin Barrel. We do see the mortar, or sorry, not the mortar, the bomb tower as the main defensive card. And I think the bomb tower is honestly going to do great in this matchup. It does so well at splashing down the Royal Giant along with the Brawler or the Lumberjack. The big thing to watch out for is honestly the Phoenix. I feel like the Phoenix could be annoying to deal with because your only air targeting cards are Spirits and Marcher, but Mo does have a Fireball for the Marcher. So that's the big things you want to look out for in this game.
And definitely one of the things to look out for is why he wanted to leak Elixir. He was fully okay with leaking Elixir, giving his opponent some sort of advantage. Because, I mean, Clown, once it hits double, once it hits triple, that's where Muhammad Light really will shine with this deck matchup. Little bit of damage, but this is where the game truly starts. You get a little bit 500, 700 HP advantage, and now it's game on. Who's going to be able to take it? Who's going to be able to win?
A lot of pressure from Clown. Somehow getting damaged despite the bar barrel and the double spirits here. Fireball will come out onto the Marcher. Playing the Fireball on the back end of the Marcher, knowing that if the ability does pop, the Fireball will be able to still take it out. Very principled play. Oh, wow.
And this is what you're really worried about. And the Heal Spirit is able to make that jump, and the Phoenix is able to get that survival going. Royal Delivery going to come down. With the help of the Ice Spirit, you're going to be able to stop the RG, but not before it gets the tower down to 685. Not before Mo Light takes this huge, massive lead.
And there you go. Phoenix really showing up. Heal Spirit really showing up. Fireball dropping down, knowing the Marcher protection will happen, and just taking the damage is Mo. Now it's up to Clown. Is he going to be able to make the pressure necessary while being able to defend these Lumberjacks and constant RG pressure at the same time? Because you already know Mo is going to keep the pressure, and there it is.
Delivery going to come down, not on top of the bar barrel, so kind of a pretty big issue right here. With the help of the Royal Delivery and the Berserker, he's going to stay alive just barely. But he needs to figure out something ASAP right now. Bar Barrel was a chance for him to get some damage. Not anymore. Just doing whatever he can right here.
Yeah, he's trying to protect this Marcher. It's his only shot. The Lumberjack gets the job done. Fireball doesn't do enough, I'm pretty sure. So he's going to have to cycle back to one more Fireball. But in Triple Elixir, that's not so big a task for Mo.
Yeah, going to be game. You see him start to get ready for his game 2 already. Mo Light taking game number 1 of set number 3 between these two players today. And he has to, I mean, he just has to feel amazing. Mo Light is firmly dominating this matchup at this point. Even when Clown wins the sets, it doesn't feel easy. It does feel difficult. And when Mo wins the sets, it's like, all right, well, at least Clown was able to get one. That's the difference between these two guys so far.
Okay. So 1-0 for Mo. $6,000 on the line. Golden ticket is going to Clown, but I can just tell by looking at Clown's face. Like, he's disgusted. Like, he wants to win this game. He doesn't care about the golden ticket. He had a lot of points for the qualification. Yes, he does get a little bit of extra seeding for the World Finals, but he wants to beat Mo. He wants to take him down on his own terms. He wants to get that grand prize for this monthly final. Definitely a tough matchup there running it off the rip. I feel like that RG double spear deck is literally the perfect deck to deal with these quick cycle spam decks. We saw a soft run into it earlier today using the minor wall breakers deck, just getting absolutely obliterated by the Royal Giants, the constant pressure. So yeah, I'm great on Mo and his coach for this first game, getting in a great situation. Clown's gonna need to bounce back, something a little bit more solid. Like, that's the thing about those hyperbait decks. Like, it's just very high risk, high reward. Yes, they're very strong. Yes, there's lots of pressure. And if you can get a decent matchup or even an even matchup, you're going to be in a great spot. But it's also very easily counterable, which is why I don't actually like him just bringing that out in game one. I feel like hyperbait's something that you play later in the best of 5 when your opponent doesn't have log and barbell and e-spirit and stuff like that available.
Yeah, I mean, you need answers out if you're going to be running those type of decks. It's also a little bit scary to be using the bomb tower. Muhammad Light has shown a lot of success using the bomb tower in any form of deck. So now you have the wall breakers, you have the magic archer, fire spirit, ice spirit, bomb tower all out and down 0-1. And your opponent has used heal spirit already and phoenix already and lumberjack. These are cards that do not translate to any other meta deck in the world, let alone decks that you're going to be running in this best of 5. So Mo Light up in every single form. Up 1-0, up on cards that you're going to be using.
It's true.
Just a very tough spot. But Clown has been counted out before. Has been told he wouldn't make the World Finals. Well, that's the thing. He's made the World Finals. He no longer cares about anything that's been said before. It's here. It's now. He can make this comeback. It's not over till it's over. And so I expect big things out of him in this game number 2. This game 2 is easily the most important of the set. If he loses game 2, you're not going to reverse sweep Muhammad Light. But if you win game 2, you give yourself an opportunity to make it another best of 3.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that this next game is one of the most important ones. It's going to be starting very soon. Guys, if you guys are enjoying this, make sure you follow whatever channel you're watching this right now. Make sure you go to event.supercell.com. You can get yourself some free rewards, make some predictions for the future monthly finals that you'll see. And finally, also, get pushing on ranked. Me and Josh would love to be commentating your matches on this stage one day. First step is to get top 1500 in Ultimate Champ. Good luck.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind somebody new.
Okay. Looks like we're in game 2. Looks like we might have a weird mirror matchup, I want to say. But I don't know. I see Snowball, I think Drill. I guess could be Graveyard too. There it is.
So we are going to be seeing Graveyard coming in from Clown. Muhammad Light responses, Poison, Guards, Archers, all going to do relatively well against these Graveyards. And we're going to see the difference between having Bomb Tower and only having Tesla, only having Cannon. I feel like this Bomb Tower is going to get a ton of value in this matchup.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just really solid versus Gob Demolisher as well. Oh, wow, and it's Drill as well. So the Dark Prince, great counter to Drill. Dark Prince for both players. This is going to be really actually weird to watch because theoretically, they both should counter each other perfectly. Guards, Archers, and Poison for Graveyard, and then Dark Prince for the opposing Drill. So it's probably going to come down to whoever uses their Evo Archers and Evo Snowball more effectively. A decent Evo Snowball from Clown, but you probably want to be using it on offense. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, good defense, but Muhammad Light doing a good job of just forcing out that defense as well. Guards in response to those Archers. Goblin Hut placed down in the middle of the map. So a couple Spear Goblins are going to spawn, but that's just another opportunity to throw down the bomb tower and kind of set and forget from Muhammad Light.
Graver comes through, adjusting the placement one tile further back towards the edge of the arena. We'll get one extra skeleton to lock on to the tower directly versus the Poison. And the bomb tower doesn't pull the Gob Demolisher. 2 shots, no death damage, but 2 shots. mean a very even game, a thin margin of just a few HP.
Yeah, we keep seeing this. We keep seeing these 5 HP differences, 2 HP victories. Just a lot of very close, very evenly matched games. Defensive snowball gonna bring back the archers, not allow them to get value. But this is a Rhino that is untouched. No opportunity to stop it. Defensive Rhino coming in from Clown. And that's just gonna be a simple Dark Prince, no extra spell usage or anything of the sorts coming in from Molite.
Archers dropping down for defense. Poison will take that out. Dark Prince now predicting no Evo Snowball in cycle for Mo, but going to cycle the regular one. Will we see Mo play the ability? No, this time saving his elixir. He's got the damage he wants. He's going to set up another Dark Prince though. It's another opportunity to maybe play the ability. That's the thing. You always have to be ready. It could drop down. It might not. Let's see if he decides to go for it.
Dark Prince plus Archers plus Evo Snowball. A big pressure coming down. Archers, left Archer locks onto the tower,
crazy.
getting it down to 858. Right tower, right Archer going to defend, and a great bomb tower placement. That's going to just block everything into the middle.
That was an absurd play. Just Archers at the bridge, but it got him so much damage. Knowing the Dark Prince has to be played on defense for the drill. And, you know, look at the other opportunities in Clown's deck with help of the Evo Snowball. Just big connection. Defense goes pretty well for Mo as well, dropping everything down. And Clown's in a tough spot.
Yeah, not perfect defense, but pretty darn close. And all you're trying to do is just get even. You don't need to win every single interaction now. You just need to do solid work. And that's exactly what we can expect from Muhammad Light.
Clown sacrificing Archers and Skellies versus the Dark Prince in order to keep the Dark Prince off the tower. He is going for full defense, but defense is not what Clown needs with 15 seconds left. He needs this Graveyard in now. He needs the poison in now. And I don't know if it's enough.
Defensive Snowball needs one more defensive possessions. Archers to bring it into the middle. Standing up is Muhammad Light. 2-0 in this best of 5. Clown frustrated beyond belief. Light just dominating right now. Winner, what do we even call it? 8 out of the last 9 it feels like. I mean,
yeah.
Even more than that?
I don't know.
Wow.
Absurd stuff for Mo. I'm still just thinking maybe we can get a replay on those Archers connecting as the players figure out the potentially last deck of the day.
He's won 10 out of the last 12.
10 out of the last 12 games. Okay. That is Muhammad Light for you.
Muhammad Light.
Yeah. I don't know. I once again, I just want to see the replay potential, hopefully, on the Goblin Drill plus Archers at the bridge, and then an Evo Snowball to get your Archers to connect. Like, what kind of awareness is that? What kind of awareness is it to understand that you can play Archers at the bridge with a drill, knowing your opponent is low enough on Elixir, and forcing the Dark Prince on the drill to allow the Archers connection? Let's see it right now. Okay, so Archers played at the bridge behind the drill. The Archers and Goblin Demolisher on the left are just too much. He's low in Elixir. The Evo Snowball comes down for Mo to clear the way, allowing the Archers to connect. And then forcing out. On top of that, it also forces Clown to use his Evo Snowball, which doesn't even prevent all the damage, by the way, because there's no, like, the Dark Prince is too far back and the Skellies are not good enough. So it's just like, these are the plays that you need to be able to make if you're the world champ. You realize a slight overcommit in the left side with Goblin Demolisher and Archers, while Clown's trying to put together a push on the left lane. And you're like, oh, you're trying to make a push? That's cute. I'm going to spam drill Archers the bridge. Playing the Archers first, by the way, so that they're arriving towards the tower at the same time the drill's making it. And then as this game really finished out, it was just solid defense from Mo. Saving his poison for offense, using his Archers and his guards. In fact, he doesn't even really use his guards because he knows the guards are more value on poison and is instead focusing on playing the cheaper cards in his deck, getting more poisons, getting more drills on tower, and focusing on defense. Like, I actually don't think he's played guards for the last like 50 seconds, or like maybe in the last a minute 30. He's just realized that the guards are a less optimal way of defending the graveyard. So he instead uses the archers and focuses sheerly on offense with the rest of his elixir. This is Clash Royale at the highest level, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. What Mo accomplishes, what Mo does, what Mo creates, what Mo innovates. Just there's something to learn from him every single month, and there's no amount of knowledge that, I mean, there's no way he could teach it all. It feels like one of those things where he needs to live for like 1,500 years in order for us to finally start to understand him. That's the level of gameplay he provides.
Oh man. The only thing I thought of when you said that, it was like, I wonder if we could train an AI to beat Mo. Like, I think it's he said no. He said no. Man, I don't think it's actually, I think it might be against TOS to have an AI play the game, which might be like the only reason why we don't have an AI actually like training in Clash Royale yet. But I kind of agree with you. I feel like AI has the potential, but Clash Royale is just a game of literally billions of interactions. Like, even if they were to try to create an AI to beat Mo, it would take a long time to train it on literally, what, 120, 122 cards now in the game, and how all 122 cards interact with each other, or even in multiple variations. It's like this man has a supercomputer in between his ears.
That's what I was saying. That's what people don't get. It's impossible. just give him the win. But that's probably the reason why I'm no longer pro. I do not have the mindset provided. And you already know a lot of these athletes will not be thinking the same way as me. Clown trying to get this reverse sweep. Clown trying to run this boss bandit that we've been kind of hoping for. One thing I have noticed is that it feels like a little too often these abilities get spammed. But right here, I love what he's doing. I think that was good activation of the ability, trying to get these pushes down, and he still has to worry about this boss bandit.
Oh my goodness. Delivery drops on the hog, but the boss bandit is the real threat. And another one on the board. Mo is only at 3 elixir. Absurd. What's Mo gonna play? Is this, you let this connect and go for, okay, does have a monk, but another boss man ability absorbs one of the dashes. You can see Mo is visibly frustrated from this boss bandit. And I guess my final point I want to make is, you're talking about boss man abilities and how they're spammed too much. I would agree with you generally. And if anyone back home is wondering if they're playing boss bans well or not, just remember that if your boss bandit's been on the board for more than 60 seconds, you probably played the abilities correctly.
Yeah, right there, it felt like that boss bandit survived forever at the very beginning.
Literally.
Hog plus boss bandit. Now, one big question is, what is his spell? What is his big spell? Is it freeze? Is it lightning? This is one of those brilliant opportunities for freeze or earthquake or something to give yourself potential for future sets. If this is lightning, I think you can just lock it in for Mo to win it all. But if this is free, or if this is freeze and you still have lightning available in future potential decks, then it's still got a chance for Clown.
Man, this boss bandit is dashing every which way, helping on defense, dashing back to the piggies, teleporting backwards, re-dashing onto the monk. Lightning drops down for Mo, clearing the way. Is Clown ready for this inevitability? Yes, another boss bandit on the board to tank yet again.
I really think Mo can celebrate seeing the lightning get placed. Nice interaction with the cannon, pushing it with the fire spirit to bring it to the other lane. And that is going to be hog shots on tower. Few more potential opportunities for Muhammad Light, but this might be game over already. It might be Clown surviving, bringing it to a game number 4.
But to your earlier point, now the two best spells, Poison and Lightning, being played for Clown. Oh my goodness, Mo's just showing off at this point. early monk ability predicts the early log. A lightning on defense with help of the E-Spirit will take out the dragon, so a good play, but a non-breakthrough. Clown seems like he has this game in a good spot, but you really can never count out this Evo Baby Drag Piggies push. Anything is possible.
Yeah, lightning probably going to come down sometime soon. Not going to happen whatsoever. Baby Dragon at the bridge. It's really difficult for Clown to take out these Baby Dragons. We're seeing that a lot, where Baby Dragons are just staying on the field for 45 seconds a pop.
Really nice timing to drop this furnace, actually. Not enough elixir for lightning is Mo after playing those piggies. Might save up and do it now. Decides to go a Baby Dragon and a monk ability instead. I think it makes sense, but this furnace is just too much of a threat to leave on the board for so long.
A lot of back and forth between these two players. Brilliant plays coming in from both. Boss Bandit going to get a little bit of value, a little bit more. Furnace getting that Fire Spirit down on the field. And Clown just dominating this matchup through and through. Mo not being given any chance whatsoever.
Another really perfect furnace prediction, knowing when the pigs are about to come through. And then the lightning as well, just to make sure you're good to go versus the Evo Baby Dragon, which is definitely the main threat, the main possible situation for a comeback. So I love the play there. I love the Boss Bandits. And one more defense to clinch it out.
Yeah, we could see an offensive lightning. We could see a little bit more in terms of nibbles on the tower. But we are going to see a Game 3 victory for Clown, drinking his water, getting himself right in the back in the right mindset. And I love what I saw. I love that he didn't give up. I love that he's still competing. You're going against the best. You got to play your best through and through. It does really worry me that it was lightning instead of freeze. He now doesn't have poison. He now doesn't have lightning for games 4 and 5. But he has survived. He has made it to a game 4. He has the opportunity to bring it to a game 5. And at the end of the day, that trumps everything else. That's what matters.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, if I'm Clown, what's my path to victory? What do I have to accomplish? Taking a look at the locked cards here. Clown's in a must-win situation to keep this best of 5 going. You can look at the red ribbons. Those are all the cards that Clown has played so far. So he has Fireball available. Those, the Lightning and the Poison are fully grayed out for both players. I think you probably have to come out with a Fireball drill, honestly. I think you just have to bite the bullet, play something that might be obvious, but you just need something solid, something that's going to work. The other problem with that, though, is like we saw previously, Clown has completely run out of cycle cards. So if you are going to play drill, you have to run a bomber, and you're probably going to have to run guards again, which is very slow. And yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Any other thoughts, Josh, on this board, looking at these locked cards for these players?
Yeah, it's a great question. Certainly something to look out for is Molite running Magic Archer, maybe double bait, quick cycle. Still a couple things available to him, but without the potential for any of those 1 elixir cards. Double bait gets a little bit less intimidating. You need just that 1 less counter that you would normally need. Clown, I don't know. I really don't mind going even something like going predictable. It feels like you just
like
give yourself a
drill.
chance. I really don't mind that whatsoever. Give yourself a chance. Just run a good solid deck. Use what Mo ran against you in game number 1. Use that RG. Does he have Bar Barrel available to him? Yeah, he does have Bar Barrel available to him. So you could easily get around that by just running Bar Barrel, Heal Spirit, RG, and giving yourself a chance.
Yeah, on the other end of things, when all these cycle cards are out, a lot of the time we will see stuff like Mortar Spell Bait. The problem there is Arrows is available for both players as well. So you have to be really afraid, to run a minion horde, especially if you're Mo, because not only arrows but also fireball available for Clown. I think like the third possibility is when you're running on these cycle cards is just to lean into the beatdown element. The problem there is that Ronin is available for both players. So if you run a Mega Knight, if you run a P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam type deck, and your opponent brings out that Ronin, all of a sudden you are in a very difficult scenario. And we've seen how strong Ronin can be when you get those nice snipes onto those Mega Knight, Golden Knight Bridge Spam decks. So a lot of moving parts here. Still a lot of options, surprisingly, based on the cards left. But pretty much just cycle becoming very limited, with the only cycle cards left is a Heal Spirit for Clown, which could go well with an RG deck, or a Berserker for Mo if he decides to run that bait like you said.
Yeah, definitely want to be looking at Ronin. One of the stronger cards that hasn't been used from either player. Definitely feels like it could be pretty likely. And now Clown taking a page out of Muhammad Light's book, using it in game number 4. We will have 3 Musketeers going against Muhammad Light's potential no Lightning, no Royal Hogs. Could be Miner. Maybe that Miner Wallbreaker's Poison, Miner Wallbreaker's NATO deck.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I love the idea of the Log NATO Marcher deck. I think that's probably what Mo is going to be running, or something similar. Maybe he skips the Marcher, though, and he's just running a different cycle deck. On the other end, Clown. Monk through Muskies makes a lot of sense. Mo going back to this idea of running Goblinstein and Musketeer. Trying to abuse the fact that Clown has used that Poison and that Lightning already previously. And
that's
Hog.
A pretty solid defense into pretty solid offense. Musketeer locking onto the Lumberjack. Right side untouched right now. The Goblinstein going crazy. Doctor helping out as well. Monk in response, but if Muhammad Light's able to defend cheaply, all of a sudden, if he defends with Berserker or Goblins, they're even on Elixir, and Clown's towers are both pretty low. So one card left that hasn't been shown from Clown, and domination from Muhammad Light so far in this first opening 2 minutes, but double Elixir underway, and double Elixir with 3 Musketeers can always change the game.
Yeah, I like this choice. Monk 3M. Last one Elixir card available in the Heal Spirit. It's great for synergizing with these Musketeers, especially versus the Gobstein. Ooh. I was going to say nice play, but my goodness, this Gobstein ends up melting the pigs along with the Muskies on the right. Big value for Mo defensively.
Yeah, right there. Really solid interaction knowledge, and just in general, Muhammad Light playing well, setting himself up with another Goblinstein. And this monthly finals might introduce us to a new meta, basically. This Goblinstein is putting in so much work, so much value every single time it gets placed down.
Truly. So fascinating how the meta changes over time, and how dead cards always seem to make a comeback. Skelly Drag's Bridge. Muskies are on the board, but they're weak. Mo setting up a defense, going for a nice log. And he even gets his Musketeer to snipe out the previous Musketeer. Hog comes through, and it will get a hit. Nope. Fireball drops down. Keep him in the game just a little bit longer.
Trying to keep that Musketeer alive just a little bit longer is Mo. 3 Musketeers split. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Left tower for Mo starting to get pretty unhealthy. All the way down to 1227. Going to set up with a Musketeer and support it with Goblins as well. So lots of offense, lots of defense. Needs the turret, and we'll spawn that in.
Log coming through with the Gobstein, sniping everything. Evo Piggies. This is Clown's last chance. But an Evo Tesla in the cycle. It's melting everything. It's bringing all those Piggies to the floor. Fireball does drop down. Hits the Berserker. Piggies are on tower. Heal Spear does not hit. Hog comes through. I don't know if Clown can stop it. I think it's impossible. And the Hog connects. Muhammad Light, huge celebration. And once again, Mo Light shows up runs to the lower bracket. He makes it to the bracket reset best of 5, and he wins again, taking home another $14,000.
Back to regularly scheduled programming. Champion Muhammad Light. I mean, well done. Way to win them. 3-1, 3-1 in the bracket reset, as well as the original grand finals. Just complete domination, but Clown putting up a good effort, escaping with one victory each time. But Mo Light is just too strong, too powerful, and the reason why there's a reason why we see him on top of the podium month after month. That deck in game number 4 to run Hog plus Goblinstein, great usage of the ability, great usage of splitting the Doctor, having the Goblinstein go to the right, Doctor going to the left, just all sorts of creative plays. And wow, is he one step ahead of all of this competition.
All right, to recap, $14,000 going to Muhammad Light, the 3-time world champ, continuing to show up and prove that he's the best of all time in Clash Royale. Second place, taking home the golden ticket. Since Mo Light already has a golden ticket, Clown will be at World Finals. Also taking home $8,000. Asaf, I don't believe he's guaranteed to World Finals yet. I could be wrong. We'll have a look at the point leaderboard, hopefully. But he is taking away $6,000 and a boatload of points for the leaderboard after a very nice showing in the July monthly finals.
Yeah, I mean, all three of these players, both Asaf, Clown, and Muhammad Light, have to feel really proud of the results for this weekend. All three of them played absolutely wonderfully, showcased a lot of potential and skill that it felt like most people understood they had, but there were the select few that didn't. And all of a sudden, all three of them really feeling comfortable. Leaderboard fully updated. Muhammad Light all the way at 1890. And some of these guys are confirmed. Some of these guys are close. A lot of these guys are real close to confirmed. Sub should all but be guaranteed a golden ticket access with 1170. And even players like Adriel, Vitor, Asaf, I believe he was 16th heading into this weekend, all the way up to 885. Finishing top 3 does wonders for you. And players like Ta, players like Viper, dropping slowly, but with only one more month, they're going to have to really show up next month.
I know. I think it's off around the 800, 900 point mark. That should be enough points to qualify from the point system. The big players that you really want to look on this list, stuff like Morton, Ta, Ruben, Mugi, Luisi, and Grico. These players, they need just a few more points as we have another monthly final and we have a last chance qualifier set up. And even if you don't qualify via points, if you have enough points to make it to that last chance qualifier, you know, that's one last final spot that you could try to grab that golden ticket and make it to Worlds.
Yeah, it's absolutely important to just do what you can to get out there, give yourself those opportunities, finish. It's always nice to start off with something easy. Start off with that top 1500. Even though I haven't done it in several years, but I'm sure it's still easy nowadays, even though there's a lot more players and a lot more competitive players. And then, just give yourself that opportunity to make these monthly finals.
Oh, man. A great showing. I hope you guys did enjoy. Subscribe to the Clash Royale Esports YouTube channels. Follow on Twitch. Follow on TikTok. Guys, we do these not every month, but during the regular season, every month there is a qualifier. There is the top 1500. There is the Swish stage. There is the group stage, and there is the monthly finals. So don't miss out on this content. Don't miss out on these near perfect games of Clash Royale. And make sure you also go to event.supercell.com so that you can participate in the action, make those predictions, win some rewards. Josh, any final words? Any final things you want to say about this July monthly final?
You know, I had a lot of fun commentating with you. Always a blast. Always brilliant to hear your insight. More of the same with Muhammad Light dominating, but it's always great. I love Asaf's. I love the one trick skill. And so to watch Asaf be able to compete at the top, be able to compete with not only his one trick, but also other sorts of decks, getting able to finally see the Clown's talent come to fruition, actually be achieved at the biggest stage. I was so proud and so impressed by the two of them.
Yeah, awesome. All right, guys, that's gonna be it for the broadcast. Thank you for watching. This was me, Jackson Juicy Wall, and Joshua Sharon. We'll see you guys next month for the next monthly final. That's all we got. Peace out and good night.